Check, check, 1, 2. Welcome to the 2021 Sunny King Criterium live images from Anniston, Alabama, as we are back after a year off of this great race here in downtown Anniston. Happy to be back to it. Brat's owner here with Lauren Hall, a former winner of this race way back in 2017. It seems like a long time ago, Lauren, but happy to have you here in the commentary booth for our races today. How cool is this? A chance for the amateur riders to race on the same course as the pros. We're going to be covering these races today, so you don't get many amateur races where you get to see the live stream out there, so I'm really excited to see some of this racing today.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, this is where I kind of cut my Criterium chops, was right here in Anniston. I was 3-4, just like these gals that just finished. And then I would stick around for the pro women's race to see how it played out. So this is so good just to be back now on this side of the barriers.
Talk to me a little bit about this course. I think the most unique thing is probably the uphill run to the finish here. Kind of out of that last turn, it's a long, painful drag to the line.
It sure is. It's a long way out of the last turn. You can't go too early. I think you probably need to be number 2 coming out of that turn. But also the back straight. It's so long, so fast downhill, and it's all about that run into that third to last corner. So it's going to be key for today.
All right, well, we have a full schedule of amateur races on tap today. We just wrapped up with our women's category 3, 4, 5. So we'll get some results up there and continue following these riders around. In the meantime, we're going to throw it down to Frank Andreu, our PA announcer, to get our next set of races started here at the Sunny King Criterium. Enjoy the live coverage from the races today.
Weekend.
I hear a lot about sinners. Don't think that I'll be a saint, but I might go down to the river, Cause the way that the sky opens up when we touch it, it's making me say that the way you hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, feel so holy, 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 holy. Oh God, running to the altar like a track star. Can't wait another second. Cause the way you hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, feel so holy. I don't do well with the drama, and no, I can't stand it being fake. No, 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 no. I don't believe in Nirvana, but the way that we love in the night gave me life, baby. I can't explain it. The way you hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, feel so holy, 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 holy. Oh God, running to the altar like a track star. Can't wait another second. Cause the way you hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, feel so holy. They say we're too young and the pimps and the players say don't go crushing. Wise men say fools rushing, but I don't know. They say we're too young and the pimps and the players say don't go crushing. Wise men say fools are rushing, but I don't know.
The rapper.
The first step pleases the Father might be the hardest to take, but when you come out of the water, I'm a believer, my heart is fleshy. Life is short with a temper, like Joe Pesci. They always come and sing your praises, your name is catchy, but they don't see you how I see you. Parlay and Desi, cross tween, Hesse. Hit the jet speed, when they get messy, go lefty, like Lionel Messi. Let's take a trip and get the Vespas, or rent a jet ski. I know the spots that got the best weed, we going next week. I wanna honor you. Rise groom, I'm my father's child. I know when the son takes the first step, the father's proud. If you make it to the water, he'll part the clouds. I know he made you a snack like Oscar Proud. Suffer it to be, so now gotta clean it up. Formalize the union and communion he could trust. I know I ain't leaving you like I know he ain't leaving us. I know we believe in God and I know God believes in us.
The way you hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, feel so holy, 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 holy. Oh God, running to the altar like a track star. Can't wait another second. Oh God, running to the altar like a track star. Can't wait another second. Oh God, running to the altar like a track star. Can't wait another second. 'Cause the way you hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, feel so holy.
Once upon a time, and I heard that I was ugly. Came from a chick who wanna touch. I said my face bomb, abs tight, rack stuck up, shack height, jury on me, flashlight. I've been listening since last night. Hit 'em with that good, make you wanna act right. Broke boys don't deserve no kitty. I know that's right. Big bag bustin' out the Bentley band, take a man Balenciaga brought it back. Know how I give it up. It's big bags bustin' out the Bentley band, take.
Astro, no. What you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too much, put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean. Ay, what you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too much, put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean. She say that I'm cool. I'm like, yeah, that's true. I believe in G-O-D, don't believe in T-H-O-T. She keep playing me dumb, I'm a player for fun. Y'all don't really know my mental, let me give you the picture like stencil. Falling out in a drought, no flow, rain wasn't pouring down. See, that pain was all around, see, my mode was kinda lounge. Didn't know which way to turn, flow was cool, but I still felt burned. Energy up, you can feel my surge, I'ma kill everything like this purge. Let's just get this straight for a second. I'ma work, even if I don't get paid for progression. I'ma get it. Everything that I do is electric. I'ma keep it in motion, keep it moving like kinetic. deflate. Let me elevate. This ain't a prank. Have you walking on a plank? Both hands together, God, let me pray. I been going right around, call that relay. Pass the baton, back in the mall, swimming in the pool, can't drink them all. When a piece of this, a piece of mine, my piece of sign. Can you please read between the lines? My rhymes inclined to break your spine. They say that I'm so fine. You could never match my grind. Please do not waste my time. What you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too much, put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean. Ay, what you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too much, put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean.
Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Mama, please don't worry about me. 'Cause I'm about to let my heart speak. Friends keep telling me to leave this.
Right now, coming up on 5 minutes out, Masters to the line.
Let's get down to business. Give you one more night.
Masters 45 plus to the line, which is actually up here. Come on up.
So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights.
Gentlemen, we are 4 minutes out. 4 minutes out. I'd like to be able to call our Masters a 45 plus to the line, scheduled for 35 minutes of racing, starting at 12:25. Free laps are over with 7 laps to go. No more free laps, 7 laps to go. And in a minute, you will get your final instructions from Steve once all the riders are up here. Once again, our field size increasing again as we are up to 25 riders in this main group. Over the course of some of the other races that have taken place, fastest times have been about 1 minute and 36 seconds per lap, or 1 minute and 32 seconds per lap. Masters will definitely be dropping that time down. And it's going to be a fast race, a quick race. 25 riders, again, scheduled for 35 minutes of racing. Final call, Masters to the line, please. So gentlemen, in our Masters 45 plus, we know you're older and more experienced, but I'm still going to point it out to you that the truss is behind you and the start finish line is up here. So keep that in mind when you're racing. Don't go for the bike throw back here, but go for the bike throw up here. Free laps are over with 7 laps to go. Once again, you're racing for 35 minutes. 35 minutes of racing. Your neutral pit is up there on the left. It's the black tent that says Volvo. Big thank you to Volvo Cycling Support and Jose Alcala, who does a fantastic job of making sure riders can get into the pit and out of the pit on time to have a chance to be able to finish their race. Coming up on 2 minutes, 2 minutes out. Also, your podium, top 3 immediately after your race for our Masters. Top 3 immediately after your race, which is right across from our announcing stage. In the meantime, category 3, 4, 5 women are 3, 4, 5 women who just raced. If you're top 3, make your way over to the podium area. 1 minute, 1 minute. Lead motorcycle's ready. Our pace car is ready. Riders, you will start on the whistle, and I'm going to give you a quick countdown right now, and we're going to go in 3, 2, 1. Off and running, our Masters 45 plus. Riders coming from Ohio, Tennessee, Georgia. Will Martin's out of Birmingham, Alabama, is our local. Oh, and I should have called him out. I didn't see him. Tony Esposito, a local rider from right here in Anniston. That's right. So this is his hometown race. Can't get any closer than that. So glad that Tony Esposito is able to make it out here, and we're going to find out how it goes during the rest of the day. 24 riders out on course as our Masters 45 Plus are underway. One of the most cagey riders out there and experienced riders out there. His name is Jamie Carney. Racing for Piedmont College, 53 years old, been an ex-professional, a former national champion also, is racing in this race. Texas Roadhouse Cycling, another rider out of Loveland, Ohio. Matt Bowl, very experienced, good rider. So riders completed lap number 1, and now they're about to complete lap number 2. We saw last lap Igor Rudolph in the blue jersey, right in the second position right there, the big blue jersey. Igor Rudolph attacking last lap. Now things being a little bit more calm as Steve Einger is on the front. In the meantime, my category 3, 4, 5 women like to be able to do our podium. So ladies and gentlemen, if I could bring your attention to the podium, the 3, 4, 5 for the race that just completed. Like to be able to call up, riding for Farrah Fox. It's a third place ride, Carly Cooper. Once again, your tiny Miss Alabama South Maybe giving out the awards. The silver medal ride, she made the breakaway, second in the sprint, racing for the shop racing. A great ride, Leah Jennis. And taking the win, riding for Levine Law Group, the fastest on the day, the untouchable Kate Seiler. Arms up in the air, arms in the air. It's a celebration for the Sunny King Criterium. It's 1, 2, and 3. Kate, Leah, and Carly. As a reminder for walking around, kids race, registration closes at 3 p.m. Grab your kid. 12 and under, you can do the running race or the bike race. Just head on over to Classic Guy Noble for the kids race for registration coming up a little bit later on. In the meantime, we completed 3 laps with our Masters of 45 plus. On the front right there is Tom Golden. Racing for Southern Velo, keeping it going. And just off the back, again, number 290. I don't have 290 on my list, so I'm not sure who that is. He's just kind of cruising back there. He's not losing ground, but he's not gaining ground. And again, when you're in the group, it's 30% easier because you're able to take advantage of the drafts. So if you can stay on the wheel, you can be in the draft, it's 30% easier. But right now, that rider in the red jersey is just more comfortable riding off the back of these other experienced professionals. Talk about some of these former national champions and former professionals, and I'm going off the front right now. Is that rider from Piedmont College, Jamie Carney on the attack. Coming off a win, he was just racing in Wisconsin for 1 week, called Tour of America's Dairyland. He took a race day win up there, and now trying to be able to come here and take a race win here in the very prestigious and nationwide known Sunny King Criterium.
Say what? That's the last one?
Last few laps have been about a minute and 30 seconds now. Look at the speed difference, a big difference. Riders splitting up, riders going everywhere. Panic mode, the alarm bell should be going off. Everybody's trying to be able to catch up with Jamie Carney, who started off that attack. Rodney Quinn doing a great job in the red jersey. He's the rider, just hanging on right in the back. Got to get on that wheel, take it a little bit easier, take advantage of that draft. So instead of just having one group, it was split up into about 4 different groups with about 2 seconds in between each group. And you can see that on the big screen TV as everybody's trying to be able to regain contact with the riders in front of them. Once again, Jamie Carney on the attack. Igor Rudula trying to be able to bring him back. When everybody knows your name, sometimes it's very hard to be able to get away. When you're marked the way Jamie Carney is, Marcos Fournier doing a great job of being able to mark the rest of those front riders. So here's an opportunity for the rest of the riders to catch up. The front guys spread out across the road. They're sat up. They're taking a breather. You can see it on the big screen. Nobody's riding on the front. They're all spread out across the road. They're all coasting, just kind of cruising. So a perfect opportunity for all of the riders that were off the back to be able to catch back up and get themselves back into that front group. Really looking like two riders marking each other very closely. If the green jersey goes, the blue jersey goes. If the blue jersey goes, the green jersey goes. So once again, Igor Rudolph and Jamie Carney off the front. Every time Jamie Carney has attacked, Igor Rudolph has gone after him. Igor Rudolph from the Team Type 1 Foundation out of Alpharetta, Georgia. Strong rider. So these two riders trying to be able to break away from the rest of the group. They're trying to make it into a two-person race, a two-man race, instead of having to deal with the other 18 riders in this group. So Carney and Rudolph are the two riders off the front right now with a quick glance over their shoulder, trying to see how big of a gap they have, how hard they have to go to be able to stay away from everybody else. Gentlemen, lap cards are up. 11 laps to go. It's 11 laps to go. Lap cards are up. Time gap right now sitting at about, I'd say 12 seconds. 12 seconds to the riders in front of you. 11 laps to go. Lap cards are up. 11 laps to go. Ten laps to go, 10 laps to go. Now this is a little bit interesting, as that is Tanovitsky. So Oleg Tanovitsky trying to be able to get up to our 2 leaders. That means there's going to be 2 teammates, the 2 guys in the blue jerseys. You saw Rudalev, I don't know what Rudalev is doing. Instead of going on the front, he should maybe sit up, make sure that Tanovitsky gets onto it, and maybe that's what it is right now. So Tanovitsky just making contact. So 2 riders from Team Type 1 in the front, along with the 1 rider in the green jersey going against Jamie Carney. The 3 of them with about a 5-second gap by the rest of the chasers. So I believe a 4th rider has got up there, Andy Lawfer from Giovanni's Tile Design out of Atlanta, Georgia, has managed to get into that group. So as you're looking down the road, it's going to be 4 riders. Those are your leaders: Jamie Carney, Andy Lawfer, Igor Rudalev, and Oleg Tanovetsky. Now Rudalev and Tanovetsky are the 2 riders in the blue jerseys, the dark blue jerseys. Carney's the rider in the green jersey. And then Lawfer is the rider in the very light blue helmet with the light blue and black. Lap cars are 8, gentlemen. Lap cars are 8. But that was a big, big effort by Andy Lawford to be able to get up there. Another rider trying to really go across. This is a big move. Matt Bolle, I talked about how strong he is. Talked about him earlier in the day. Matt Bolle trying to be able to get up to them. He's going to have to put his head down, and if the 4 riders realize that he's trying to come across, they're going to start riding, because the last thing they want is the Texas Roadhouse rider joining them. What a fantastic day. About 80 degrees, a little bit low humidity, clear skies. And we're back here in downtown Anniston, Alabama. Big thank you to the city of Anniston, Calhoun County Commission, the Calhoun County RMC Regional Medical Center, and many of our other sponsors. And there's Sunny King. There's our Sunny King Ford Mustang going through from the Sunny King Automotive Group. And here's our race leaders coming through. 7 laps to go, 7 laps to go. Current riders out on course right now, seeing they come around to be 6 laps to go. Next up, Masters 35 plus. Category 1, 2, 3, 4, Masters 35 plus, scheduled for 1:10 p.m. and we're on time. Registration Classic on Noble, and after our Masters 35 plus, we'll be moving on to our Category 3-4 men, scheduled for 2 o'clock. And just after that will be our kids race coming up in a little bit. Again, you have a running race and a bike race. 12 and under, got to register by 3 p.m. at the Classic on Noble. It's open and welcome to all. So 4 race leaders, 6 laps to go, 6 laps to go. Now it's a lot of strategy. It's a lot of thinking. It's a thinking person's game right now. As they need to figure out how to be able to get rid of one of these riders or both of these riders, because Jamie Carney is a very good sprinter. The rider in the green jersey, very fast, a good sprinter. A couple of the other guys are stronger. They're able to go off from a long ways, like a Rudolph or Tanovitsky. So everybody's got strengths and weaknesses, and they have to figure out how to take advantage of the teammates and take advantage of the course. The little uphill will provide an opportunity for some riders to be able to attack, and other riders are going to want to sit in and save it all for the sprint. Gentlemen, 6 to go, 6 to go. Five to go, 5 to go, 5 laps to go. For the last 7 laps, it's been 4 riders, and it's still 4 riders. Nobody's been able to get away from each other, but then again, nobody has attacked. Nobody's taken a chance. Nobody's gone up the road. 2 laps to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. 2 laps to go, 2 laps to go. There's lap counters on the start line. The guy's yelling at me how many laps to go. And big digital clock sitting right there showing a big number 2. And that's the other thing. Last time, a lot of riders when they're out there, they'll have friends, they'll have family, they'll have directors telling them what the time gap is, how far to go, all that kind of information. So I'm glad to help out and let them know it's 2 laps to go. I guarantee he's going to know when it's 1 lap to go, because that's when we're going to be ringing the bell. And of course, the bell always indicates last lap. But in the meantime, 2 to go, 2 to go. Matt Bowl going through right there. Unofficially 5th place on the road. He was not able to catch the leader, so he's pretty much in no man's land. All riders 2 laps to go. All riders 2 laps to go. Look at the 2 blue jerseys. They're dominating the front. They're trying to take control of the front. Again, Rudolph and Tanavitsky. Both of them teammates on Team Type 1. Coming up through the uphill. It's 1 to go. You hear that? It's bell lap. It's 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. 1 lap to go. Sitting on, getting a free ride is Tanavitsky sitting in 2nd place. So it looks like Rudolph sacrificing himself, keeping the pace high. But it is a long lap. Jamie Carney looking very comfortable sitting in 3rd position in the green jersey, and just behind him is Andy Laufer. They've gone through turn number 1. They've gone through turn number 2. Now they're on the downhill. 1 to go, 1 to go. All riders, 1 lap to go. Both of those riders from Team Type 1 Foundation Alpha out of Alpharetta, Georgia. Rudolph continues to be on the front. Jamie Carney locking in, just getting onto his drops, getting ready to be able to handle this. Rudolph continuing, trying to be able to set up Tanavitsky. Tanavitsky sitting in that 2nd position, and they come around the corner. Tanavitsky going from a long ways out. Look at this. Jamie Carney did not even get out of the saddle until he's ready to launch his sprint. Jamie Carney in the green and white jersey now launching his sprint. It seems to be only Andy Laufer trying to be able to challenge him, but it's going to be Jamie Carney, your winner of the Sunny King Criterium, unofficially in front of Andy Laufer, and then Oleg Tanavitsky and Igor Rudolph. That's Igor, fantastic job sacrificing himself, keeping that lead out going, trying to set up his teammate as our top 4 have come across the line. All done, all riders all done. Once again, all riders finish on the same lap. Now waiting for Matt Bowl, the rider from Texas Roadhouse, which I think is going to be unofficially 5th place in the race. We're about 10 minutes out. 10 minutes out. Course is still closed also for our 35 plus. Here's our Texas Roadhouse rider, I believe unofficially 5th. Again, Matt Bowl, congratulations. Nice ride. All riders are done. All riders are done. That's right. Finally, a time to coast. Sprint for some of the later places coming all the way down for the bike throw. That is a 1 by Constantin. Chris Constantin out of Alpharetta taking that. Congratulations. Also finishing up a great race, Charles McCain, and just behind him is Robert Rogan. The entire Rogan family is a racing family. Norman Brookins winning that small one-on-one match, and then Michael Twigg from Harper Auto finishing up. If you go the direction of the course 35 plus, you guys can go do a lap if you'd like to. The course is open, Masters 35 plus. If you'd like to be able to go the direction of the course, you're welcome to do that. All other riders are finished. All riders are finished. As we're waiting for our next event coming up at 1:10 p.m. So it's about 10 minutes out, 45 minutes of racing for our next race.
While you may not be a pediatric surgeon volunteering your topiary talents at a children's hospital, your life is just as unique. Your Raymond James financial advisor gets to know you, your passions, and the way you give back, so you can live your life. That's life well planned.
From sunup to sundown, Sparklight provides you with gig speeds over our fast and reliable fiber-rich network, powering all your family's devices throughout the day. And with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi coverage guaranteed, even from home, you can live life at gig speed.
Sunny King Automotive Group is celebrating 100 years in Anniston. Please join us in marking our centennial anniversary in our hometown. From all of us at Sunny King Ford, Sunny King Honda, and Sunny King Toyota, we thank you for 100 years, and we look forward to many, many more. Sunny King Automotive Group, serving Greater Calhoun County since 1922.
All right, Ryan, you can do one more lap, about one more lap. You're welcome to do one more lap, then we're going to be lining you up. You're welcome to line up right now if you'd like also, or you can take one more lap. "35 plus to the line." And if you're riding, you're welcome to stop at that start line. 35 plus to the line for our next event as we get ready. 5 minutes out, 5 minutes. So once again, calling our masters 35 plus to the line. Seventeen riders on the start line, a pretty small field for our Masters 35 plus. 17. Coming out of Birmingham, Alabama, Joseph Thomas is here. Dang, I just noticed Rudalev and Tanabatsky, you guys are glutton for punishment. Round number 2, I like it. And you didn't even sit in the first race to be able to stay rested for the second race. Just putting the screws to everyone and gonna try and do it again here in our 35 plus race. 17 riders to the start line, a final call, Masters 35 plus as we get ready for 45 minutes of racing. So once again, for our Masters, your podium will take place immediately following your race. Top 3 Masters 35 plus, your podium will take place immediately following your race. Also, gentlemen, your start-finish line is where you are standing. It's not where the truss is. You see behind you is the truss. Your start-finish line is here. Your pit is up there where the black tent is on the left-hand side. So 7 laps to go, no more free laps. No more free laps, just 7 laps to go. You cannot ride backwards on the course. You can cut across the course to be able to get to the pit and then get yourselves back in the race for contention. 17 riders, 45 minutes of racing. This is gonna be a tough race. Not a lot of room to be able to sit in and kind of be able to follow those wheels around. So final call, 35 plus to the line as we are coming up on 2 minutes. 2 minutes out to the race start. Matt, you're going again too. You're going again, Matt. Yeah. Too much beer last night. Or no, when you registered, it was too much beer the night before when you registered. It's like, I'm gonna do all these races. Yeah. Sounded good at the time. Yeah, then you went out and did solo in the middle of no man's land for an entire race. Gentlemen, 1 minute, 1 minute. And then once you're done, you're able to go and walk around, get yourself something to eat and drink in the Noble Street Festival. The 19th year of the Sunny King Criterium, and just as many with the Noble Street Festival, a grand celebration here in Anniston over the July 4th weekend. Welcome all the riders and all the visitors as we're getting down pretty much to the final 5 races as our 35 plus are getting ready for their start. Gentlemen, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Riders, if you're ready or not, it doesn't really matter because we're gonna blow the whistle. I'm gonna count you down and get ready to start. 3, 2, 1. Blow that whistle. You forgot about it. So riders off on time at 1:10 p.m. 45 minutes of racing. It's our Masters 35 Plus. I talked about there's probably about 5 riders that just raced in the race previously, and now they've come back and decided to be able to race again in this race. Nice combination of riders coming from Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina, Ohio. A couple riders from Ohio coming all the way down to participate in the Sonny King Criterium. Big thank you to Sonny King and their presenting sponsorship. The Sonny King Automotive Group, a longtime sponsor. We have Sonny King Ford, Sonny King Honda, Sonny King Toyota, all since 1922 when it first started with the Honda store. Plus looking for our podium. Jamie Carney and Andy Lawford. Jamie Carney, Andy Lawford. Never mind. I said never mind because 3 of the top 4 riders in the previous race, 3 of them are all racing in this race. So can't really have a podium with nobody. Riders all bunched together as they're on the backstretch right now, heading down towards turn number 3. Talked about many riders. It was from Tanovitsky, Rudalev, Laufer. Trying to see what other riders. Also Rogan. So it's about 5 riders that raced in the race just before this one that have then signed up, doubled up, and are racing again. 17 riders out on course and are 35 plus, trying to be able to see who can separate themselves from everybody else. Riders all together right now coming across, leading that Derek Van Hoos out of Montgomery, Ohio. Just off the back, got to get on there, put the head down. Robert Rogan doing a good job. We talked about him riding his second race. Going through turn number 1, the group all together, a lot of coasting, a lot of looking around, a lot of shoulder turning as they're trying to see who's going to be able to come up to the front. 45 minutes of racing. It's the longest event we've had so far today. As our riders right now battling a little bit hotter temperatures than we had this morning. Temperatures hovering just over 80 degrees.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. A singer in a smoky room, the smell of wine and cheap perfume. For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. Their shadows searching in the night. Streetlights, people
Very nice. Thank you.
Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Streetlight people. Don't stop believing. Hold on. Streetlight people. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that
Riders right now coming through. 45 minutes of racing. We haven't switched over to laps yet. 3 riders trying to be able to break away, trying to get a little bit of a gap. It looks like about 3 seconds opening up. 2 riders in chase mode right now. Got our 3 riders. That gap of 3 seconds has expanded. Now got to cut to the other side. These guys can't make up their mind which way the wind is coming. Normally you hug one side of the barrier or the other. Heard between turns 3 and 4, it's a little bit of a headwind, so maybe that's why they're hugging down that left-hand side. But 3 riders now separating themselves with about a 5-second gap. Rest of the riders trying to be able to chase them down as our main chasers are still all together. So right now in that front group, Noah Kinney out of Nashville, Tennessee. Michael Zinkan out of Noonan, Georgia, and Brad Parkerson. So a 3-rider break. Kinney, Zinkan, and Parkerson. Gentlemen, 10 laps to go. Lap cards are up, lap cards are up, lap cards are up. You have about 6-second gap, 10 laps to go. 3 riders just in front of you, 10 laps to go. Oh, this is a big move here. Look at the strength coming out of Brian Funston. Going across that gap. like it's nothing. He hit the nitrous button and it's activated right now as he's flying across that gap, looking over his shoulder. Nobody seems to be able to stay on his wheel. Funston right now bridging up to our 3 leaders as Kinney, Zenkin, and Parkinson could be on their last pedal strokes of staying in that breakaway by themselves. I hope everybody's enjoying the Noble Street Festival and the Sunny King Criterium. As a reminder, the kids race. If you're 12 and under, you can do a kids race, a running race, or a bike race. 12 and under, registration is inside the Classic on Noble, which has that black awning. And as a reminder, registration closes at 3 p.m. So 4:45 and 5:35 are the running time and the biking time. Registration closes at 3. It's the YMCA bike race. Big thank you to the YMCA for helping to promote the kids running and cycling.
Strange lady, she made me nervous. She took me in and gave me breakfast.
Who's ready for 7 laps to go? Well, I know the riders are. 7 laps to go, 7 laps to go. Coming through on the front, Derek Van Hoos. He was the rider that was bridging across that gap before. Brad Parkinson now wanted to be left out. He was in the breakaway originally. Now he's trying to put himself back into the breakaway. So Van Hoos leads him through there. Parkinson just behind them. 7 laps remaining. flying around this race course. Fastest lap times we've had so far in any event of the day, and that's our Masters 35 plus. Hey, maybe. With you having the title of Miss Alabama, with you having the title of Tiny Miss Alabama South, I'm curious, how many crowns do you have at home? Just one, or do you have 2 crowns, or do you have 3 crowns? No, give me numbers. Hold up your hands and show me. I can't hear you. What? Oh, is that 3? You have 3 crowns? I can't hear you. You need to use your hands. Oh, 21 crowns? Or 12 crowns? 21 crowns. That's a lot. How many years have you had this title? Oh, it's your first year. I got a feeling you like having this title, don't you? Pretty fun. Good for you. Good for you. Hey, you have the rest of the field coming up behind you, so please be aware of that as Strickland goes through. And any type of breakaway has been reeled back in. It's one group right now. 5 to go, gentlemen. 5 laps to go. 6 riders, and then the rest of the riders about to latch back on. So that's a nice effort by the second group to be able to not lose contact with our 6 riders right now. A lot of coasting going around turn number 1. This is perfect for the 4 riders trying to be able to latch back on. So our 6 riders could turn back into a group of 10 as they come around turn number 2. Rider seeing 4 laps to go, and this is a little bit of a surprise. One rider going off all by himself. Almost the biggest gap we've seen so far. Oh, and it's Matt Bull. Once again, he raced earlier. He raced in the race before this. Now he's racing again, but now striking out on his own. Matt Bull on the chase. Brad Parkerson riding on the front. This is a tough, tough way to be able to win a bike race. As Bull has struck out with 4 laps to go. Matt Bull racing for Texas Roadhouse Cycling out of Loveland, Ohio on his 2nd race of the day. Tainted love, tainted me, baby, tainted love. Touch me, baby, tainted love. Tainted love. Tainted love.
I got my first real six-string. Bought it at the five and dime. Played it till my fingers bled. Was the summer of '69. Me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard. Jimmy quit, Jody got married. Should've known we'd never get far.
Time to make some noise. Come on, cheer him on. It's his second race of the day. He's trying to win. It's 3 laps to go. Matt Bull going away alone. The hardest part of the race course, obviously, is on this uphill going toward turn number 1. The fastest part on the backstretch. That's Rudalev, Igor Rudalev on the front. It's that dark blue jersey, which we saw in our previous race of the 45 plus. Rudalev swings off, waiting to see if anybody else is going to come by. This is good for Matt Bull. He wants everybody to start coasting. Nobody wants to do the work, and it works out perfectly for the rider racing for Texas Roadhouse. Riders seeing 2 laps to go, and they've all been brought back together right now on the front. Funston and Parkerson sitting in second and third. Very tactical race. Different riders striking out, trying to be able to break away. Other riders responding and bringing them back in. For 45 minutes they've been trying to get away from each other. For 45 minutes they've been attacking each other. Nothing has worked, and it's bell lap. It's 1 lap to go. 1 to go, 1 to go. Bell lap, 1 lap to go. Noah Kinney sitting on the back right now. He made the breakaway earlier along with Zinkan and Parkerson, but Kinney right now sitting on the back. Look at the coasting going around. A lot of strategy right now. Nobody wants the front, especially on that downhill. And again, going between turns 3 and 4, a little bit of a headwind coming through turns 3 and 4 as they turn towards the final sprint up this climb. Make your way to the barriers, because now is the moment. Riders coming out of the final turn. The sprint is on. It's a mad dash to the line. Trying to be able to get to that start-finish line. No breakaway has been able to stay away, and it's going to be the Speedsters that take it on today, and that is going to go to Van Hoos. So Derek Van Hoos, unofficially your winner. And unofficially, I have Eric Nelson from Velovit finishing up second place. Matt, nice ride out there, giving it a shot to be able to go away, but congratulations. You're 35 plus. Going to Derek Van Hoos.
While you may not be a pediatric surgeon volunteering your topiary talents at a children's hospital, your life is just as unique. Your Raymond James financial advisor gets to know you, your passions, and the way you give back, so you can live your life. That's life well planned.
From sunup to sundown, Sparklight provides you with gig speeds over our fast and reliable fiber-rich network, powering all your family's devices throughout the day. And with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi coverage guaranteed, even from home, you can live life at gig speed.
Sunny King Automotive Group is celebrating 100 years in Anniston. Please join us in marking our centennial anniversary in our hometown. From all of us at Sunny King Ford, Sunny King Honda, and Sunny King Toyota, we thank you for 100 years, and we look forward to many, many more. Sunny King Automotive Group, serving Greater Calhoun County since 1922.
top 3 from our previous race to the podium area. Podium coming up as we're looking for our top 3 in our 35 plus. I've already got one.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Once again, 35 plus to our podium area.
Dancing, you know it, baby. Tell me your troubles and doubts. Giving me everything inside and out. And love is strange, so real in the dark. Think of the tender things that we were working on. Slow change may pull us apart. When the light gets in your heart, baby, don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. Will you stand above me? Look my way, never love me. Rain keeps falling down, down, down. Will you recognize me? Call my name or walk on by. Rain keeps falling down, 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 down. Try and pretend it's my feeling. Will win and I
Yeah, going through it.
harm you or touch your defenses.
35 plus if you're ready for our podium. We got 3 guys over there. All right.
You forget about me. I'll be alone.
So ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for our Masters 35 plus podium. Presenting our medals, Mavie, your tiny Miss Alabama South. And for 3rd place, I'd like to be able to call up Bryant Funston.
Forget about me. Don't you forget about me. As you walk on by, will you come by?
Funston out of Tennessee
As you walk on
with the bronze medal ride. In the silver medal position, he races for Velovit, Eric Nelson. And your winner on the day with a fantastic sprint coming out of Montgomery, Ohio. This is Derek Van Hoos.
will you walk on by? Come on, will you come on?
1, 2, and 3 on the day. Derek Van Hoos, Eric Nelson, and Bryant Funston. Congratulations to our Masters 35 Plus, the Sunny King Criterium winners.
Turned away from it all like a blind man. Sat on the fence, but it don't work.
Keep coming up with love, but it's so slashed and torn. Insanity, loves under pressure, we're breaking.
Can we give ourselves one more chance? Why can't we give love that one more chance? Why can't we give love, give love, give love, give love, give love, give love, give love?
'Cause love's such an old-fashioned word, and love dares you to care for the people on the edge of the night, and love dares you to change our way of caring about ourselves. This is our last dance. This is our last dance. This is ourselves. Under pressure. Under pressure. Pressure.
Gentlemen, category 3-4 men. 5 minutes out. 5 minutes out to our race start. 3-4 men to the line. 50 riders on the start line. Category 3-4 men. Our next race, getting ready for 40 minutes of racing. Live web stream will be starting up in just a little bit. Big thank you to Sparklight and Alabama Power. Title sponsor, Sonny King Automotive Group. Raymond James. Also, Moore Painting Company. And our great introduction registration packet pickup and dinner at NEBA, Northeast Alabama Bicycle Association. As we have our largest field so far on the start line. 50 riders for our category 3-4 races. The bells are tolling. 2 p.m. on the dot. 5 minutes out to our race start. So category 3-4 men, I have one $100 preem. for you guys that I'm gonna ring at some point. So whoever wins it, come up here and find me, because I have your money. All right, so keep that in mind. Second thing is, you see where the truss is, and you see where the start-finish line is. Do not sprint for where the truss is, sprint where the start-finish line is. Keep that in mind as you're going around. Free laps are over with 7 laps to go. No more free laps with 7 laps to go. The pit is just up the road on your left-hand side. It's where the black tent is that says Volvo on it. Big thank you to Volvo Cycling Support and Jose Alcala doing a fantastic job. If you have a mechanical or a flat, you are not allowed to ride backwards on the course, but you can cut the course. In other words, you can cut straight across to be able to get to the pit. Just do not ride backwards on the course. Coming up now, still 3 minutes out to the race start. 3 minutes. Last call to the start line. Last call as we're getting ready for our 2:05 start. Category 3-4 men. Category 3-4, all riders should be on the start line. 40 minutes of racing. Gentlemen, afterwards, your podium will take place immediately after your race. Top three immediately after your race also. Category 3-4s, let me check this really quick. Got a couple juniors. Oh, Preston, you're back. Where's Preston again? Oh, going out for round 2. So Preston I, one of the juniors, along with Corin Hendricks.
Amateur racing taking place all day here at the Sunny King Criterium as we welcome back Lauren Hall in the commentary booth, getting ready for our men's Category 3-4 race. This is always fun to watch the amateur races before the pros. Nice little warm-up before we get to the premier events of the evening, starting with the kids races, of course, and then our pro women and pro men. So Category 3-4, this is kind of right in the middle. These are basically mid-level amateurs, I guess. We used to have a Category 5. Now it's called novice. Then you go to a Category 4, onto a Category 3 from there, and then a 2-1 in professional. So you didn't spend much time, I would imagine, as a Category 3-4 rider. I imagine you made it through the ranks pretty quickly.
I did, but you know, this is such a good spot to learn, and staying in the 3-4s and then category going up into the pro category. This is where this is where you learn so much. This is where I clipped my first pedal. You know, this is where you learn how to see if you're a sprinter or not. You know, this is where you really cut your chops, is in the 3-4s. So yeah, this is great racing, and then it leads into tonight, into the pro categories, and who doesn't want to watch the pros?
And all the respect in the world to these riders getting out here. This has to be tough to prepare with the pandemic, not knowing when we were going to race again. A lot of these riders are looking at training a year out, so this is not an easy event to target.
Yeah, for sure. It does take a little while to get the race legs under you. Usually this race is earlier in the year, and you've had a couple of races to gear up for something like today. But having the sprint in your legs, not necessarily. And we've seen these guys out here already, and gals, really giving it. So having the sprint legs, it kind of takes a bit to come around.
The course is ready and prepared. Our pace car is ready. Our motorcycle referees.
All right, final checks underway here on the line. Pre-race nerves getting shaken out a little bit. This never gets easier, does it, before the start, or does it as a professional? I mean, does it feel like another day at work after you've done it 1,000 times?
It does get easier, but I'm not going to tell these guys that.
It is our Category 3-4 men as we are underway with the Sunny King Criterium.
All right, so Category 3-4 is rolling. I would imagine we'll probably see some splits in this group. I've been watching just a little bit of the racing in the truck earlier today. It seems like a lot of attempts at an attack here, but this uphill finish coming to the line, really bumpy. It's tough to get away. It sucks the power right out from underneath you. So that'll be tough to get away. But if they can get organized, good chance we see a split here.
Well, and we can feel out here, but what you can't see on TV is there's quite a breeze. So through corners 1 and 2, and then if there's a headwind, and then coming through 3 and 4, there's a bit of a tailwind. So and it's kind of just jumbling up a little bit here within the buildings, on the straightaways. So that's not so much a factor, but when you're going uphill, like you said, Brad, through the start-finish, and you make that left-hand turn, if you're out there solo, it's not nice feeling that headwind in your face.
We did have some question about the change from our normal dates in sort of early mid-April to the July 4th weekend, although I got to say, all things considered, the way that this weather could have been in Alabama in the middle of the summer, got to be pretty happy with the way things are today as a bike racer.
And how about yesterday, all the storms, and we, thank goodness, have a beautiful blue sky day today and a clear course, dry course. That makes a lot of difference as well.
Look at this already, starting to split up and string out on the back. I don't know if you've ever been in this situation before where 1 lap in or 2 laps in, you start to realize, like, I might be in a little more trouble than I thought. I might be in over my head here.
It's like, come on, guys, can't we get a little bit of a warm-up?
Yeah.
But, hey, that's, again, that's kind of learning and knowing your strengths and weaknesses and knowing that you're going to kind of ride into this race a little bit and having the confidence to, okay, so you get off the back a little bit and, it's just the first couple laps, some pre-race nerves. People want to settle things out. So, you can come back. So probably not too big of a rush back here.
Yeah, just got to hang in there for the first 10 or so minutes. And I would say that's probably more prevalent in the lower categories. The Category 3-4 races, I think you start to see less experience, I guess, riders starting to jump out a little bit.
Yeah, like you were talking about pre-race nerves. That does get easier, but everybody's always nervous pre-race. So, yeah, it is. It takes like a good 10 minutes just to warm up.
You can see riders already starting to pop out a little bit, make their moves up to the front here. Beautiful images from our Sparklight live stream today. They did a really good job with these cameras. It's nice to be able to see these riders up close and personal. For everyone watching at home, you get to kind of see their faces, see the expression out there. So really love these shots here in Anniston. Where do you want to be right now? If you're coaching a 3-4 rider out there, what do you tell them right now? You want to be mid-pack, front, hanging on the back? Oh. Hate to see this. I saw a rider starting to deviate a little bit. That usually means they're starting to pile up in the corners.
I think that's just part of, again, pre-race nerves. That these categories, you're still learning how to race your bike a little bit. So, if I'm a coach, I'm definitely talking to my athletes, saying, "Hey, be up in the top 20, top 30, not on the front."
Is that why? I mean, is avoiding crashes a part of it?
For sure, avoiding crashes, and also the slingshot effect, of the slinky effect, whatever you want to call it. Anybody breaks in the corners or attacks out of the corners, you're not going to feel that. If you're in the back, you're not going to feel that for, a couple of seconds. And then by the time you do feel it, you got to make up double the time and double the effort to even get back to those wheels.
Yeah, the braking stacks. It gets worse and worse as you go further back in the group. If it's just a few wheels in front of you, you only have to grab a little bit of brake, but by the time that gets to the back, just like traffic jam on the freeway. I mean, the exact same way that stop-and-go traffic happens, it's always at the back. Let's see if we can figure out what happened. Some riders going down here. Not sure if our cameras up front caught it. It's going to be right up against the outside of the turn. And there it is, right there, bottom right of the screen. You can see that's probably grabbing too much front brake. I think maybe that rider saw something in front of him that scared him a little bit, tried to get off the line as quickly as possible and did it a little too fast.
Yeah, that or even trying to pedal too soon. That'll also, but yeah, maybe it was just a front brake slip out. Yeah.
It looks like our medical team on site tending to everybody, making sure everyone's okay, and I'm sure we'll get that fencing straightened out as well.
Yeah, got a couple of the guys in the neutral support getting ready to get back into the race.
Yeah, we'll see this, I think, a lot throughout the afternoon. Hopefully not as much in the pro races. The good news is there are some slower corners on this one. There's really only, I guess, 2 really high-speed corners that you have to worry about, coming out of turn 1 and turn 2. Turns 3 and 4, a little bit slower, maybe? Turn 3 and 4 faster.
Yeah, turns 3 and 4 faster for sure. 1 and 2, nice and slow, uphill, no problem. It's always the race to 3. And then if you get through 3, then you got to pedal a couple more times, make it through 4, and then the uphill drag to the sprint.
Free coaching from Lauren Hall on today's live stream.
Small feat. Today's
Note
special.
that one down. I hope some of our later category riders are watching. But it looks like a few riders trying to take advantage of a little bit of chaos in the field. These four got a little bit of a split going. Figure out who these guys are, although it'll probably change by the time we figure it out.
Yeah. It's good to see the Piedmont College kids out here giving it a go.
I've seen a few of the Piedmont kids. I think both collegiate racers and supporters of the program as well.
And we saw their coach, Jamie Carney, earlier today pulling off a victory. I'm sure he had a lot to say to the athletes to give them some coaching advice as well.
Oh man, this one is falling apart quickly. A lot of riders realizing they might be in a little bit of trouble. And here we go. This is what we were just talking about. Riders coming out of the Volvo neutral support pit. See the mechanic with the wheel in the air alerting the riders that there's riders coming in, and then the official going to let them in. TJ Grove and Jose Alcala down in the pits today.
So the great thing about the pit is that those two guys will be there to basically help anybody. They are neutral support. So they'll do their best to give the bike a look, because once you've crashed, you're probably not so much in your right mind. But you're looking after yourself. They can look after the bike for you, and then help you calm down and get back into the race.
Whichever don't have it up high. So go ahead and do it.
A little bit of a problem there. Ken Thomas going to the pit. Plenty of time, so take your time.
I'm sure you worked with Jose plenty in the neutral pit, even when you were on the teams with mechanics and trucks that traveled. Sometimes just need the neutral support mechanics.
Well, also you could go to them pre-race and just give your bike a look. If you're here solo, or your mechanic's busy, or you just need something a little done to your bike, or just a quick look after, those guys can help you even pre-race.
It looks like these riders coming back together here after a brief attempt. They are ringing up a $100 cash cream on the line next time through. Now, this will go to the winner of the lap here. It has nothing to do with the race finish. It is for this lap and this lap only. And our stage announcer, Frank Andreu, gets to pick when you ring the cream. That's one of the best parts about being the announcer. You have a brief, fleeting moment of feeling like you have some power.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I think Frankie's got a lot of power up here. And what's so great is I was sitting here, and there was a gentleman that came up and had cold hard cash in his hand.
Nice.
And he's like, this is what I want to do. I want to give this money. So if anybody else wants to come out today and donate to some preem prizes for these guys and gals coming up later, more the merrier.
Yeah, I know we had Tish Kelly out raising some money for our pro races. She's going to be throwing some preems out there later tonight. It'll make things interesting for sure.
Yeah, she's got some really good sponsors to back her up, and I think they just want to see some good racing and support the women's field as much as possible.
All right, so we'll watch this lap as, again, first rider across next time through, taking home $100. Free and clear, cold hard cash. You can pull over right now and come up to the stage and get your money from Frankie if you want, although I think most riders will try and stay in here. So the race to the line really happens. You were telling me turn 3 is kind of the race to the race, and then out of turn 4, but still long drag. I mean, where do you want to be out of that turn 4?
Not on the front.
Yeah.
If you have a good lead out, here we go. You want to be at least second wheel.
Got Jaden Grimes on that one. The Piedmont jersey out of Demarest, Georgia, wearing number 311. Went to the line with one other rider, but Grimes held it out.
Gonna need a little bit of cash for school, maybe.
Yeah, I would imagine that's going to be easy to make the mistake of being too close to the front out of the last corner.
Oh, yeah. When you're a sprinter and you can see the finish line. But the good thing about a Criterium is that you do so many laps and you can see this line over and over. And again, going back to watching these earlier races, Frankie is having to tell all these athletes, this is where the sprint line is. This is the start-finish line, not where the truss is, where the line is, actually. So, again, just that mental note of knowing exactly where that line is. Yeah, you want to come out of this corner at least second wheel, maybe even third.
There are a lot of things like that in bike racing that are just little things that you don't realize you need until you need them, like the fact that the line might be a little bit past the start-finish arch. When free laps expire is always a classic one. Where the pit is, I see a lot of riders come up to the stage when we're doing PA announcing. You know, they've just crashed, and it's like, where's the pit? Where's the pit? Last thing you need is more stress in that situation. So just where's medical? Where's registration? Where's my payout? All that kind of stuff. You want to make sure you get those instructions beforehand so you're a little more dialed in on race time.
Exactly. Just knowing where those things are is one less thing to think about when your VO2 max is full gas.
You can even see a little bit of the heat coming off the pavement with this shot on the way up. And you can see the rise. It kind of flattens out a little bit in the last, 50 meters maybe.
I was talking to a racer earlier on how rough the pavement is. We haven't really seen any of these guys post up, I say, hands off the bars, when they win. It's definitely hang on to your handlebars from the last corner all the way to the finish. It's just a little rough.
There's also a brick crossing. A lot of the crosswalks here in Anniston are laid brick into the blacktop. So that gets a little bumpy, and there is one basically 10 feet before the finish line as the riders come across Noble and 11th here, where we are in downtown Anniston. So I know I saw Jamie Carney trying to post up. He did his best, but he had to get back on the bars pretty quickly.
He did.
Seems like we're losing one or two riders off the back just about every lap, getting popped.
Yeah, again, what we can't see on TV is when it goes hard, it's very hard to hold those wheels. But again, we can't tell that, but definitely as a racer, you know that.
And once you come off a group like this, your day's pretty much done, right?
There's no coming back. Pretty much done. Again, we go back to that headwind through turns 1 and 2. Yep. That just kills you off if there's any gap.
You can see how the shape changed this time through as they go single file on the way up here. Part of that is because they're dealing with the wind and the uphill, obviously, but I think these guys on the front did step on the gas a little bit this time through. You never want to find yourself behind the moto official. You're in trouble if the motorcycle's in front of you. You want to have the Sonny King Ford pace car in front of you. You never want to have that motorcycle in front of you.
Motorcycle's coming around, you might as well exit stage left.
Yeah. And a lot of riders will double up. A lot of these races, you can race as a master and with your category, and so sometimes you'll see riders say, hey, had a bad start, didn't have a good first race. I'll reset and reload for the second race of the day.
Yeah, we saw that earlier in the Team Type 1 team. Two of these guys just basically went back-to-back racing.
Rider moving up to the front. See a bandage on his left arm. That is ominous. I don't know if I would want to be near a bandaged rider, although it only takes one mistake. I think a lot of these riders just get caught up in other riders' mistakes when they go down in the crash, right? It's never you. It's always the rider in front of you. It's always someone around you that wipes out.
Hopefully. Yeah, this is when you see somebody like this, he's already got bandages on, so maybe he learned his lesson from last time, or maybe.
Do you stay away from a rider like that when you see bandages?
Not necessarily.
Like when I see time trial bars on the group ride, I'm out.
Yeah.
Like I'm far away from that.
That's a different scenario, but yes, in that case, I especially on a group ride, I'm not too keen on that. Or just give a little more space. But now, see, this guy, he's got bandages on. I'm going to be okay being on his wheel. Now, if he had just crashed and he has exposed wounds, then I'm going to avoid this individual because they've crashed. They're probably already a bit unstable.
Yeah.
I mean, the chances of them coming back, and then they're probably not going to be near as strong as they would have been if they hadn't crashed.
Do you learn how to get better after a crash? I mean, did you get better at crashing as a professional?
Yeah, I guess that's an interesting question. I don't know if you get any better at it. You become more aware of when it's about to happen or when it happens.
So you get better at not crashing.
Noodling.
Maybe. Yeah.
Like literally.
And that's one of the, we hear that a lot. A lot of coaches say, you know, the worst thing you can do is put your arms out because that's how you break your collarbone. The shot goes up your wrist, through your elbow and up to your shoulder, and then the collarbone is sort of the first thing to break. That's why we see a lot of broken collarbones in bike racing.
And I don't know if you'll believe this or not, but I would actually go out into a grassy field with my helmet and shoes on, put my bike down, and practice rolling around on the ground.
Really?
Yeah, it simulates crashing because your helmet, it just adds this weird shell to your head. And so when you fall on asphalt at 20 miles an hour, you got to learn how to like stop, drop, and roll. Remember that in school?
Sure. Just let it go.
Yes.
Looks like one rider taking a little look off the front here, hoping to get some help. Oh, I think that might be a teammate up on the front of the field. Nice little show of blocking here in the 3-4 race. The old Saturn sit-up here.
That's what he's doing. I hope he's just not riding back to his
awesome.
teammate.
Too bad he left his friend out there all by himself.
Yeah.
Would have liked to have seen some riders with him up there.
Got one trying to come across.
All right, so this is going to be Zach McCullough out of Fort Mill, South Carolina, going solo off the front.
We got a Fount rider trying to bridge across to him.
Yeah, that's Philip Raschke, number 327 in the sort of greenish jerseys. Man, what a program Fount has come on as. I guess it's over the last few years because I've really gotten to know them really just over the last year and a half of racing. I mean, we saw an incredible performance from them at Nationals down in Knoxville, and I've been seeing a lot more of their jerseys out at these amateur races as well.
And I figured they were a West Coast team, so it's nice to have a couple of these guys here.
I think the problem is we just don't get west enough. I don't do enough West Coast races maybe to see the Fount jerseys. It's tough to travel. It's so nice to see so many different states represented on this start list. I mean, the work that goes into just getting to a bike race is pretty incredible, especially if you're flying. You got to box the bike up. You got to deal with the check-in agent trying to get it checked in, trying to convince them that it's not a bike.
Exactly.
Did you ever have a favorite go-to when you were checking a bike on the airlines?
Okay, so what Brad is talking about is it is usually very expensive to pay for a bicycle to fly with one. It's usually
like $300 expensive.
Yeah, at least $250 is what I remember last time from United. And when you put that bike up on the scale and they say, "Oh, is this a bike?" You say, "Well, it's bike parts." Sometimes I've gotten away with that if I didn't want to lie because somebody's watching. Santa's always watching, Brad. Or I would say it is a massage table.
Yep.
Or
heard that one a lot.
What was the other one?
Did you ever do art?
Art?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's a painting.
No.
Nice size box for a painting, right? Looks like you would have it kind of crated up. I've heard that from a few
nice.
riders.
Or
piece of art.
Convention equipment. Every once in a while, you can get away with that.
Go into the local trade show.
Yeah. Or the other trick is just to check in at the kiosk. And you go ahead and get your bag tags printed, and you put it on there.
Just a regular bag,
and
they don't want to deal with it.
Well, they go up there, and they have to remove that, go out of the system, come back in. You know, it's such a pain, and so they just are like, you know what, just go. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so sorry.
There you go. News you can use. All right, so it looks like our breakaway rider coming back here. He's going to shut it down. I think the problem was no one wanted to come to the party.
Uphill headwind.
That's tough, but that was the right call to pull the plug here. I mean, still a lot of racing to go. We're only 19 minutes into this one. I think they're doing 55 minutes of total racing here. You don't want to be out there for 30 minutes all by yourself. If you don't have someone that comes with you, pull the plug, reset, try again later.
Exactly. I have done a couple of laps out here solo, and it wasn't that I sat up. They just caught me.
Yeah. Well, they were too intimidated by you. They weren't letting you go. That was the problem. Why would you let Lauren Hall go solo off the front?
Why not?
Oh, you're just too good. You're too good for your own good, Lauren.
Yeah, right.
Little look here from rider in the red jersey, moving off to the side.
Fount rider still sitting, right there, second wheel.
Yeah.
Patrolling.
It's going to be Preston I for the Nashville local cycling team up on the front. See a lot of those jerseys out here too, especially down in the southeast.
We're also seeing a lot of riders from different countries here.
Yeah.
I talked to a coach, he's from Costa Rica, and bringing in some gals to get some racing experience.
Yeah, actually in this race, Wasani Castro is racing for the Project Belize squad. I saw them up at the Tour of America's Dairyland last week. They were had a squad racing up there, and they're going to stick around and race the Intelligentsia Cup down in Chicago as well. So they're doing a little bit of racing in between here. But yeah, nice to have some international riders coming to do some American bike racing. It's American crit racing, really.
Yep.
When we say American bike racing, I think what we really mean is American crit racing.
Oh, this is how you learn how to race your bike in a road race, is come to a Criterium, and you know what a safe, fun, family environment to be at than a Criterium.
Category 3-4 men scheduled for 40 minutes, coming up on 20.
This is a nice course to learn on as well. It's nice and wide, not too fast. You never really get up to like super dangerous speeds on a course like this. So,
Pretty straightforward, four-corner crit.
Yeah, relatively easy to get to. Plenty of hotels around. About hour and 15 west of Atlanta, maybe 45 minutes east of Birmingham. So a couple airports you can fly into, and obviously within driving distance of a lot of people down here in the southeast. Did you like driving to races? I mean, did you have a preference, fly or drive? Would you rather do 7 hours of flying with a layover or just drive 8 hours? If you have to race the next day. Yeah.
I think I'd drive 8 hours. I would usually drive down to Tour of Gila,
Mm-hmm.
just to kind of go at my pace, how I wanted to get down there, whatever time I wanted to get there. And usually, cyclists love to travel with a lot of food and coffee products. I did say coffee.
Another rider moving away here. Had their coffee this morning. What was your setup when you were racing? Did you have, everyone's got their own traveling setup. What was yours?
Yeah, there is. If you ever go to a hotel, you'll never see, most of the time, you won't ever see a professional cyclist getting just the regular Joe coffee.
That's a Cat 4 move. If you're drinking lobby coffee.
So half the team would have an AeroPress, and the other half would have a pour-over cone. And you bring all that with you, even the grinder.
It's worth it.
All the host families, we'd stay at host housing instead of hotels. They would always ask me if I was grinding my vitamins. I was like, no, well, I guess coffee could be a vitamin.
Yeah, you could look at it like that. Ooh, flying into the corner here. Oh, and more blocking going on. This team's got it figured out. These guys know exactly what they're doing out here. Now these leaders need to link up. That's going to be the hard part, is getting these guys all on the same page here. So they're showing 11 laps to go on the counter. Looks like we're going to start to move to laps here very soon. These three have linked up. We'll go 35, 2, and 65. So that's going to be Tim Buxton.
That gap's only looking like about 6 seconds.
Along with trying to come across.
Blake Thompson and Corin Hendricks.
Trying to be able to go across, but in the front group.
And now if they can get into a pace line here, they got a real shot. They just saw 11 laps to go on the counter as they rolled by, but it may be easier said than done to get organized here.
You'll see a lot of these guys on the front, little head hanging through that corner 1 and 2.
And look at
knowing that headwind's coming.
Bridgers trying to get up as well. They like what they see up at the front of this Category 3-4 race. And that puts some riders in trouble at the back, too. Split both ways. So this is 4. It might be 5 if this guy in the skin suit can make it across. This is a tough place to be, too. Stuck right in the middle between a break and a chase. Or break in the field, I guess. That guy becomes chase.
And especially if you look up and see them starting to work together. It's
yep.
Come on, just get across.
Ooh, even a little split up in the front group.
Yep.
Now this guy's got it the hardest out of anyone.
He goes back up to the tops like that and kind of think, yay.
That's
go back to the field and get a little reshuffle.
Lucas Hooper of 901 Racing, number 413. And looks like he's going to be caught by a hard-charging group behind him, led by Matthew Baxter from Mid-South Racing. That's Baxter in the red jersey that just caught on to Hooper. in the white and yellow. Now we'll see if they go by him. Oh man, look at these guys at the back as they step on the gas again at the front. Oi, oi, oi. This gap's growing. These guys are looking good up front.
And they don't want to see the race go up the road. It's victory slipping away from many riders. There's one rider now.
And now two more are going to try and bridge. These guys not feeling good about the chances of the field organizing a chase here. And I think they're saying, let's just leave these guys behind, try and join them up the road here.
When we watched Jamie race earlier, he was pretty aggressive, so I imagine he would talk to his riders as well and send them on and be a bit aggressive and just head up the road.
That might actually be Wasani Castro, who we talked about for the Project Belize racing team. Look at a number as they roll by the start-finish line here. I would say these guys have a pretty good chance of making it. They made it across the first 60% of the gap pretty quickly. And if you can make it there, you're almost in.
Just if they can all work together for at least 5 laps.
In fact, they're going to catch right here on the line. Yeah, so that is Wasani Castro and Jaden Grimes, the Piedmont rider that is just added to this breakaway. So we'll call it 6 now as 2 join the 4 up the road. And I just saw a teammate, Chris Hendricks, the Quantum Racing Development Team is the team that we've been noticing doing the blocking up at the front. I think Hendricks was the guy that was blocking up at the front. Now he's on the back.
Job done.
Yeah, got his guy away. And so that's going to be the Quantum teammate second wheel right there, the white jersey with the white stripes, or black stripes, sorry, going down the sides. Welcoming everybody to Anniston, Alabama once again for the Sunny King Criterium. My name is Brad Soner here with the legendary Lauren Hall. We were trying to figure out which Palmares was bigger for you, winning the Sunny King Criterium or winning Ghent-Wevelgem, which was more special. They didn't give you a giant check at Ghent-Wevelgem, did they?
No, you know what? They didn't. They gave me a plastic cup.
Come on. Come on. You got a crown here? You got a giant check?
Which I still have, the giant check. Thanks to my mom and dad that drove to this race. Yeah, you got to keep it. You get an oversized check. You got to keep it. It's got your name on it.
And the best part, you don't have to buy a beer in Anniston ever again in your life. Once you win a race here, it's a city rule that you can just go in and let them know you won the Sunny King Crit.
Or if I just keep working with you.
Or just hang out with me. I got you covered.
That's what they said about Belgium as well, but I'm pretty sure I have bought my own beer over there since, but that's okay, gladly.
Well, they probably just didn't recognize you. You know, without the helmet and the kit on, you look different.
Who am I?
The rider he was with made it across. Jaden Grimes didn't make it, and now he's about to get started.
Down to 8 laps to go on the counter as these guys roll through back with the leaders. I would say at this point, these guys got to be feeling pretty good. This is a nice gap. They're almost out of sight on the short parts of the course between turns 1 and 2 and between turns 3 and 4. That's going to be a good sign for these guys, and they certainly seem organized to me.
That's going to help a ton. Once you're out of sight, the rest of these guys, you know, they don't really have there's not one big team that's going to try and pull this all back together. And you see it just kind of crossing up on the road, taking a sip of water. Yeah, that's kind of a telltale sign of it's going to be game over for these guys unless somebody tries to jump across.
Yeah, they're stretching out back in the field. That's never a good sign when the guys in the field use the opportunity to stretch the back out a little bit. This one's getting a little disorganized. This guy in the blue took a little too hard of a pull.
Yeah, and you'd think you could roll through and be like, hey man, little less pressure on the pedals next time. Or you can see when you open up a gap, you're like, you kind of know it's a little bit too aggressive. But you want to keep that brake established, so he's going to look back and just make sure that things are rolling smooth and try and keep that brake out to a good sizable difference. We got one here just trying to bridge across and keep the pressure on the pedals and coming up this riser it's just taking its toll on these guys, and they'll just be gaps forming now as they go into turn 1. And back to the leaders here, and seeing if they're going to roll through together or if they're giving up on each other. Once you kind of get out here, you'd kind of like to keep this rolling. You hate to do all that effort and just for this all to come back together. There's still a significant gap, though, back to the peloton. So let's see if they don't continue to work together or try and get this back together.
Castro coming out of Los Angeles, coming all the way here to be able to race in a Sunny King Criterium.
The other interesting thing with this parkour is it's so rough, so it's almost like you can never really get into a groove or a rhythm, or your legs just never really feel that great. You're going uphill through the start-finish straight, and then you're cruising downhill on the backstretch. And so it just you never really kind of settle in with this Criterium.
Long tradition going into its 19th year. There's other riders going through, seeing 6 laps to go.
Making a late bridge attempt here, trying to go across. So those 5 riders in the gap. Let's start with Timothy Buxton, the Evoc bike rider, wearing number 302. Then comes Wasani Castro, number 303. They kept it sequential for the timing and scoring company. Thank you very much. Then comes Aiden Reuter, number 329, followed by Blake Thompson, wearing 335. And then Corin Hendricks, wearing number 365 for the Quantum Racing Development Squad. Those are the 5.
Wait for the riders to come around, so we'll be seeing 5 laps to go.
Well, Lauren, is it time to start thinking about sprinting out of this group? I mean, do you start thinking about who the week 1 is here, or when you start skipping poles, things like that?
They've been thinking about that since they should have been thinking about that since they got together. I would anyway. You immediately want to know who you're with and who you're taking up the road and what your strengths are compared to these guys. Not yet. I've already figured out as a sprinter where I'm going to sprint.
Yep.
And probably what lap, depending on how fast we're going. So right now I'd be thinking, how long can I keep these guys together and keep working together?
Now, as they have 5 laps to go, gentlemen, lap cards are up. 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go. Timothy Buxton on the back.
I don't think anyone is skipping poles out of this group of 5. I've been watching to see if everyone's riding on the front. I think we've seen everyone polling so far.
Yeah, I think so as well. And this guy's kind of been in no man's land now for a lap. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to make it across. Good
Although
effort,
I would love to see it. I love the effort, love the enthusiasm, love the attempt.
You don't know unless you try.
That's right. Can't win lottery unless you buy a ticket. And that's going to be number 201, Matt Baxter for Mid-South Racing, trying to go across. There's Matt. He's got the skin suit going, so he's halfway there. That's half the battle.
Now a lot of these clothing companies make the kind of a crit suit almost.
Yeah.
We wore those a lot racing on United Healthcare.
And so it would have pockets in the back, but still a one-piece top and bottom combined.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was.
Hey, even in a short crit like this, would you carry nutrition with you on a day like today?
Yeah, do you know what I'd also carry with me is lip balm.
Lip balm?
I raced with lip balm.
Really?
Every single race.
Is it the wind paired with the sun, I guess?
Yeah, maybe that's my addiction. I don't know, but I always had it every single race.
Are you putting it on during the race, or it's more of a pre-post race? Yes. I cannot believe I never saw this in a race from you. I watched a lot of races with you on TV, Lauren.
Do not tell a lie. I had every single race.
All right, we'll see if any of these guys pull out the lip balm here in the final 5 laps of racing.
It's sun protection.
Yeah.
You have to look after yourself.
No, it's a good point. How many times have we seen the picture of the rider with their bibs, sunburnt onto the back, right? Because it goes through the jersey. They're so thin nowadays. And, of course, you can spot a cyclist from a mile away with the helmet strap tan lines or across the neck, the folds of the neck sometimes. And then, of course, the bib short lines, I think, are the biggest giveaway on the legs.
I was very proud of those lines. On the arms, on the legs, on the calves. I'm very proud of those because you work hard for that.
Yeah, a lot of riders try and get rid of them. I notice a lot of riders kind of train with the shorts rolled up, but you like to keep it crisp, keep it fresh.
Yeah, I earned those.
Well, Matthew Baxter earning his time in the gap today, refusing to throw in the towel.
Good for him.
If nothing else, he doesn't have to worry about these other guys blocking his tan. It's only about 5 seconds off the front, but that's how these things start. These 5 guys were only 5 seconds off the front at one point.
Yeah, and if any of these guys sit up, I mean, that's what he's thinking is if any of these guys stop pulling through or the brake stops working together, he has a chance to get across. Yeah, it's a long shot, but you got to have that positive mental attitude or you're not going to be a successful racer anyway.
Yeah. So I noticed this guy just pulled off the front and slotted into 3rd position, maybe 4th, but these guys are hitting it hard. This guy in the blue is railing it on the front right now. Yeah, down an arrow. That's Blake Thompson from the Biloxi Bicycle Works squad.
I'm guessing Blake is probably not much of a sprinter and kind of just wanting to see if he can't zap some of these guys and go out a bit early.
Mississippi representing here in Alabama. I know we have some Mississippi fans in the TV truck working today, so you'll have some compatriots in cheering on the Mississippi riders out there.
So great. Yeah, like I said earlier, this was one of the first races we came to, a bigger event, and raced the 3-4s and then stayed and watched the women's race, pro women's race in the afternoon and the evening.
It's one of the best ways to learn, isn't it? Watching the pros. I mean, and it's totally different when you can see the race in person. We do our best with these live streams to show what's going on, but there's really a lot of stuff that you just can't capture with the TV cameras. You have to be there and really understand the course to really understand what's going on in the race.
Well, and to even watch them outside of racing, when do they show up to the course? They take a lap, check out the course, check out the wind at this time of day, and if they needed to pin their numbers. I mean, all these little bitty details of just picking it up, being there in person, and seeing how it all works, and just being there and getting the vibe, and then you're just here and with friends and family.
Yeah.
And
saw a lot of pros out there already this morning, like 10, 11 o'clock. They were out here riding around in the kit, looking at the course. Before things get too crazy, maybe you're not going to have much access to the course. Do you go back to the hotel after that? I mean, you go put your feet up, rest a little bit, get some lunch?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, I would, for sure. I did see the CWA athletes out here for a while, and I was surprised about that. But, yes, I would definitely go back, probably have a big lunch since we raced so late.
Yeah.
And watch the racing, just kind of see how things play out, where the crashes happen, if there's anything wrong with the course.
As a pro, do you watch the amateur races? I mean, do you take a little bit of input from the amateur races, the way the sprint goes down, if there's a breakaway or not, things like that?
On and off. I would take it with a grain of salt, knowing that I was a pretty experienced rider, but always up for listening and to see what other people have to say about the day.
All right, well, this is going to be interesting to watch these 5. Again, we're looking at Timothy Buxton, Lasani Castro, Aiden Reuter, Blake Thompson, and Corin Hendricks with about a lap and a half of racing to go. They're going to get the bell for 1 to go next time they roll through, and this really just becomes a game of strategy, kind of cat and mouse right now, and they're already starting to play. Look at the guys looking around on the front, saying, who's going to be the first to go here? And they're safely away. They got all the time in the world. They can stop at Classic on Noble and get a drink if they want. So I guess if you're not a sprinter, really your only choice is to try and go like now. Coming up to 1 lap to go here, they're going to get the bell. I can't imagine it's going to be easy to get away on the last lap. So do you just try and jump out of this group? I mean, do you just go all in for a 2.5-minute effort and time trial a lap?
Yeah, if you're not a sprinter, well, so now they're going on the backstretch downhill, so nobody's going to go now or shouldn't go. But I would know that some people would like to attack into the corner, going because it tightens up in between 3 and 4, or on the uphill. So if I'm a sprinter, I'm definitely not wanting to be on the front right now.
Yep. Oh, well, neither do these guys, because if this gets any slower, they're going to fall over. This guy's emptying out his water bottle, lightening up here. Pro move.
I think that's a little unnecessary, but
hey, you know what?
whatever.
If it makes you feel faster,
Yep,
that's all that
yep.
matters.
200 meters because nobody looks like they're ready to attack.
At least he kept the bottle with him, right? At least he didn't toss it into some poor spectator on the side of the road.
He's trying to give it to a fan. That's what that is.
I don't know if they're expecting bottles. When you go to like the tour, you're expecting bottles to come flying. I don't know if you're expecting a bottle to come flying at you. 2 to go in a crit.
One to go, one to go, one to go. Lucas Hooper.
Looks like this is just going to come down to a good old 5-rider drag race to the line here. I don't think anyone's going to jump. I guess they're all sprinters. This is awesome. And so many of these guys will have targeted this. They've been circling this date on their calendar, training up for this race. You envision this scenario when you're out training.
Oh, yeah, for sure. One of these guys wants to post up. Will post up, excuse me.
Watch out, Hendricks looking in a good position. Trying to be able to stay near the front.
So this will go into corner 4 up next. They'll do the left-hander, and then it's up the hill. And here we go. Line in sight. I think this is Quantum Racing opening it up early with Corin Hendricks. Wasani Castro takes over from him. Castro sprinting like a dream up the hill here, out of the saddle. Will he be able to hold on? I think he's going to do it. And Wasani Castro gets the baller post-up on the line as well.
So that's our first post-up of the day we've seen, too. So good bike handler as well. Man, and he went from the corner. That is a long sprint, Brad.
Wasani Castro. Now, I got a little bit of inside information on Wasani. Up until just a couple days ago, he was working on registering for this race. So when we were here in Anniston, I remember him being on the phone with our race director, Marilyn Hill, talking about how he could get registered, making sure he got in. It's obviously tougher for international riders trying to register, so good thing. That is awesome. Way to go, Wasani. Let's go back and take a look at his finishing kick up the line here from a long way out. I mean, this was right out of the corner. This pretty much goes against everything that we said. You don't want to sprint early. You don't want to be first out of the corner. Castro proved us both wrong on this one.
I'll eat my words.
And then watch this post-up. This guy is the best post-up of the day by far. Made it look easy. Congratulations, Wasani Castro, your race winner today in the category 3-4 men's race at the Sunny King Criterium, getting on the top step of the podium for Project Belize. Way to go. The cool down lap, got to be a cool feeling.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You kind of want to go around and be like, I just won.
Yeah, because most of the people on the course have no idea that, like, you just had the best sprint of the day, the coolest post-up.
Right.
You're just a random person riding around on a bike at that point. Well, we got them on TV. That's all that matters. They got some Jumbotrons here in the venue. They also, throughout the Noble Street Festival here, which goes in conjunction with the Sunny King Criterium, they have vendors and rides and all kinds of stuff, along with some TVs throughout the venue so people can watch the racing all day long. So here we go, your category 3-4s. It was Aiden Reuter second across the line, and then Corin Hendricks taking third out of that break of 5. Timothy Buxton ends up fourth with Blake Thompson in 5th, rounding out the top 5, and then Juan Munera in 6th place, Phil Rashke in 7th, Lucas Hooper from 901 Racing taking 8th place, and then Jason Froude in 9th and Matthew Baxter in 10th. Look at that, still a 30-second gap from that group of 5, and they were playing some serious games on that last lap.
They set up like the last 2 laps.
Wasani Castro, your category 3-4 winner. Congratulations.
Oh, there you go. Frankie Andreu giving a nice shout out to Wasani here on the line as he rolls through, wrapping up his race. As we get ready for the next one of the day, we're going to take a quick break here from Anniston, and then we'll turn it back over to Frankie Andreu on the PA. You're watching the Sunny King Criterium live from Anniston, Alabama.
4-5.
While you may not be a pediatric surgeon volunteering your topiary talents at a children's hospital, your life is just as unique. Your Raymond James financial advisor gets to know you, your passions, and the way you give back, so you can live your life. That's life well planned.
From sunup to sundown, Sparklight provides you with gig speeds over our fast and reliable fiber-rich network, powering all your family's devices throughout the day. And with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi coverage guaranteed, even from home, you can live life at gig speed.
Sunny King Automotive Group is celebrating 100 years in Anniston. Please join us in marking our centennial anniversary in our hometown. From all of us at Sunny King Ford, Sunny King Honda, and Sunny King Toyota, we thank you for 100 years, and we look forward to many, many more. Sunny King Automotive Group, serving Greater Calhoun County since 1922.
Also, Johnny rode Delbridge. All of these riders rode the race a little bit earlier today. Also, we have, I believe, Trevor Childs, who rode the race earlier. So, a nice contingent of junior riders tackling the Category 4-5 race. Once again, 4-5s to the line, 4-5s to the line. So if you're looking for results, just go to livelinksresults.com. It's all online. LYNX, live LYNX results.com, livelinksresults.com. Click on your category. Results will be right there for you to be able to check out. All live and updated pretty much immediately. So once again, 3-4s, make your way over to the podium area. As soon as this race starts, we'll have our podium gentlemen on the start line. We are 4 minutes out. 4 minutes out. One thing to keep in mind is that the truss is behind you. The finish line is up here. So when you're sprinting for here. This is the start-finish line. That is for decoration. Make pretty pictures, right? But this is where you're going to want to have your bike throw right over here. 7 laps to go. Free laps are over. No more free laps with 7 laps to go. Neutral pit is just up there on your left-hand side. It's the black tint on the left-hand side that says Volvo on it. Riders, you are racing for 45 minutes. 45 minutes of racing. And we have about 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Got some riders doubling up. What is that, Lucas? Doing that? I guess you're still breathing hard. You didn't even get a recovery lap. Just came whipping around and lining up on the line again. So good luck. Stay safe, everybody. Make sure you stay upright and have a great race out there. Still 2 minutes out. 2 minutes out.
Tú no eres mi señora, pero toma 5,000, gástalo en Sephora. Liputón ya no compra en Pandora, como piercing a los hombres perfora. Hace tiempo le rompieron el cora. Estudiosa, puesta.
Pretty nice sized group that we have here. 43 riders in our group right now.
Yo estoy pa' ti las 24 horas. Baby, a ti no me pongo. Y siempre te lo pongo. Y si tú me tiras, vamos a nadar en lo hondo. Si por mí te lo pongo. De septiembre hasta agosto.
As we're waiting right now for our time to go by, for our riders to be able to get ready for their race, the Noble Street Festival continues. Make sure to walk around, check out some of the vendors, the local exhibitors displaying their craftsmanship, their art. You can get yourself something to eat and drink. We got a long night of bike racing still ahead of us with the pro women and pro men coming up a little bit later on tonight, and the kids race coming up a little bit later on today. Gentlemen, 1 minute, 1 minute. Riders, this is going to be the fastest minute you've ever heard because I'm about to get you guys going. So lock in, clip in, get yourselves ready. You are going to start on the official's whistle, and I'm going to give you a quick countdown. And here it goes in 3, 2, 1. We are off and running once again. Category 4-5 men. Have a great race and have fun as the Sunny King Criterium continues. Gentlemen, all of you go to the free lap. Do not chase. No in front of you. I explained where the free lap was. The black tent. Nobody listens. Nobody listens. That's how it goes here.
What you know about rolling down in the deep when your brain goes
So a free lap, if you have a mechanical, you have a crash, something happens, you can go to the neutral pit, which is over there. They take care of your problems. Then once the race comes by, they throw you back in, or they allow you to get back into the race, and you're racing for the win just like everybody else. So in other words, if you come out to do a bike race and you happen to crash or have a mechanical or you have a flat tire, you're not, just because of bad luck, you're not completely eliminated from the race. I mean, what happens if you have a flat tire on lap number 1? You just spent $50 to do a bike race. They want you to be able to do the bike race. They want you to have a good time. So you have free laps where you can sit out for 1 lap, and then you're reintroduced into the race, and you're racing for victory just like everybody else. Now, as I mentioned earlier also, free laps end with 7 laps to go. So in the last 7 laps, if you have a mechanical or a crash, then you're out of luck because they're not going to give somebody the advantage of sitting on the sideline for 1 free lap, not racing hard, and then coming back in. So something to keep in mind, you're going to have about 4 guys getting ready to be able to come back in off the free lap, and there's no more free laps with 7 laps to go.
When a piece of this, a piece of mine, my piece of sign. Can you please read between the lines? My rhymes inclined to break your spine. They say that I'm so fine. You could never match my grind. Please do not waste my time. What you know about rolling?
Is Hendrix? Where's Hendrix? Is he over there? Raise your arm. Okay, perfect. So as our race now is underway, I'd like to be able to continue with our podium. Race that just finished. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the men's category 3-4 podium. I'd like to be able to start off by calling up Racing for Quantum Racing, your bronze medalist, Corin Hendrix. The silver medalist on the day, racing for Amateur Cycling Club of Memphis, Aiden Reuter.
Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. Why you always in the mood? Mess around.
And coming all the way from California, your winner on the day with the fastest legs, please welcome Wasani Castro.
When I start to feel I'm attached, somehow I was in a feeling bad. Baby, I am not your dad. It's not all you want from me.
Arms up in the air, this is your champions on the day. It's the category 3-4 race, 1, 2, and 3. Castro, Reuter, and Hendrix, congratulations.
And you upstarting it, now I'm in the mood. Now we arguing in my bedroom. We play games of love to avoid the depression. We've been here before, and I won't be a victim. Why you always in the mood? Mess around like I'm brand new. I ain't trying to tell you what to do, but try to play cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. Why you always in the mood? Mess around like I'm brand new. I ain't trying to tell you what to do, but try to play cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. So why you trying to pay your
Looking for Jaden Grimes. Are you around? Jaden Grimes.
I will never let a shawty go and set me up.
Piedmont Racing, Jaden Grimes. Come on over to the announcing stage. You see him?
You keep playing another day with your shawty. Mismatch face, that was way before you know me. Got a lot of love, but you better save it for me. We play games of love to avoid the depression. We've been here before, and I won't be a victim. Why you always in the mood? Mess around like I'm brand new. I ain't trying to tell you what to do.
Last call, last call. Kids registration is going to be closing at 3 p.m. There's still an opportunity. Kids race coming up, the Mad Dash. That's going to take place at 4:45. And the YMCA bike race, excuse me. Registration's getting ready to close at 3 o'clock. Last chance for the kids races. Head on over and register. Registration closes at 3. Running race and bike race available for 12 and under. Kids 12 and under.
DJ Khaled. Calling my phone like I'm locked up nonstop. From the plane to the helicopter, yeah. Cops pulling up like I'm giving drugs. Nah. I'm a pop star, not a doctor. Calling my phone like I'm locked up nonstop. From the plane to the helicopter, yeah. Cops pulling up like I'm giving drugs. Nah. I'm a pop star, not a doctor. Hey, shorty with the long text, I don't talk. Ay. Shorty with the long legs, she don't walk. Yeah, last year I kept it on the tuck. Ay. 2020, I came to get up.
Once again, Jaden Grimes, Piedmont College, Jaden Grimes. Come on over to the announcing stage. Looking for Jaden Grimes.
Pretty girl and an honest one. I want this drink and another one. Yeah, and I'm troublesome. Yeah, I'm a pop star, but this ain't bubble gum. Yeah, you would probably think my manager is Scooter Braun. Yeah, but my manager was 20 and Budokan. Yeah, hey, look, Ariana, Selena, my visa. It can take as many charges as it needs to, my girl. That platinum just like all of my releases, my girl. Come for me, I tear them all to pieces, my girl. I'ma show your sexy what relief is, my girl. Please don't take no that's about that how you geeking. And I'm not driving nothing that I gotta stick the keys in. Wonder how I got this way, I swear I got the. Calling my phone like I'm locked up nonstop. From the plane to the helicopter, yeah. Cops pulling up like I'm
So
giving
right now,
drugs.
6 minutes of racing in. 6 minutes of racing covered as they're racing for 45 minutes. That's our category 4 or 5 men. Groups all together, as they say, Grupo Compacto. Everybody's marking each other, following each other. Fantastic job as riders come through the start line. Right there on the front, that's Heath Morrison. Just behind him is Quill Martin, as they're making their way around a very, very challenging Sunny King Criterium course.
Just pulled up to Whitney, Houston, Texas for the evening. They tell the same story so much they start to believe it. The ones that start like Drizzy was cool, but we even. Man, how the 2, 4, 6, 8 watches factory so they appreciate. Crown in my hand and I'm really playing keep away. Don't even usually get this big without a Bieber face. Nah, piece of cake. Nah, Turks and cake. Yeah. Go and get your friends, we can sneak away. Yeah, I keep it like I keep the faith. Wonder how I got this way. Swear I got the. Calling my phone like I'm locked up nonstop. From the plane to the helicopter, yeah. Cops pulling up like I'm giving drugs. Nah. I'm a pop star, not a doctor. Calling my phone like I'm locked up nonstop. From the plane to the.
Good for you, I guess you moved on really easily. You found a new girl and it only took a couple weeks. Remember when you said that you wanted to give me the world? And good for you, I guess that you've been working on yourself. I guess the therapist I found for you should really help. Now you can be a better man for your brand new girl. I guess you're getting everything you want. You bought a new car and your career's really taking off. It's like we never even happened, baby. Tell me what is up with that. And good for you, it's like you never even met me. Remember when you swore to God I was the only person who ever got you? Well, screw that and screw you. You will never have to hurt the way you know that I do. Well, good for you, you look happy and healthy. Not me, if you ever cared to ask. Good for you, you're doing great out there without me, baby. Gotta wish that I could do that. I lost my mind, I've spent the night crying on the floor of my bedroom. Just so unaffected, I really don't get it. I guess good for you. you, I guess you moved on really easily.
Lip gloss, hickeys too. Kiss me more. We're so young, boy. We ain't got nothing to lose. Oh, it's just principle. Baby, hold me, 'cause I like the way you move. Oh, you write your name, I can do the same. Oh, I love the taste. La 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 la. All on my tongue, I want it. Oh, you write your name.
That you lost without me. All my shorties feel like I dodged the county. Coughing with you feel like jail, buddy. I can't even exhale, buddy. Cookie like holy grail, you know that. You gon' make me need bail, you know that. Caught dipping with your friend, you ain't even had man lying on you know that. Got me a bag for the brick, you know that. Control them soda pays if I throw back all this cash for real. Drama make you feel fantasy with a bill. It's all I can give.
We're so young, boy, we ain't got nothing to lose. Oh, it's just principle.
Baby, hold me, 'cause I like the way you groove. Oh, darling. Boy, you write your name, I can do the same. Ooh, I love the taste. Oh, la, 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 la.
All on my tongue, I want it.
Boy, you write your name, I can do the same. Ooh, I love the taste. Oh, la, 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 la.
All on my tongue, I want it.
Car ride to Malibu, strawberry ice cream. 1 spoon for 2 and trading jackets. Laughing about how small it looks on you. Watching reruns of Glee, being annoying. Singing in harmony, I bet she's bragging to all her friends, saying you're so unique.
So when you gonna tell her that we did that too? She thinks it's special, but it's all reused. That was our place, I found it first. I made the jokes you tell to her when she's with you. Do you get deja vu when she's with you? Do you get deja vu? Do you get deja vu?
tell her how you love her in between the chorus and the verse. So when you're gonna tell her that we did that too, she thinks it's special, that it's all we use. That was the show we talked about. Played you the song she's singing now when she's with you. Do you get deja vu when she's with you? Do you get
Elijah Pooh on the front right there.
deja vu?
Coming out of Memphis, Tennessee, Elijah Pooh on the front right there. Not giving up, continuing to push the pace. Nobody's able to get away right now. All one group.
Play her piano, but she doesn't know that I was the one who taught you Billy Joel. A different girl now, but that's
Coming up on just under 15 minutes of racing. These riders scheduled for 45 minutes of racing. It's the category 4-5 men. A lot of riders just beginning, trying out bike racing for the very first time. Not as experienced as many of the other riders. So not as good bike handling skills, probably not as strong as many of the other riders you're going to see a little bit later on, but still very motivated. Motivated, willing to learn, and out here to be able to have a good time and have some fun. That's exactly what our 4-5s are going through right now. Fighting for those positions and bringing out that competitive spirit, but talked about not having that experience to be able to know how to handle a bike race. And one rider that's showing that a little bit right now, Elijah Pooh, who's just riding on the front, just keeps riding on the front and riding on the front, waiting, tempting, teasing to see if anybody else can come by him. But right now, nobody's been able to get away. It's one large group.
I got you. Moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
I'm one of the greatest, ain't no debating on it. I'm still levitated, I'm heavily medicated. Ironic, I gave him love and they end up hating on me. She told me she loved me and she been waiting. Been fighting hard for your love and I'm running thin on my patience. Needing someone to hug, even took it back to the basics. You see what you got me out here doing? Might have threw me off, but can't nobody stop the movement. Let's go. Left foot, right foot, levitating. Pop stars, do a leap with the baby. I had to lace my shoes for all the blessings I was chasing. If I ever slip, I fall into a better situation. So catch up, go put some cheese on it, get out and get your bread up. They always leave when you fall, but you run together. Weight of the world on my shoulders, I kept my head up. Now baby, stand up, cause girl, you
want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. So you can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. So you can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. My love is like a rocket, watch it blast off. And I'm feeling so electric, down so awesome. And even if I wanted to, I can't stop. My love is like a rocket, watch it blast off. And I'm feeling so electric, down my ass off. And even if I wanted to, I can't stop. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
riders, be aware, lap cards are up. Lap cards are up. They're saying 12. They say 12. 12 laps to go. Lap cards are up. 12 laps to go.
Don't believe in fairy tales, but we got our fantasies. And it's me and you, no she. Trying to be up through your seas. Have you all on top of me? Acting like it's not that deep. Oh, you can take it out of me. Tell me what it's about to be. Really feel it's bound to be. I can't tell no one but I got a man, but I want you. I ain't got a man, but I want you. And it's just nerves. It's just making me think about someone new. You know I got so much to say. I try to hide.
Got a few riders in here that did the Masters 35 plus earlier in the day and now have doubled up and are now racing in this category as our category 4 or 5 men. Also some of our juniors that raced earlier today that are racing now. So many riders coming out to the Sunny King Criterium, not only racing in one race, but challenging themselves and racing in 2 races. Once they get done with that, be able to walk around and be able to enjoy the Noble Street Festival. We get something to eat, get something to drink, walk around and check out the vendors and exhibitors. So many local artists coming here to downtown Anniston for the Noble Street Festival. A little bit different this year, moving on to the July 4th weekend instead of back in April, but perfect day. Blue skies, the sun is out, temperatures hovering right at about 80 degrees, not too humid, and really makes for a perfect bike racing day, and that's exactly what we're doing. It's going through a whole day of bike racing, finishing up with the highlight events of our pro women and pro men coming up at 6:20 p.m. and then 7:30 p.m. Just before that, we got a couple fun categories with our kids race. The 1-lap kids race coming up at 5:35. Just before that, we have our fat tire crit. That'll be our criterium on fat tire bikes. And currently, right now, out on course are the category 4-5 men battling it out to see who's going to be on the podium and be crowned the 2021 Sunny King champion. Riders 10 to go, 10 laps to go, 10 to go, 10 to go, 10 to go. I believe that was Aaron Tabersian off the front in the red, white, and blue. And look at that chase behind. It's one long line, 10 laps to go. The riders are in a single file on that fast downhill, trying to be able to bring him back. Racing for Mark's Bensdorf cycling team out of Memphis, Tennessee, the 33-year-old on the attack right now. He's the first rider to actually get away and be able to establish a gap. So our one rider now in a breakaway by himself, and it's the first time we've had a breakaway. Not as comfortable with the speed around the corners as you're going to see a little bit later on, but great camera angles of showing the riders trying to be able to tackle the very fast corners of turn number 3, coming around turn number 4, and then heading up our home stretch. Let's give him some encouragement because he's going to need all the energy he can get. He's trying to be able to stay away. This is a tough way to be able to do it, but he's off the front. Aaron Tabersian Nice move right there, trying to be able to go across. That's Jack Brooks. Racing for Southern Velo as Jack Brooks is trying to be able to go across the gap.
Your ego's bloating as it swells with your belief that your soul's go aimless floating into your reckless disbelief. A thin gold coating to hide the train wreck underneath. Your soul's gold, your soul's gold, your soul's gold, your soul's gold. Leaf. Shout out my Bicinco.
Caught the BMW, new deposit, I picked up another bag like that I'ma count while I'm in it. I hear planes flying, crowds screaming, money counting chains clinking. I guess that's how it sound when you winning. I ain't joking, do it sound like I'm kidding. I've been making like 2,000 a minute. So high up through the clouds, I was swimming. I'm probably gonna drown when I'm in it. I bet she gon' get loud when I'm in it. And we might have a child when I'm finished. After we she can't get near me. Only I give a conversation to a seal.
Pretty remarkable. Tabersion still holding them off. 8 laps to go. 8 to go. 8 to go. 3 riders at different times have tried to come across. They've tried to jump across. They haven't made it. Jack Brooks gradually being reeled back in, and now we have some other riders as Rittenhouse is on the front. Benjamin Rittenhouse out of Birmingham, Alabama, starting to be able to ride on the front, trying to be able to bring back Aaron Tabersion, the 33-year-old out of Memphis, Tennessee, putting in a very strong ride. But there's a long way to go. 8 laps to go. When he comes around, it's going to be 7 laps to go. Can he stay away all by himself? And it definitely looks like the gap is opening up. He's gaining time. He's not losing time, but gaining time.
I'm probably gonna drown when I'm in it. I bet she gonna get loud when I'm in it. And we might have a child when I'm finished. Never put out a weak verse. Homicides when we lurk. I'm stuck to my feet hurt. When putting them streets first. White tees turn burgundy t-shirts. Looking for some real. He's stuck in a deep search. Anxiety killing me. I just wanna leave Earth. When they ask if I'm okay, it just make everything seem worse. Trying to explain your feelings sound like something you rehearsed. Stab me in my back with a clean smirk. Looking so deep into your eyes, I can read your thoughts. So that shit, I mean, please don't talk. I done been through too much and I don't need another loss. Put that on every war scar for every battle. Out the BMW, new deposit, I picked up another bag like that I'ma count while I'm in it. I hear planes flying, crowds screaming, money counting chains clinking. I guess that's how it sound when you winning. I ain't joking, do it sound like I'm kidding. I've been making like 2,000 a minute. So high up through the clouds, I was swimming. I'm probably gonna drown when I'm in it. I bet she gon' get loud when I'm in it. And we might have a child when I'm finished. When I'm finished, when I'm finished.
I caught it bad just today. You hit me with a call to your place. Ain't been out in a while anyway. Was hoping I could catch you throwing smiles in my face. Romantic talking, you don't even have to try. You're cute enough to with me tonight. Looking at the table and I see the reason why. Baby, you live in the life, but baby, you ain't living right. Champagne and drinking with your friends. You live in the dark, boy, I cannot pretend. I'm not faced, only here to sin. If you've been in your garden, you know that you can. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me in the morning, I'll be on the way. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me out by your name, I'll be on the way. Like,
So far, what an incredible ride. If he's able to pull this off, this would be a very impressive performance, just dangling 10 seconds in front of everybody for the last 4 laps, preventing anybody from coming up to him. Tubergen just on a mission, incredibly strong, holding everybody off. Look at this, one by one, guys try to be able to come across and they just don't make it. That's Shaughnessy, Colin Shaughnessy. He won one of the races earlier, Shaughnessy did, and so right now trying to be able to double up and win another race, but I'm not sure he has the legs to be able to get up to Aaron Tubergen. So an incredible ride by Tubergen, 6 more laps. Can he make the distance or will he get caught? Will he start to tire out? Will he start to falter? That is the big question right now, and perhaps many of the riders in the group are thinking that he is going to die down, but he's showing no signs of slowing down right now.
Guilty eyes and little white lies. Yeah, I played dumb, but I always knew that you talked to her. Maybe did even worse. I kept quiet so I could keep you. And ain't it funny how you ran to her the second that we called it quits? And ain't it funny how you said you were friends, now it sure as hell don't look like it. You betrayed me, and I know that you'll never feel sorry for the way I heard. Yeah, you talked to her when we were together, loved you at your worst, but that didn't matter. It took you 2 weeks to go off and date her. Guess you didn't cheat, but you're still a traitor. Now you bring her around just to shut me down, show her off like she's a new trophy. I know if you were true, there's no damn way that you could fall in love with somebody.
Watching those TV images, you can really see how rough turn number 3 is at the bottom of that downhill. These are the riders right now getting ready to go around turn at number 4. And it's incredible. Tubergen doing a fantastic ride, holding off another rider trying to be able to come across to him. One by one, they've been trying to be able to bring him back, and I'll tell you, he doesn't look very smooth. He doesn't look very fluid on the bike. He's just incredibly strong. He's just a talented athlete, incredible with a ton of power, and he's putting it to the bike with 4 laps to go. Tubergen, an incredible ride that we are seeing right now, is nobody is able to bring him back, but he looks all over the bike. But obviously he must train, because to be able to go off the front like this is where it takes a ton of power to be able to go into a breakaway, and he's putting out a big amount of watts right now. Put your hands together. Let's cheer him on. It's 3 laps to go. He's been holding them all off, actually increasing his gap. He's got a bigger and bigger lead.
Every time you come around, you know I can't say.
If you're riding on Zwift, this is like a dream scenario for you. Just put your head down, ride as hard as you can, and nobody can keep up with you, and only have to turn 4 times. Rest of the group right now chasing, trying to be able to bring him back, but nobody is able to touch Tubergen. An unbelievable ride. And it's not just like taking a flyer for 1 lap. He's been off the front for almost 9 laps right now. Different riders have tried to come across to him. In the first 4 laps, he only had about an 8-second lead in front of the charging group, but now he's extended it, so he's looking better and better to be able to take home victory here in the Category 4 or 5 race. Riders being told all done before they get lapped. Richard Stafford, thanks for coming out. Brad Montgomery also. Then we have Randy Tackett and a bunch of other riders. Hopefully you guys had a good time. I know you challenged yourself. I know you pushed yourself. Warm temperatures will do that. And this race course, the Sunny King Criterium, a very tough, challenging course year after year. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. 2 laps to go. To crack all the other riders. One man took down 42 other riders. He waited for his moment and he attacked. Coming out of Memphis, Tennessee, Aaron Tubergen has about a 20-second gap. Nobody's been able to bridge up to him, and they've tried. Numerous riders have tried. But it's the strength and power of Tubergen as he continues to go. Aaron is going to be happy. This is what is about to happen is going to be music to his ears, because what's about to happen when he gets up here is that we are going to be ringing the bell, which means 1 lap to go. This is the sound he's been waiting for the entire race, and finally he's going to get it. A glance over the shoulder. Nobody's behind him, and it's bell lap. Bang on those boards and cheer him on. It's your final lap. It's 1 to go. 1 lap to go. So Tubergen has lapped all of those riders that just went by. This is your fight for second. Podium spot still up for grabs. Second and third still going to come out of this group. 1 lap to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. 1 lap to go. It's the final lap. Aaron Tubergen right now getting ready to take 1 final corner, and finally, no more corners, just 1 long straightaway, a little bit of a gradual uphill. The famous hill here at the Sunny King Criterium as an incredible ride The most impressive ride we have seen of the day. The way he attacked, he held everybody off by only about 10 seconds and now comes across alone. Your winner out of Memphis, Tennessee, Aaron Tubergen is your Cat 4-5 winner. Doing it the hard way, making it count, but it doesn't really matter because victory is victory as your 2021 Sunny King. Here's a sprint for second place. Podium spots up for grabs. Second and third riders beelining towards the line. Oh, that's a great ride. Second sprint of the day for Lucas Hopper, so that's a fantastic ride to put him on the podium. And unofficially in third, actually unofficially in third, I had 426. Not sure who that is because I don't have him on my start sheet. Don't have a 426, so I don't even know. We'll find out a little bit later on. Official results to be confirmed in just a little bit. Got 10 minutes. Category 2-3 men. We're about 10 minutes out. Category 2-3 men. 10 minutes out. Course is open if you go the direction of the course. If you go the direction of the course is open. As we're going to have our Category 2-3s coming up next.
I'm fighting hard to hold my own. Just can't make it all alone. I'm holding on, I can't fall back. I'm just a call, but your face is black. I'm begging, begging you, put your loving hand out, baby. I'm begging, begging you, to put your loving hand out, darling. I'm begging, begging you, to put your loving hand out, baby. I'm begging, begging you, to put your loving hand out, darling. I'm begging, begging you, to put your loving hand out, baby. I'm begging, begging you, to put your loving hand out.
Ocean Park.
And if the beat live, you know Lil Ju made it. Hands on my knees, shaking on my thigh. Post me a pic, finna make me a
While you may not be a pediatric surgeon volunteering your topiary talents at a children's hospital, your life is just as unique. Your Raymond James financial advisor gets to know you, your passions, and the way you give back, so you can live your life. That's life well planned.
From sunup to sundown, Sparklight provides you with gig speeds over our fast and reliable fiber-rich network, powering all your family's devices throughout the day. And with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi coverage guaranteed, even from home, you can live life at gig speed.
Sunny King Automotive Group is celebrating 100 years in Anniston. Please join us in marking our centennial anniversary in our hometown. From all of us at Sunny King Ford, Sunny King Honda, and Sunny King Toyota, we thank you for 100 years, and we look forward to many, many more. Sunny King Automotive Group, serving Greater Calhoun County since 1922.
Whatever you want to be able to do. Keep a space open for anybody else who does want to be able to ride a lap. But 10 minutes out until the start of our Category 2-3. 45 minutes of racing until our next race. Getting ready to come up here.
You can't fight it, you can't breathe. You say something so loving, but now I gotta let you go. You'll be better off in someone new. I don't wanna be alone. You know it hurts me too. You look so broken when you cry. One more and then I say goodbye. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He lies perfectly unsaid. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. He always been faking me out. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now.
Know that I loved you so bad. I let you treat me like that. I was your willing accomplice, honey. And I watched as you fled the scene, died as you buried me. One heart broke, 4 hands bloody. The things I did, just so I could call you mine. The things you did, well, I hope I was your favorite crime. You used me as an alibi, across my heart as you crossed the line, and I defended you to all my friends. And now every time a siren sounds, I wonder if you're around, 'cause you know that I'd do it all again. All the things I did, just so I could call you mine.
Riders coming up on 5 minutes. 5 minutes out to the race start. As you get ready for your race, I want to let you know I have one preem, $100. Big thank you from Velvet Racing donating $100 for the preem. So whoever wins that money, come up here to find me to be able to pick up your $100. Riders, free laps are over. No more free laps. Hey, riders, once again, that $100 preem, whoever wins it, come on over to me to be able to pick up your cash. Free laps are over with 7 laps to go. No more free laps with 7 laps to go. Your neutral pit, just up the road with the black tent on the left-hand side. That is where you go if you have a mechanical or a problem. You cannot ride backwards on the course. You can cut the course to be able to get to the neutral pit. The last part is that this is where the start-finish line is, so please be aware. The truss is behind it. The start-finish line is up here. This is where your bike throw is coming from. This is where the results are being taken from. Also, top 3, immediately after your race, top 3, we will do your podium. Keep that in mind. Don't go wandering off. Top 3, we'll do your podium. Then you can go wandering off. You can go get yourself an ice cream, go get yourself 10 beers, enjoy the pro women, the pro men, do whatever you want for the rest of the night. Coming up, 3 minutes out, gentlemen. 3 minutes out as we're getting ready to start the 19th annual Sunny King Criterium for our categories 2, 3s.
And I'll be right here with you till the end. I got my peaches out in Georgia. Oh yeah. I get my from California. That's that. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. I get my light right from the source, yeah. Yeah, that's it. You ain't sure yet, but I'm for ya. All I could want.
How many riders in this group have already done a race today? Oh Holy Moses, almost all of you. All right, everybody's warmed up, ready to go. That's absolutely for sure. I know Jamie has. Jamie's already got one victory under his belt. I was joking with you, saying fingers in the nose, right? It's just like, just cruising, like you weren't even breathing. This one could be more of a challenge where we'll have to wait and be able to see. 2 minutes, gentlemen, 2 minutes out.
Left the baggage for a mover. I got my peaches out in Georgia. Oh yeah. I get my from California. That's that. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. I get my light right from the source, yeah. Yeah, that's it. I get the
Wasani. Are you from Belize? All right, I saw the international license, kind of gave it away. Let's figure it out. Congratulations on your victory a little bit earlier.
I got my peaches out in Georgia. I get my from California. That's that. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. I get my light right from the source, yeah. Yeah, that's it. I got my peaches out in Georgia. I get my from California.
Riders coming in from Tennessee, from Kentucky, from Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, Boise, Idaho. We'll be heading out there soon, or I'll be heading out there. Oh, Andrew Harris, that's right. I'm almost positive. Andrew, where's Andrew? I'm almost positive you're getting a call up in Boise too. I think you're already down on the list, so that's a good thing. You can relax, right? You can just relax knowing that's coming up. Gonna be heading out there. Riders coming in from Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, St. Charles, Missouri. Also talked about coming out of California and many other places all around. Definitely also have some. I'm trying to look here to see if there's any juniors. Are there any juniors in this race? So junior gear rollout afterwards on the sidewalk. Don't forget that. Enough talking. Let's get down to bike racing. Riders, get your arms on those bars, clip in, buckle up as we're going to get ready. We're down to under 30 seconds as we get ready to launch. It's our category 2-3 men. 64 riders in the field, our largest field yet. 45 minutes of racing on tap. You're going to start on the referee's whistle, so listen up as I'm going to count you down in 3, 2, 1, off and running. It's the Sunny King. Criterium, our category 2-3 men, underway. 45 minutes of racing.
She's so pretty. Does she mean you forgot about me? Oh, I hope you're happy, but not like how you were with me. I'm selfish, I know. Can't let you go. So find someone great, but don't find no one better. I hope you're happy, but don't be happier. And do you tell her she's the most beautiful girl you've ever seen? And promise 3 words you know you'll never mean. Remember when I believed you meant it when you said it first to me? And now I'm picking her apart, like cutting her down to make you miss my wretched heart. But she's beautiful, she looks kind.
All right, picking up the start of our Category 2-3 race as this is sort of the last stop before you go pro here. As we pick up coverage again here from the booth, getting ready for our pro races later tonight. But this will probably be the second fastest race of the day behind our pro women and pro men's races.
Yeah, it's cool, Brad, being here and sitting on stage and just hearing the tone of everything kind of pick up a little bit. And we got a couple of winners already today in this group with Jamie Carney and Wasani Castro. Talked to him earlier. He was pretty stoked on his win for sure. So it's good to have a quick conversation with him.
The energy here really builds, doesn't it? As the day goes on, the festival starts to get a little more busy. You get some food in you, get some drinks, and then come 6:15, it's time to start watching pro racing.
Yeah, and people get closer to the barriers and start watching the Jumbotron. It's been fun to just see how everything just kind of starts gelling and forming and molding this way.
And how about this? 83 degrees out there, 6-mile-an-hour winds, and Just a couple clouds in the sky for 4th of July weekend in Alabama. This is about as good as it can get. We looked at the weather forecast last week. It was supposed to rain today, and I'm hoping I'm not jinxing it. I think we're late enough in the day that we should be good for the rest of the day, but man, this could have gone much different on a day like today in the middle of summer in Alabama.
Yep. I remember a couple of years ago, it was probably my last time doing Sunny King. It actually it rained on race day, and you know I'm not too keen on rain on crits, to be honest with you.
I don't know if anybody is.
You know, you'd be surprised actually.
Well, I have a feeling these riders definitely watched the early races.
Well, yeah, again, half of these guys have already raced a race, to be honest. So, yeah, they're already warmed up.
Right, a lot of these riders would have doubled up from earlier in the day.
Cole Rasser, excuse me, once again, one of the junior riders off the front as he's going up the road.
The long field stringing it out here for the category 2-3 men. 64 riders on the start list. Like you said, a lot of these riders will have doubled up on the day today racing in the Masters race, maybe the 3-4 race early. If you're a 3, you would also be eligible for this one. A little faster than the 3-4 race, I'm sure. But if you're a 3 trying to go 2, you should be ready for these.
Yeah, I talked to one of the athletes, and he was actually at registration signing up for this race, and he said his legs were a little bit tired. And I was like, no, you're just warmed up. That's all. He's like, oh, thanks for the confidence. Looks like we just had a rider into the barriers in that corner.
Starting to get aggressive out there. I don't know why you need to be pushing it 4 minutes in here, but I like the effort.
I don't know, he may have had a flat tire or something. He rolled out of that turn pretty wide.
And now it looks like the bike might be stuck in the fencing. He was wrapped up in some of the signage.
Oh, man.
Now remember, this rider will be eligible for the free lap. Going to be allowed to go into the Volvo neutral support tent, get that bike fixed up, and then try to jump back in the race if the bike is fixable. Erica Carney just tweeted in, formerly Erica Aller, talking about racing in the range. Said, I don't mind the rain during crits because I know I'm pretty good at riding in, and most others are terrified. It's an advantage if you're confident in your riding ability.
Yeah. I guess I was confident in my riding ability, but I wasn't confident in others. I was
you just got to follow Erica around.
Yeah, apparently.
That's the trick.
And I did a lot of times. As a matter of fact, we were teammates my very first year or second year racing.
Yeah.
So what better wheel to follow than Erica?
Erica's had a lot of success at this race. Even last year's Summer Mokes win for Rally, Erica was a big part of that, helping get her where she needed to go. They only had 2 riders in the Pro Women's race last year, but Erica was able to perfectly guide Summer up to the front, and then she closed the deal in the sprint. Meanwhile, we got a preem on the line here. And that looks like 235 picking it up. J.P. Prim for the Nashville local cycling team.
Looks like we got CJ from Velocious in no man's land back there in 4th place, trying to come across. See if this is going to be a break to stay established or sit up.
This looks like a rider that was after the money. Got what he came for.
There was one of the guys came up from Piedmont College, and he had won a preem, and he said, you know, that cost me the race, winning a preem. But hey, you got the money, cold hard cash. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Gentlemen, by 4-5, you guys
Yeah,
ready?
I mean, we should point out the prize list here is not huge for the amateurs, so a lot of riders will be better off taking a $100 cash premium than they would have taking the prize payout. You don't get a photo on the podium, though. You don't get the Instagram cred.
You don't, but you
still
get
not
some
bad.
cash. And then from that, we got a counterattack going, of course. That's usually a pretty smart move.
Yeah, this is a really good move.
Again, early, though.
Best time to go, not when you're feeling good, it's when everyone else is feeling bad. I would say that's right about now after chasing down that breakaway.
And we still got Skylar Diaku in the pits trying to figure out if he's going to be able to get back in. I'm not quite sure.
And your winner on
Looks
the
like
day
they
with
are
an incredible
diligently
solo
working on the bike.
performance, breaking away from everybody. He's a monster. It's Eric
Now, I know they are having some
Duvergen.
problems around the country finding bike parts. This has been an ongoing theme for a lot of riders. They can't find spare parts. Same story with the mechanics. They're having trouble getting parts as well. So I hope they have what he needs, but they were even talking about swapping out cassettes during the race because they only have so many of the new 11 or 12-speed cassettes. And so, and they can't get new ones. And so if a rider came in, they would swap out the cassette on the wheel. Crazy.
It's unbelievable talent, one, and to be able to do that in the car or even here on the sideline as fast as they can. No. Good. Those guys are professional for a reason.
I can't even do it at home with all the time in the world. I got the tool, I got the crank thing, I still take it to the bike shop.
I was a racer, not a mechanic.
Right. I was neither. That's why I became an announcer, because I was terrible at both. Well, it seems like there is one of two strategies to this one. You either ride aggressive on the front, and I'm going to guess that these are either the 2s that want to go up to a 1 or the 3s trying to make it up to a 2, or you just sit in and hold on. We're kind of looking at the same, maybe 10, 15 riders up on the front, kind of working their way through. 2 new riders going away now. See who these guys are.
Automatic. Nope, excuse me.
It's New England Devo, 236 and 218. Matt Guevara is the VeloVit Elite rider, and then McCabe Prince, the New England Devo rider in the orange and black there. Prince wearing 236 and Guevara wearing 218.
Prince only 19 years old.
Yeah, that New England Devo team has been super impressive. I saw them up at Tour of America's Dairyland. They brought a really, really strong squad. In fact, won the Category 2 leaders jersey in the pro women's field. Seen a lot of talent come through that program. Looks like there's more talent on the front right now in McCabe and Prince. So that's going to be Prince in second position there in the orange and black of New England Devo. And then Guevara for the VeloVit Elite in the pink and black up on the front. Boy, nice draft here for Prince. Feel a little bad for Guevara in this situation. You can see the size mismatch here. Oh, and Prince not going to pull through here. Guevara trying to flick the elbow.
A little head shake.
And not getting any of it. He's like, dude, you got about 1.5 feet on me. I don't know how much help I'm going to be.
And again, I talked to Wasani after his race and before this race that he is in, and he said that he almost dropped himself. He got across to the brake and almost couldn't stay in it because it was going so hard. So, you know, it's not easy to get across.
A good thing he held on. It worked out for him in the end, right?
Yeah, it did.
They were a part of that VeloVit Elite racing team. And
This is a tough spot for Guevara. You're basically out there by yourself, and you're towing some guy around with you in McCabe and Prince. And I'm going to guess Prince has a pretty good sprint on him, just the way that he's riding here.
Well, maybe to his advantage, 2 guys may be coming up from behind, so maybe they can join up and have a work together.
And then rest of the field trying to get organized. These are your 2 chasers. That's going to be 3rd and 4th position, and then that'll be number 5 up on the front of the field, which I think is an Evok bike jersey. I'll get confirmation on that. This one's really blowing up that front. These guys like what they see in the field. So it's going to be about 5 seconds back to the chasers behind them. And that's going to be 2:54 and 2:32. So Tommy Morrison wearing number 232 for the Hub Bikes racing team. And then Michael Zinkan for the Velocity presented by Sinwa Bicycle Squad, 2:54. 2 chasers up there.
And even if McCabe is sitting on, it didn't look that easy. He had a bit of a grimace on his face coming through the start-finish.
Oh yeah, these guys are done. Gave it a go, try to get across the gap. At least they tried, you know. At least you kind of test the waters, see if it works.
Yeah, again, we were saying if you don't take the chance, you'll never know.
Meanwhile, these two not gaining time, not losing time, just kind of sitting in.
What team has the most?
And I think the race is really in the hands of the field. It's how the field wants to handle this one at this point, because these guys are going to be maxed out on what they can do at this point.
At the beginning of a race, too. It's
going to be a little bit of an indication.
It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, only 13 minutes in.
Big thing is Sunny King and the Ford Mustang. The drivers having a good time, or the drivers having a good time with.
Yeah, look at this. All over the place up on the front.
Sunny King Ford Mustang.
Well, this poor guy is doing it on his own.
But he is getting a bit of draft from McCabe sitting behind him. It's not much, but it helps propel him forward.
They can't hate on McCabe in this situation. I mean, don't hate the player, hate the game, right, as they say. He's doing the smart thing right now, I think.
And he's young. He's 19 years old. Still a lot of racing in front of him.
That's what makes this Criterium course so challenging. As you come out of the final corner, you have the gradual uphill, and you have to put on power all the way until you get to turn number 1. Only after turn number 1 are you able to ease off the pedal to be able to coast a little.
So we got McCabe and Matt still off the front here. McCabe really not being able to pull through, or not allowed to pull through, or doesn't want to pull through. And it seems like every lap there's at least 1, 2, 3 riders pulling out, so it's not an easy pace. Like I said, Brad, even McCabe sitting on, he still doesn't look comfortable. Maybe he's not even warmed up yet. Maybe this isn't his second
started.
race.
Yeah.
30 minutes of racing still to go. 45 minutes of racing on tap. 30 minutes of racing still to go. JP Brent on the front right there. He's our.
Yeah, this could be instructions from the coach, from the director, saying, hey, just chill out. If you find yourself in a breakaway, you know, enjoy the ride, sit in for a little bit, don't blow yourself up. Maybe he knows it's really early on. He's like, look, I can't take poles for the next 30 minutes here.
Right.
I could maybe do it for 15 or 20, so.
And look, you know,
he's starting
there'll be
to
a
get frustrated.
conversation. There's going to be a one-way conversation of how this is going to play out.
Surely you've been in this scenario on both sides of this, I would imagine.
I have, fortunately and unfortunately. Yeah, sometimes I'd be in McCabe's situation, and it was all I could do to just hold the wheel, and I'm sorry, I just can't pull through. And then, yeah, sometimes you're on the front, and you're Matt, and, you know, is what it is. That's bike racing.
Would there be a lot of situations in the pro races where you would have instructions to just sit on, where they would say, go into the breakaway, get up there, and then don't do any work?
Oh yeah, for sure. It would definitely be dependent on who was in the breakaway, and if they were just a marked rider that we had talked about pre-race of we cannot let them up the road, or you just need to cover and kill that, or just sit on. Yeah, there was definitely times where your job was to do exactly what McCaben's doing.
Frustrating sometimes.
It is. I mean, you know, you want to give them a fair chance, and we're all competitors, and we want to race forward. But you know, sometimes that's part of being a professional athlete, is doing what you're told.
Not here to make friends. We're here to win the bike race. Well, these guys back to getting a little more organized on the front of the field. I think there was some early thought of riders that were going to try and bridge and go across, and it looks like they've now resigned to the fact that it's going to be really tough to get across that, and they're just going to work together at the front of the field to try to bring all these two back all together.
That's going to be a long conversation with all these ones and twos. There's not the one team that's going to bring it back. So it's going to take a minute for everybody to organize and say, okay, are you going to work equally as much as I am? Yeah, okay. Because they don't have another teammate. They're working for maybe one other individual, and you know, you're kind of taking a gamble here trying to bring these guys back, knowing that somebody else is probably going to go on a counterattack as soon as you bring them back. It's
kind of like the argument for race radios when we talk about having big teams in Criterium racing, because the big teams really can control things, and it's a little bit easier to tell what the plan is. But when you only have like one or two teammates out there, like in these Category 2-3 races, it makes the racing a little more dynamic, doesn't it?
It does, and I think you learn a lot in this situation, either in the peloton or in the break.
Yeah.
Both situations. I'm going to guess that's Jamie Carney on the front.
Crowd's starting to get into this one. I think they're starting to pick favorites in the field.
Taking bets across the barriers over there?
Yep. In this field, single file for the first 5-6 riders through the line.
Jamie trying to set the tone and set the pace to either manage the gap or bring it back. I mean, if anybody knows how to pace themselves, it's going to be Jamie.
Trying to whip these kids into shape up on the front. And it's working. Pace picking up. And all the credit in the world to Matt Guevara today. He has done this entirely on his own to build this gap. He may be the strongest, but I think McCabe Prince might be the smartest.
We did see one race earlier today where a Marks Bensdorf guy basically stayed off for 10, 12 laps by himself and won. But that's the only race we've seen this happen. So, yeah, well, it's exciting to see these guys get up the road.
Well, this ends one of two ways for Guevara for sure. McCabe might be able to hang on if this comes back, but I think Guevara either stays out here or probably blows up in spectacular fashion after getting caught.
Again, VeloVit, Mississippi-based team, so I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of pulling for him to stay out there.
All right. I'm going to pull for the junior ride. I'm going to pull for New England Diva. I like to think this is how I would ride if I was in the breakaway. I think I'd be able to sit on. I'm a pretty stone cold killer when it comes to sharing work at the front of the group.
The rider from Robson, Fernsick. Coming out of Virginia, Fred Chastity on the front right now, trying to be able to bring back and reduce that 25 seconds.
I thought he was going to move to the front there. I think he was just maintaining some momentum out to the side. What about speeds on the backside of this course? I mean, pro women's field, how fast are you going on the way down here?
You know, I never looked, but I did, again, talk to getting some more intel for later on today and just talking to the athletes since they're around. And the backside is kind of, you know, where the hardest part of the course, actually. So what we're feeling up here is a breeze. And I figured through corners 1 and 2 that there would be significant headwind.
Yeah.
But I'm hearing otherwise. And that actually on the downhill into corner 3, it's rough pavement. And so they're really struggling with like the rough pavement and the speed and coming into that turn. Like it's right where they're setting up is kind of where there's a manhole cover. So that seems to be a tricky spot on the course today.
Pavement can suck a lot of power, a lot of speed out from underneath you. If you've ever ridden on chip seal, you know that, it's the worst. It's like you're riding through a sandy headwind all the time, even when it's
That's the
dead
entire
still
tour
out.
of Gila.
Yeah.
So yeah, I never really looked at my speedometer going down that hill.
So Rasser, the young 18-year-old, is trying to be able to put the pace down right now, splitting it up, seeing who can hang on.
I think this is going to be Cole Rasser.
Bring down that time gap.
Rolling off the front of the field. See if that does any good. I guess the other thing we have to think about talking about speeds is the junior gearing. If this New England Devo rider is on junior gearing, that's going to be a problem come sprint time. And maybe even on the downhill. I'm not sure if they would be maxing out their gearing here. Although McCabe Prince listed as 19 on the start list, so I hope he's off junior gears.
There's a handful of juniors. Again, Frankie asked for a hands up. One, how many people have done the race already, or raced already once today? And then two, how many juniors were here? And that's exactly what we were talking about, is junior rollout afterwards. But you know, this uphill, I think they're going to be safe. It's definitely a bigger gear sprint, but I think they'll be okay on the uphill.
It's like Quantum back up on the front. And I think the wind is picking up here as the day goes on. And yeah, based on where we are here on the stage, it feels like it would be coming from turn 2 to 1. So it would be a crosswind on the start-finish stretch coming from their left side, a headwind coming out of turn 1 into turn 2, and then another crosswind on the backside in turn 2 to 3. But field reports saying otherwise.
Yeah, and okay, I'll be honest. My source was Lasani. So he did jump across to the break, so he was in the break, so he's been at the pointy end of the race, but you know, now he's in the peloton, so maybe he doesn't feel it so much. So maybe he didn't know. I don't know. No, I'm going to believe what he says for sure.
Gap up to 30 seconds for these guys.
And McCaben's pulling through now.
Nice. Well, this gap might go up even more. Maybe just need a little time to recover. Went a little too hard across the gap. He said, look, it's better if I take 5 laps off and can help you after that than try and help you now and blow up. And yeah, look at this. See, he's out of the saddle. He's kind of pushing the bike side to side just to get back on the wheel. So I think he might be pretty close to the edge here.
Yeah, and maybe, like I said, Matt's probably pushing a bit bigger, harder pace. Yeah. And that's not something McCaben can deal with and can pull through every other lap or so. Which, hey, for Matt, something's better than nothing.
Yeah. Let's see if he pulls through here. Elbow flick. Looking. Looking. At some point, Matt Guevara will realize where and when Prince is best used out of this group of 2 and start pulling there. Guevara looks good, though. I mean, the body language doesn't look terrible. You look for the shoulders start to wag a little bit. His head is bobbing around a little bit.
Yeah.
His hips are rocking a little bit.
I think he's probably settled in and resigned that McCaben's going to do what he can, and we're here, and he's going to put in the effort that he can. Now you just kind of try and take your brain away from racing for a second and the feeling of they're probably maxed out right now. So thinking about all those training days, something else to take your mind off of knowing how many laps are left or how much time is left.
Looks like they are going to move over to laps to go here on the line. They are showing 10 to the leaders right now. So we move off of time and onto laps. They start with a clock counting up, and then the officials will calculate an average lap time for the riders out there to do their best to try to keep things on time. And there's the VeloVit teammates cheering on Matt Guevara.
Probably giving a good time split yell to these guys, let them know.
That's cool.
Yeah, sometimes you would fudge the split a little bit more, kind of keep
do
the
you make
stove.
them feel better
Oh,
about
yeah.
how they're doing?
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
25 seconds here on TV.
So
but
they're still telling them 30.
Exactly.
35, you got it, you're
yeah.
looking good.
Nobody's working, keep going.
Talked about the size of Matt Govero. A little bit larger rider. Earlier this year, winning the Lambra time trial.
And now Prince back on the
The
front.
first place he took over there. And just recently,
Some riders trying to cool off, spray some water down the back. Do you worry about using your water on a day like today? I mean, if you only start with 2 bottles, are you going to run out of water over a 50-minute race?
Nah, you'd probably just start with 1 bottle.
Yeah. We saw one rider lightening his load before the sprint earlier.
Well, yeah, again, I think that's unnecessary. But, yeah, I'm definitely taking sips every couple laps for sure.
Yeah. New England Devo just tweeted me and said, "Tell McCabe to start pulling!" Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark!
Huh.
So
I might have also gotten a text from a VeloVit rider.
in fact, New England Devo answered our question about the junior gearing. They said, "Mac is not on junior gearing. Tell him to pull through." I don't want to yell at him on the TV stream here, but
Make a sign for him. Ooh, this guy almost took it a bit too wide.
Apparently McCabe is a pretty good sprinter. Let's see if we can figure out what happened to that rider almost high-siding it in the corner. You see swings out, trying to get a better setup.
Ooh, yep, back wheel right there on the yellow paint. Sits you, makes you sit up a little bit to feather out that slide out, and then you're going wide.
It'll wake you up a little bit.
But that's good bike handling skills to be
And
aware.
I know you told me a lot of times you're sort of testing that final corner as you get closer and closer to the finish. You're kind of seeing, how far you can push it until you start to lose traction.
Yeah, and you would also, during the race, you would also take different lines. Just for that example right there is to know when you're going faster and faster, you start going wider and wider to take that apex.
Yep.
It's good just in the race just to go take every line possible just to get a feel for the course.
He has placed 12th at the time trial national championships. He's got good stamina, good effort.
Well, now they know. Stay off the yellow line into turn 1. Because that's getting slippery.
Workload, the 2 riders on the front right now, and it looks like they've extended that gap. Even with 8 laps to go, I don't think there's enough horsepower in this group to be able to bring them back.
Got an attack through the start-finish from Luke Manning, Kreitler Racing Team.
The 26-year-old.
Perfect spot to go, kind of on this uphill into that turn.
One rider by themselves, one by one, cannot do anything to be able to bring back the 2 riders off the front. You're going to need a team. You're going to need 3 or 4 guys. You're going to need a focused, concentrated
Gap up to 35. 8 laps to go. Things looking better and better for our break of 2 up there.
And that is a massive time gap as our 2 leaders are just
This is where you don't like to be by yourself on the downhill. You've got so much speed, you'd really like 1 or 2 people just to carry that speed. It's really tough to be out there by yourself after you've just done that effort up through the start-finish.
A good thing the UCI is not here watching. We got a little super tuck going on here. Fine by me. If you have fun doing it, you enjoy racing your bike out there, you have at it.
I disagree. I just don't think it's a good thing to do.
It gets dangerous.
Yeah.
I think that's the big issue.
Even the guys in the Tour de France crashed doing the super tuck. So look, if those guys can't do it successfully, why should we?
Because the guys on TV do it.
I guess so.
McCabe and Prince, the 19-year-old.
Prince back to Poland on the front here. A little bit of conversation between the 2 of them.
Also part of the Noble Street Festival. 19 years of bike racing.
Gap not changing for these guys. Still 35 seconds this time through. I think these guys got it. I don't think it's going to rain, and I think these guys got it. So
You're just rolling the dice here.
hopefully I'm not jinxing either one.
Luke just sitting in no man's land right now. He's going to be gobbled back up for sure.
Yeah, if you don't get like 10 seconds in a lap, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Like if you can't quickly get away from the front of the field, you're in trouble, and I think that might be Manning right now. Realizing that that's going to be a bridge too far for him. So Luke Manning coming back into the field after a valiant effort to go off the front. I mean, it takes some guts to try to make a move like that at 8 laps to go.
Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, give it a go.
Yeah.
Pick out a favorite color, pick out a helmet, pick out a bike. Someone you're going to have to cheer on. Bang on those boards and they're trying to stay away. It is 6 laps to go. 6 laps to go. Now the
Gap still at 35 seconds, down to 6 to go on the counter.
Big question is, who do you think is going to win? Is it going to be the pink jersey?
McCabe pulling through now.
Is it gonna be the
But, you know,
orange
Matt's probably not
jersey?
getting much of a draft, but hey, every little bit helps.
Every bit
That
helps.
orange jersey of McCabe and Prince. He won this race when he was a junior, when he was younger.
Prince looking back like he's expecting to see a chase behind him.
Winning Sonny King when he was a junior, so he knows
I would
this
think
race
he would
course
get the
knows how to
same
win. Talked about his great
same
results
splits
for America's Dairyland.
that
This
Matt
year
is getting from the
Guevara.
Velvet Elite
Yeah,
team.
exactly.
You can both hear it.
Important time trial just last month, also coming off of racing at Tulsa Tough. 3 of the hardest criteriums in the nation at Tulsa Tough. So obviously one thing is for sure, Prince and Guevara both are
McCabe and Prince coming off of the Tour of America's Dairyland, so he's got a nice block of racing in his legs coming into this one. That'll be pretty helpful, I would think. I'm not sure where Guevara last raced, but Prince was with us up in Wisconsin. So his teammate Elijah Beatty dominating in the pro women's race, ending up winning the green jersey Category 2 competition, best Category 2 rider in the Pro 1-2 field overall for Elijah, and ended up inside the top 10. At one point, she was 3rd overall in the series. So New England Devo turning in some serious talent out there as these guys go down to 5 to go up on the front.
Yeah, you see McCabe came through the start finish. He looked back to see if the gap was truly at 35 seconds, and then he pulls through
He's
the
like, these
through the
Velvet
first
guys
turn.
are just messing with me. Yeah, now at 40 seconds, Prince can afford to go back to sitting on here. Doesn't look like Matt Guevara's in any big hurry to start pulling here.
And I think the peloton will give it one last good effort for the next couple of laps. And then, yeah, it'll just be up to these guys, honestly.
And look at this, Guevara still trying to get some help with the elbow flick. And
So
Prince
look-
is like, who? Who are you talking to? Because it ain't me.
Let's see the gap. Okay, I guess I'll pull through then. Yeah, you can even barely see him behind Matt.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
he's
know.
getting quite the draft.
We keep losing him in the camera shot here.
It's going to be his race to lose.
Yeah, I like McCabe and Prince in this 2-up sprint here. I think he's well positioned. He's got the speed in his legs from Dairyland.
Like I said, I think the peloton will give it a couple of efforts, and if they can't close this gap significantly, then those guys are going to be racing for 3rd.
Yeah. Hey, you got to start thinking about that probably now. 5 laps to go, 40 seconds. You start thinking, do I pull or do I start thinking about a sprint for the last podium spot?
Well, if they only knew that it was Matt doing most of the work, it might encourage a couple of guys.
Will they attack each other?
Although Guevara's been doing a lot of work, and it's been working. I mean, he pretty much built this 30-second gap single-handedly. Call it 40 seconds now with the help of McCabe and Prince.
Both of them good
And these guys
talked about
might be too little too late now as they try to step on the gas. But this is like trying to pay your taxes in May. It doesn't matter.
You got Jamie
Too late
Carney back
anyway.
up there still trying to get the guys organized, but
So both of these riders strong.
Like you said, Brad, a little bit too little too late.
We're not sure about the speed, but if McCabe Prince is coming off of the Category 2 race at Tour of America's Dairyland and finishing 3rd overall, you have to be able to sprint. There's no way you could pull that off without having a ton of speed in your legs. And so right now, these two riders, they're not as familiar with each other. They haven't been racing against each other for an entire week. They don't know each other.
Crowd's starting to get into it on the line. I think they are McCabe Prince fans here in Anniston. You got to go for the smaller guy, right? Everyone likes a good underdog story.
And he's a kid. Come on, you got to pull for the kid.
So again, Prince in the orange and black of New England Devo, Guevara in the pink and black of the Velovit Elite team. And both of these riders have built themselves a nice, comfortable 40-second lead.
It seems like McCabe pulls through turns 1 and 2, and then Matt's basically doing the rest of it.
Starting to work out a rhythm.
Yeah. Good to do that with 5 laps to go. Sure Matt wanted that about 10 laps ago. Hey, but you get what you get. You're still out there.
Gap up to 45 now. Now we've seen multiple pro races where riders have lapped the field. That's pretty common in the pro races later tonight, pro women and pro men. Not so much in the amateur races. It's a little tougher to do in the lower categories, but yeah, we've had a few years where big groups were able to go a lap, or even 2 laps up in 2019 pro men's race. We had Elevate get like 3 guys into this move, and they almost made it up a second time. They finished just behind the field in the finishing sprint. It was a little chaotic on the last lap.
That's when Eric Young pulled out the victory. That's impressive. Looks like Jamie's done all he can do.
Yeah. And Jamie's a smart bike racer. I mean, he's seen a lot of these situations on the front, and he knows when you're done, you're done. If it's going to work, it's going to work. If not, we go sit in the field.
21 Sunny King Criterium title on the line right now. As we have Matt Guevara and McCabe Prince fighting it out.
Guevara and Prince riding side by side across the line here. Long exchange for these two, as Prince just now gets to the front.
Well, the pace definitely isn't easy. I see Wasani is off his bike and walking amongst friends right now, so his day is done. Won't be seeing him in the sprint.
Already got one. Got what he came for. Down onto the drops now. For Guevara up on the front.
All right, fans, you're going to have to pick a favorite. Who are you going to pick? You're going to pick the rider in the pink jersey?
And at this point, it's just a waiting game. This is, we might as well just put these guys in the final corner right now, because it's going to play out the same way.
Yep.
Pretty good, pretty good. Who's going for orange?
So they're going to get the bell for 1 lap to go next time around. Frank Andreu is trying to pull the crowd here in Anniston, see who they're rooting for, and he's reporting a 50-50 split based on cheers and a show of hands. I got Prince and you got Guevara for
Yes.
For our little.
Put your money down now.
I'll bet you a pack of fruit snacks.
Oh, good thing. That's what I got.
All right, there's the bell for 1 lap to go. On the line, there's the crowd. Starting to build here. And man, that's a good feeling, I have to imagine. You realize, I mean, is there a moment where you're like, all right, I'm going to make it, at least I got second, or you kind of just stress the entire time?
No, I think especially when they had about, like you said, a 30, 40-second gap, and there was 5 laps to go. That's kind of when, if nothing happens right then, you kind of know it's in the bag. So now you're just trying to roll it to the finish.
Or is he going to stay behind him the entire time? A lot of coasting going on, a lot of cat and mouse going on, and they can do that. They can play the games all they want.
All right, so they're going to sprint it out. They come around.
The field definitely is not giving up, Brad. But again, I think it's a little too late.
Yep.
First and second, the Sunny King title
And look at this, Prince getting a little loose here. Trying to move out to the side, looking for a clean line. These guys are having a little conversation up here, more than a little conversation between these two.
A smile from McCaven.
I wonder if they're making a deal. I mean, if McCaven is like, look, man, you did all the work today. You deserve this one. Let's see. Around the final turn. Oh, no. They're going to go for it. Guevara looking over his shoulder. McCaven sprints left as Guevara looks right. Oh, McCaven's got a great sprint on him here. Jumped Guevara, caught him off guard. And this will come down to the line, but McCaven going to get it done today with another nice post up for New England Devo. Guevara goes second. Well, there you go. That answers the question about McCaven's sprint. Boom.
Third place, everybody's going to be able to make their mark. Third place on the line is going to be a big sprint, and everybody's sprinting out of the final quarter.
And rest of the field rolling through now in the sprint for third.
JP Prim, Nashville Local Cycling.
Nicely done by JP.
Takes that third place, so congratulations to all of our riders that made it through.
A little high five for them.
Coming up next,
after wrapping up.
So
Prim will join those two on the podium.
And then our highlight events, the pro women and pro men, coming up in just a bit.
And right back to talking about the bike race after doing the bike race for these two. Little debrief for our breakaway riders up at the front. Nice to see a handshake between the two. A well-fought battle between Velovit and New England Devo. So here's how it went down earlier today. Again, the breakaway starting with Guevara rolling away off the front, and it wasn't for another few laps until we saw Prince really start to do work and move up on the front. This was the early start of the move where Velovit started sending riders off the front, but once these guys got over 15 seconds, it became pretty clear that Guevara was going to be doing most of the work. We did see McCaven taking some small pearls early on. At this point, the gap was right around 25 seconds for the field. They were giving it a go. In fact, so much so that riders were skipping rear wheels into the corner. And then the empty elbow flicks for Guevara, trying to get McCabe Prince to pull through, but McCabe just didn't have it in the legs. And then on the final lap, had a little conversation, figuring out how they were going to play things. And then it was time to go to work, where we saw McCabe Prince absolutely light up the sprint, punishing that bike underneath him. And Guevara, about 100 meters out, realizing this one's going to Prince. And McCabe Prince adds a win to his resume here at the Sonny King Criterium. Great ride for the young man for the New England Devo squad. As we take a look at our top 10 here, Prince and Guevara ending up 20 seconds ahead of JP Prim for the Nashville local cycling team, and then Ian McKeith in fourth for the Georgia Tech cycling squad, with Amai Rawls in fifth place for Texas Roadhouse. Then comes Cole Rasser, Craig Burford for the Velocia Sport team, and then Hank Brands in eighth, Michael Zincan in ninth, and Jacob Tubbs from Shift Racing rounding out your top 10 out there today in the men's category 2-3 field. Well, Lauren, that does it for our amateur racing, but now we are getting ready for the big events of the night. The pro racing coming up tonight, 6:15 for our pro women's race, and then 7:30, I believe, for our pro men. We're being joined in the booth right now by a rider that's going to be, well, I expect to see at the front of our pro women's race the way that she's been riding the last few weeks. Aisha McGowan from the Live Giant Racing team joining us in the booth as she has just picked up her numbers and getting ready for the race tonight. Aisha, welcome to Anniston, Alabama.
Thank you.
We're happy to have you here. We met up at Tour of America's Dairyland just a few days ago, so you've had a good block of racing in your legs, but yep. I understand this is your last stop in the United States before you head to Europe.
It is.
Wow.
Awesome.
Tell me about that program. I mean, how did you end up going to race in Europe? You'll be the first African-American woman to race professionally in Europe.
So it seems. I've been working towards that for a while, so it's pretty exciting. Yeah, I mean, I've been traveling around trying to get as much racing as possible before I head over there, because the pandemic made it so that I hadn't raced in a while,
Yeah.
and so I feel much better now,
Yeah.
way more confident and comfortable and ready to go. So I'm really excited.
I remember what it was maybe just a couple of years ago. You were here in this race, and I think we talked actually in the race a little bit.
Yeah,
Like,
you were trying to help me out. It
Always.
was not my day.
no, well, but still, like from there to now, like that's gotta feel good.
Oh, it feels real good.
Yeah.
For sure.
Do you have any expectations for tonight on your race and how you're feeling?
I mean, I feel pretty good today, and I was able to eat food, and I don't think it's gonna leave me, so I'm really excited about that. And I mean, I've been pretty good at riding in the front of the pack, and I don't know, I'm feeling like anything can happen. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
I guess that's the beauty of Criterium racing. Anything can happen out there over about an hour of racing for you guys tonight. Do you like the heat? Are you a good hot weather racer? It's going to cool down a little bit for your race, but
I mean, I feel like everywhere I've been the
Yeah.
past month and a half, even
Yeah.
training in Atlanta, I've been training in the middle of the day because I knew Knoxville was going to be just blistering. So I think I'm good with the heat.
Yeah. And does this feel like a hometown race to you?
I mean, a lot of my training buddies and friends and stuff are here racing other races, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, I guess it's the closest I'm gonna get before I leave. So, yeah.
you spent a lot of time on the road the last month, from Knoxville to Dairyland to Anniston. You've been driving the Ford Bronco around. I saw you got a sweet touring setup to cruise around.
Yep.
Our friends at Sunny King Ford were admiring your Bronco. They're like, "We got to see this thing. You're the talk of the town here in Anniston."
Pretty great. I mean, it was a comfortable trip. We usually cram into like a tiny pickup truck cab, and so we were able to spread out just a bit more.
Yeah.
This trip, so that was great.
It's nice having that space, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Especially for a bike racer. We were talking with Lauren about the driving versus flying. Have you been enjoying the little bit of road tripping?
I mean, we usually road trip because we have our dog Emoji, and he does not want to be left behind, so we end up driving most places. Yeah.
Have you been to Sunny King yet? You got to go to the dealership because
I have not.
we got to get you down there because they've been
Okay.
asking to see the Bronco like
We'll
for a
have to
week.
make a stop over there.
They'll get you filled up. They do free car washes as well, so you can get it cleaned off. I'm sure you got some road grime out there. Aisha, I also want to talk about your Abundance Grant program. We saw a lot of your riders, I guess we can call them your riders, racing at Tour of America's Dairyland. Tell me about that mini grant program that you were able to launch at Dairyland.
Sure. So basically, I've been on this goal to become the first African-American female professional road cyclist for several years, and there were lots of obstacles that I encountered in trying to do that, and so I wanted to try and create a program so that other people that might want to consider getting into bike racing wouldn't have those same obstacles or create that exposure or have that access to bike racing. And so we picked 2 women who'd raced before, but the other 6 and the junior had never raced road bikes before, and they all had a blast. And there's even talk of starting other programs. They really want to keep racing as a team, which I'm like, I don't know if I can manage that, but if you guys can, please go for it. But it's just really exciting to have seen so many women of color at Toad, and also give the other bike racers and people who were at the race the opportunity to interact with women of color and other people of color. And there were some instances that weren't super pleasant, and I think it was a learning and growing experience for everybody involved. And that was a big part of why I wanted to do it. So
Not just for the riders that had the chance to race, but everyone that sees that racing. You always talk about the importance of representation, especially in sport. When you see people that look like you out there riding, you believe that you can do that. I can be the next Aisha McGowan. And so I hope you realize the impact that you've had with this program, both at Toad and obviously everywhere that you race. But we got a lot of new riders on bikes thanks to the Abundance Grant program, and we owe a lot of that to you. So thank you for your work in getting more people on bikes. I can't wait to see where they go from here.
Yeah.
Tell me about, before we let you go, because I know you got to get ready for your race. We are just about an hour, 15, something like that, out from your ride. What's your pre-race warm-up like? I mean, what do you do for the next hour before you get started here?
I mean, I did a spin this morning, so I'm feeling pretty okay. But I will warm up a little bit more, spin some more, get some sprints in. I like to do a couple long efforts because that's kind of what crit racing is.
Yep.
So, yeah, just kind of simulate what I'm about to go through and hope for the best.
Yeah. Awesome.
All right, well, we'll be cheering you on. I know you got 2 fans here in the booth and a lot more around the country, so good luck out there. If you need any gummy bears before, during, or after the race, Lauren's got you covered here. So we'll be happy to feed you from the stage. We can just toss them down.
Just throw them right out there. I'll
just
catch it.
give us a wave. We'll
Perfect.
be happy to
Thanks,
do it.
Aisha. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck out there tonight. Aisha McGowan, the first female African-American professional road cyclist on her way to Europe after stopping here at the Sonny King Criterium, her last stop in the United States. We're going to take a short break here before we come back to live action here in Anniston as we get ready for some local events, and then Pro Women coming up next.
While you may not be a pediatric surgeon volunteering your topiary talents at a children's hospital, your life is just as unique. Your Raymond James financial advisor gets to know you, your passions, and the way you give back, so you can live your life. That's life well planned.
From sunup to sundown, Sparklight provides you with gig speeds over our fast and reliable fiber-rich network, powering all your family's devices throughout the day. And with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi coverage guaranteed, even from home, you can live life at gig speed.
Sonny King Automotive Group is celebrating 100 years in Anniston. Please join us in marking our centennial anniversary in our hometown. From all of us at Sonny King Ford, Sonny King Honda, and Sonny King Toyota, we thank you for 100 years, and we look forward to many, many more. Sonny King Automotive Group, serving Greater Calhoun County since 1922.
Congrats, Colin, coming in first. Here we
Just
go.
moments ago, saw the
Keep it
kids
up,
finishing
guys.
up in the kids run, doing a full lap around the course out here. We talked about getting kids on bikes, but as long as they're active, we don't care. Whether it's running, cycling, maybe even swimming, if you want to dabble in the triathlon life, it's all about getting kids active. So they let the kids run a lap around the course, and just saw that little ripper turn in a pretty fast lap. We were all a little faster when we were younger back in the day. So we're going to turn it back over to our stage announcers as we get ready for the pro races coming up later tonight in Anniston, Alabama.
Got some more coming in now.
You can't touch this.
Let's go, future athletes. Good job, guys. Good job.
You can't touch this.
Woo! Good job, man. Keep it up. Keep it up. Good job, brother.
Music hits me so hard, makes me say, oh my.
Here we go. Come on, guys.
What am I doing?
There you go. You got it. Finish strong. Finish strong. Good job. Good job.
As such, and this is a beat. You can't
There you go, buddy. Good job. Good job, man. Good job. Good job.
living and you know you can't touch this. Look in my eyes, man. You can't touch this. Yo, let me bust the funk.
Good job. Keep it up. Finish strong.
And pants, you got it like that. Now you know you want to move out of your seat and get a fly girl and catch this beat while it's rolling.
guys. Good
Hold on, pump a little bit and let her know what's going on.
Here we go. Got a couple more racers coming down the straightaway.
That you're too much, and this is a beat they can't touch. Yo, I told you, you can't touch this. Why you standing there, man? You can't touch this. Yo, sound the bell. School's in, sucker.
Woo. There we go. Good job.
Don't make them sweat. That's what I'm giving them now. They know. You talk about the hammer, you're talking about a show that's hot and tight. Singles are sweating so fast, them a whiteboard tape.
Good work, guys. Excellent work. This is a huge track. It's definitely longer than any distance I've ran in a while. Good job.
Touch this.
Woo.
You can't touch this. Break it down.
Here we go, guys. Yes. Keep it up. You're almost there. Here we go, guys. Good job. That is some hard running, guys. Let's give them a round of applause. Woo!
Can't touch this. Look, man, you can't touch this. You better get hype, boy, because you know you can't touch this. Ring the bell, school's back in.
Let's hear it for them, guys. Oh, here we go. It'll be a fight to the finish. Here we go. Woo, yes, come on. Good job.
Have a time.
Got it? Good job, bud. Good job, my man. Here we go. Good running, guys. Here we go. Good job. You're almost there now. Keep up the hard work.
You can't touch this.
Woo!
Break it down.
There we go. Let's hear it for him. Good job, buddy. One more time for these kids, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what an impressive race that was. Okay, guys, good job again, kids. That was great. We will be having the mountain bike races at 5:15. We will have the kids bike races at 5:30, so I'll repeat that. Mountain bike races will be starting at 5:15, and the YMCA kids bike races will be starting at 5:30. So mark your calendars and check your watches, and let's keep having fun. Thank you, guys.
Category 2-3 podium. Category 2-3 podium coming up right now. What a great kids race. So many kids out there having a good time, having fun, part of the Sunny King Criterium. I saw JP is there. Is Matt? Yeah, I see Matt. No, I don't see Matt. I see Prince. I think that's Prince. Prince is over there. Yep, that's what I thought. All right. If we can clear the podium. Well, I guess we're going to wait for a little bit for these kids. Moving on really quick, and then all the kids can take pictures on the podium. And welcome for all the kids. I want everybody to be able to have a chance to be able to go up on the podium and be able to take a picture. But really quick, I'd like to be able to bring your attention, focus on our podium for the awards of our men's category 2-3. I'd like to be able to call off a third place, a fantastic sprint, racing for Nashville, local cycling, JP Prim. Second place with a silver medal ride. He races for Velvet Elite, Matt Govero. He won this race as a junior, and now he's come back. The New England Development Rider, number 1 on the day, Prince McCaven. Hands up in the air. It's a celebration as as a Prince, Govero, and Prim. It's 1, 2, and 3 for the Sunny King Criterium. 850 IS if you need a lift. Who's the kid in the drop? Who else will slip? So as mentioned earlier, course is open. Next up will be our Fat Tire Crit. 5:15 p.m. That's about 20 minutes, so everybody can go get yourself something to drink, get yourself something to eat. Continue to enjoy the Noble Street Festival and the 19th edition of the Sunny King Criterium.
but I didn't trust the lady of my life. She hit her with a drop top with the ribbon. Crib for my mom on the outskirts of Philly. You trying to flex on me? Don't be silly. Getting jiggy with it. Getting jiggy with it. Getting jiggy with it. Getting jiggy with it.
Inside out is wiggin' whack. I come stomping with something pumping to keep you jumping. R&B, rapping, bull crap is what I'm dumping. Ain't nothing soft about crisscross, we all at. So when the eggs do they rock, say believe it. Jump, jump. The Mac Dad'll make ya. Jump, jump. A Daddy Mac'll make ya. Jump, jump. Crisscross'll make ya. Jump, jump. Jump, jump. The Mac Dad'll make ya. Jump, jump. A Daddy Mac'll make ya. Jump, jump. Crisscross'll make ya. Jump, jump. I like my stuff knockin'. I love it when the girls be like jockin'. The D-A-W-I-M-A-C. Yeah, you know me. I got you jumping and bumping and pumping, moving all around. G in the mix, I'm ready to 6-step back. They try to step to the Mac, then they got jacked. To the back, you be sporting the gears. That coincidental. Act like you know it, don't be claiming that it's mental. Two little kids with a flow you ain't never heard. Ain't nothing fake, you can understand every word. As you listen to my smooth melody, the daddy makes you J-U-M-P. Jump, jump. The Mac Dad'll make ya. Jump, jump. A Daddy Mac'll make ya. Jump, jump. Crisscross'll make ya. Jump, jump. Jump, jump. The Mac Dad'll make ya. Jump, jump. A Daddy Mac'll make ya. Jump, jump. Crisscross'll make ya. Jump, jump. Now, the formalities of this and that is that crisscross ain't coming off wet. And for all y'all suckers that don't know, check it out. Some of them try to rhyme, but they can't rhyme like this. Some of them try to rhyme, but they can't rhyme like this. Some of them try to rhyme, but they can't rhyme like this. Some of them try to rhyme, but they can't. Cause I'm the Mac Daddy. The Mac Mac. Cause I'm the Mac Daddy. The Mac Mac. I make you wanna jump, jump. The Mac Dad'll make ya. Jump, jump. A Daddy Mac'll make ya. Jump, jump. Crisscross'll make ya. Jump, jump. Jump, jump. The Mac Dad'll make ya. Jump, jump. A Daddy Mac'll make ya. Jump, jump. Crisscross'll make ya. Jump, jump. Jump, jump. The Mac Dad'll make ya. Jump, jump. A Daddy Mac'll make ya. Jump, jump. Crisscross'll make ya. Jump, jump. Jump, jump. The Mac Dad'll make ya. Jump, jump. A Daddy Mac'll make ya. Jump, jump. Crisscross'll make ya. Jump, jump. Believe it.
Yo, fellas, y'all ready to do this?
Yo, what's up, guys? What's up, everyone?
Boys, I'm in effect. Yeah, and it's about time. Yo, let's rip this up.
4 New Jacks is real smooth on a harmony tip. Nick, Mike, Sean, and Juan, you know the mentality. Keep flipping the gift.
The spotlight is on us now. Watch us do this. Live and direct from Philly town.
Rapping, hyping, we can get down.
We are ready to roll, so now the world will know that we love.
Back in school, we used to dream about it every day. Could it really happen?
Or do dreams just fade away?
We started singing that bass in the sound.
So we started a group and here we are. Kicking it just for you.
Now check this out. One day back in Philly, 4 guys wanted to sing. They came up to me, I said, "But what's your name?" Hey, you know what I'm saying? And then I said, "All right, fellas, well, let me see what you can do." And then a smile when they won here said, "Yo, Mike, check this out. See if this one moves."
Man, ABC, BBD.
Mm-hmm.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Me be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking, or you and your homies might be lying in chalk. I really hate the trip, but I gotta low. As they croak, I see myself in the pistol smoke. Fool, I'm the kind of G the little homies wanna be like, on my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street light.
Been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise.
Look at the situation they got me facing. I can't live a normal life. I was raised by the state, so I gotta be down with the hood team. Too much television watching got me chasing dreams. I'm an educated fool with money on my mind. Got my 10 in my hand and a gleam in my eye. I'm a loped out gangster, set tripping banker, and my homies is down, so don't arouse my anger. Fool, death ain't nothing but a heartbeat away. I'm living life, do or die. What can I say? I'm 23 now, but will I live to see 24? The way things is going, I don't know.
Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? Been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise.
Power and the money, money and the power. Minute after minute, hour after hour. Everybody's running, but half of them ain't looking that's going on in the kitchen, but I don't know what's cooking. They say I got to learn, but nobody's here to teach me. If they can't understand it, how can they reach me?
All right, we're about 15 minutes away from our open mountain bike race, our NEBA Fat Tire mountain bike race, about 15 minutes. If you are on course, you'd like to take a quick spin or two, go ahead. Anybody racing the NEBA Fat Tire mountain bike race, I suggest you take a couple laps, warm up. We'll do staging down here underneath the truss for that. Right underneath the truss. The start line is obviously on the road, black and white stripe, but we will stage you underneath the truss. Once again, that's at 5:15, so we are about 12 minutes away. If you don't know, in the past, we've had local NEBA. That's the organization here that manages your trail system, gets kids on bikes, gets grown-ups on bikes, gets young, old, new, racers, non-racers, helps with your trail system. They organize here. They've been a great supporter of our event over the years. They help with the local NICA, that's the High School Mountain Bike Association, here in Anniston, Alabama, and all over Alabama. Last time we did this Fat Tire mountain bike race, we had one of the NICA kids. We had a couple teams from a couple high schools out here doing battle, throwing blows. So we'll see if they show up this week. Looks like a racer there. Number 257. Don't know who she is, but she's ready to put in some laps. Hey guys, if you want to get out on course and do a couple laps, you right there in the crosswalk, give them a nudge, put them out on course, let them do a few laps. Got to check it out. There's a couple riders. Watch when you go out on course. Feel free. Hey buddy, you need to wear a helmet. Get off your bike right now. Step off your bike. Stop him. Stop riding your bike. You on the Orbea. CJ. Hey, CJ, get off your bike right now. We got a rider here from the Chiaha Mountain Bike Club. We're going to put her out on. You can take a few laps. Yeah, go ahead. Go out there and do a few laps. She already did a few. She knows what she's doing. She's ready to go. About 10 minutes till start time. We will look at staging you guys in about 5 minutes. So any of our mountain bike races, you got about 5 more minutes of warm-up time, and then I'll stage you underneath the start-finish truss.
Sugar.
Yeah, Dad, you can take her out for a lap. You got a few minutes if you want. You got to go left. Hey, Tom, you want to come over here and say anything about Neba? Yep. Once again, we are getting ready to do our Neba Fat Tire mountain bike race starting at 5:15. Course is open for preview. We are fortunate enough to have Tom up here on stage. All right, so I'm going to hand the mic over to Tom, president of your local Neba organization. He'll tell you a little bit about Neba, what we got going on, and then it'll pretty be close to start time for these kids. So if you're planning on racing the Fat Tire mountain bike race, I suggest you come out on course, do a lap or so. I'll meet you under the start-finish truss, and we'll get you rolling.
Hello, everybody. My name's Tom, and I have a biking problem. Neba does everything cycling. In fact, 19 years ago, Neba was the founder of the Sunny King and Noble Street Festival, and we put it on for 13 years, and then we turned it over. And it's been great, all the new things they brought into it. We also put on the Chia Challenge, the Coldwater Mountain Fat Tire Festival in October. This February, we're going to have our first gravel rides, which is the Alabama Ass Whooping in the Tallahassee National Forest. So anything cycling, if you want to get involved, go to neba.net and please join and come join all the fun.
All right, thanks, Tom. All right, racers, we are getting close to start time. Got about 6 minutes. If you want to get out on course, we will stage you once again underneath the Sunny King Criterium truss. We've got our official on hand here. He will stop you. You got 6 minutes, so anybody racing, we'd like for you to get out on course, pull around a lap, pull up to staging, please.
So are there any pro riders within earshot? I know you're fixing the race, but after you race, I know you're gonna eat something to eat, but after you eat, if you come over to the Neba building, we have a whole bunch of beer you didn't drink last night. And come by, have a cold one, and sit around and enjoy some good fellowship.
Thanks, Tom. So if you didn't hear that, any pro racers, they have some, what I was told, beer. Lots of beer for free. Cold beer. All right, so we're getting our riders staged, our older statesman racers. We're getting close. We got about 4 minutes. She's got time. I sent her around. You want him? He's on the wrong side in the wrong area. He is officially about to get a red flag. She's looking for you. Jog it. She's coming. Hey, Chiha. You can stage right over here. You got plenty of space. No sense in not taking that front row.
My last made me feel like I would never try.
All right, this is a 20-minute race on our pro course for our mountain bike racers here. Rubbin's racing, as they say. Looks like we had a couple high schools represented. What's your name?
Anna. Anna.
All right, did you catch that? She's excited. She's a little nervous. Anna, you all right? Big breath. Couple more minutes here. I'm going to let Tom, looks like we've got... It looks like we're missing about 2 racers still, but I'll go ahead and let you announce. So Tom's got a couple things to give tidbits for the racers here.
All right, have you? You know that you're actually racing for a few dollars, right? What grade are you in? 7. So you're a 6th and 7th grader. Anybody else in your class? 6th and 7th grader. You're 3 people are all in that grade, and you. All right, y'all are racing against each other. You're only racing against yourself. You're guaranteed to win. What grade are you in? 6? Man, we got a bunch of 6th graders. Okay. Well, the top 3, first place gets 25, second place gets 15, third place gets 10. He gets to race against himself. He gets the whole damn thing.
So to help with that, I want you to back up. Do you see our older statesmen back there? Go back there. Back up. We're going to even the playing field a little bit. All right, you guys come on up here. Yeah, 20 seconds to start. Let's turn up that music a little bit. Let's give them a little bit of round of applause, crowd here. All right, guys. I'm going to count it down from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Think you're so criminal. Bruises on both my knees for you. Don't say thank you. Hold please. I do what I want.
All right, so these racers are out here for 20 minutes on course. Thinking that's going to be about, what do you think 20 minutes is? How many laps on a mountain bike?
Rough guy, just can't get enough guy. Just always so puff guy. I'm that bad type, make your mama sad.
We're gonna guess 8 laps. We're gonna guess 8 laps for 20 minutes on the mountain bike. Just for context, our pro men are gonna race for 80 laps. Pro men are racing 60 laps later on. So these mountain bike racers are gonna race about 8 laps tonight, 20-minute race. They will be tired, I promise you. See if we we can sort out this.
Me likes to sing along with me, but she won't sing this song if she reads all the lyrics. She'll pity the men I know. So you're a tough guy, like you really rough guy. Just can't get enough guy, just always so puff guy.
All right, there's our lead vehicle. A couple riders out front already. Once again, that's a Sonny King Mustang. Big thank you to Sonny King.
Duh.
Our local high school racer right to the front, driving the pace. It's number 262. That's going to be Isaac. Isaac Francis racing for Jacksonville High School. Nika mountain bike team leading the way. Good job, couple more Jacksonville High School racers right there. 261, 258, that's gonna be Kane and Anna. Anna, get on that wheel there. Let Kane do the work. Good job right there. Rider number 260 representing Chiaha. It's Anna again.
Guess I'm pretty glad that you
Jackson State rider attacks over the top.
scared of me. I mean, I don't see what she sees, but maybe it's 'cause I'm wearing your cologne.
See if I can peek down, see the riders coming down the hill. There's a couple riders coming through now. Our lead group is still off the front there. There's that Sonny King Mustang coming around. It's like 4 riders in that front group. 1 rider getting distance there through the turn. See if they can press and get back in. If you're new to road racing, out front, the guy behind you is doing about 35% less work. So our local racer from Jacksonville High is towing these riders. The elder statesman from Velovit abusing him. Come on. Good job, rider number 256. Get back on that wheel, buddy. Come on, Creek. Hopefully Creek can get back on the wheel, benefit a little bit of draft. We got our 2 Jacksonville High School riders working together. You got trade pulls, guys. Trade pulls. Share the work. Rider 258 and 261. Once again, that's Kane and Anna. Hopefully they rotate. If they rotate, they can share the work. Like I said, the rider out front's doing about 35% more work than the rider directly behind them in the wind. Nice job. Nice job. Good job, Carson. Way to go, Carson. Is this our lap counter? Is this accurate? 2 laps to go. Sounds like we got 7 laps to go. There's our lead group again. All right, still out front. Oh, Velovit, they've been abusing him. Get on that wheel, come on. Keith Morrison had the high schooler doing all the work. Now him and his teammate are attacking. Come on, you got it. There we go. Creek, come on, Creek. know if you saw that, but our high school rider there was out front. We had the Velovit rider sitting on the wheel, making him do all the work, and then they started attacking him. Heath and Eric not playing nice with the high school. Not playing nice at all.
Yeah, I don't wanna fall asleep. I don't wanna pass away.
You might need some booze from that megaphone when you come by.
Just
a little bit. Heckling is okay in mountain bike racing, I've been told. Road racing, we want cheering, positive attitudes. Mountain bike, cyclocross, kind of all bets are off.
When I leave this earth, hoping you'll find someone else. Cause yeah, we still young. There's so much we haven't done.
All right, all of our kids racers, I need you guys to report to Downing's Ave for staging. All the kids, all of our kids, all you right here, I can see you. Straight across from me, I need you to report to Downing Ave, bottom of the hill for staging. Just take the sidewalk down. All of our kids racers to staging, bottom of the hill to Downing Ave. Good job, guys. Work together. Make sure to rotate through. Share the work. Share the work. Once again, Anna still in the front, leading Kane. Hold on. There we go. We're going to do a little rotation here. Share the work a little bit. There's our lead vehicle coming through.
Yeah.
Nice job, nice job. Nice job, Carson. Come on, Carson. There you go. There's our trio, two Velovit riders with Isaac.
You would jump into my arms every time you heard a bark.
All right.
In your sheets.
So what we got going on there? We got Eric and Heath playing dirty with Isaac. Now they got him in a sandwich.
Sundays went to church and Mondays watched a movie.
Last time we had Heath attacking. Let's see what Eric does.
You'd have to lose me.
Coming up the hill here, Creek. Come on, Creek. Grab a bigger gear. One gear up, one gear up. Shift up one gear. A little harder, a little harder. There you go. There you go, Creek. Another one of our Velovit riders here. Heather. Heather, Creek is dominating you right now. He put the big attack in on the backside on Heather. Put her out in no man's land. Once again, all of our kid racers are asking you to report to Downing Ave for staging. All kids racers report to the bottom hill to Downing Ave for staging. Come on, Anna. Anna has a dead arm. Come on, Anna. Give her a big round of applause. You can bang on them boards. Yes.
Yeah, you got that yummy, yum, that yummy, yum, that yummy, yum.
All right, once again, here comes that Sunny King Mustang coming through. Big thank you to Sunny King for letting us have those Mustangs all day. They would not let me have the keys. Mostly, I think that was on the accord of EMS and the fire. I thought that was a bad idea. All right, now we got our two Velovit riders on the front. Isaac, make them do the work. All right, Isaac? So in case you're wondering, that's Isaac. He is 15 versus Eric, 41, Heath, 43. They're going to try and use their gapping them off right there, attack from the front. Good job, Anna. Come on, Carson. Carson, get back on the wheel. Stand up and pedal. Shift up a gear. Stand up and pedal. Come on, Carson. Carson, there he goes. He's trying to get back to his teammates. Good job, Creek. Creek putting in work.
And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again.
We got 5 for our
I said, oh my God, I see you walking by.
When our front Mustang comes through, we're going to get 4 laps to go for our leaders. Right now it's showing 5. 5 laps to go for this rider right here.
I've been dancing my whole life. But you just
Heather, you got 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go.
Ooh, I sing you every time. And oh my, I like your style. You make me wanna cry.
Who all all is enjoying the Noble Street Festival this year? Let me hear a big round of applause and some yells. It's great to see the crowds out. Thanks everybody for coming out. Great to see all the parents. We're excited. One of the highlights for us is the kids races, which is coming up on tap. I was fortunate enough, I went out to one of the high school, or went out to the Wiggins Community Center, met with some youngsters, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They were talking race tactics, asking me when they should attack. They were very excited, so they're probably not putting on a show today. All right, there's that coming through, 4 laps to go, 4 laps to go. All right, Anna. Anna, watch out there. Riders coming around, getting 4 laps to go. 4 laps to go. Isaac, 4 laps to go. Isaac ditching the bottle. Come on, Anna. You got this. Come on, Anna. Everybody give Anna a big round of applause. Come on, Anna. All right, there's Creek coming up the hill again, out of the saddle. Creek, 4 laps to go. Creek, 4 laps to go. Nice work, Creek. Nice work. Creek is fearless through here. I think the crowd inspires Creek. I can tell you right now. Showman. Here you go. Here's our Jacksonville High School students working together. Good job, Anna. Good job, Kane. Make sure to rotate, Kane. Carson. Come on, Carson. 4 laps to go, Carson. You got this. 4 laps to go. Come on.
Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast
all right,
to
Heather.
The ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the
Heather, we got 4 laps to go. You got it. All right, come on. Let's grab one bigger gear. Let's grab one bigger gear. Let's make the muscles hurt a little bit. Come on. There you go. There we once again. Here comes that Sunny King Mustang. Looks like our Velvet Riders have attacked Isaac, gapped him off. Let's see if they play nicely. 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go for our leaders. 3 laps to go. Isaac, 3 laps to go. Isaac, you got 3 laps in you, Isaac. Come on, 3 laps. Isaac getting a bottle. Hand up. It's been a while. I feel like I'm at Speed Week in south side of Chicago taking hand ups because it's hot. I mean, once again, when that Mustang comes around, our riders are going to have 2 laps to go. So anybody who gets past, all our riders when they come through will have 2 laps to go. This rider here is going to have 3 to go. Once that Mustang comes around, you are on the same lap as the leaders. That's how racing on the road works.
There's a time that I remember when I never felt so lost, and I felt all of the hatred was too powerful to stop. Now my heart feel like an ember, and it's lighting up the dark. I'll carry these torches for you, and you know I'll never.
All right, there we go. Carson coming through. Oh, that's not Carson. I'm sorry. Creek. 3 laps to go, Creek.
Everything gonna be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey, here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones.
All right, Anna. Come on, Anna.
Toast to the ones that we lost on the way, 'cause the drinks bring back.
Riders are going to have 2 laps to go when they come across this start-finish line. Anna, you got 2 laps to go, Anna. Come on, Anna. 2 laps to go. There's that Sunny King Mustang. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go.
Memories bring back your.
There you go. Nice job, Anna. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. Kane, 2 laps to go. Carson, 2 laps to go. There's our leaders. Eric and Heath, 2 laps to go. Heather's jumped on the train for 2 laps to go. Isaac, 2 laps to go. Dig deep. Shift up a gear. Grab me some gear. Shift up. Use some muscles. Stand up on that pedals. Isaac, 15. Can he get back on the wheels? 2 laps to go, Isaac.
I'm going on during this time. I feel there's no one to save me.
Once again, for our youth races, they are staging at Downey. If you're not staging at Downey, I need you there now. Jackson's headed that way to help with staging. When the riders come back around, we're going to get that bell lap. Currently, this rider still has 2 laps to go. This is Creek. Let's go, Creek. Everybody, let's give Creek a big round of applause. 2 laps to go, Creek. 2 laps to go. You got it. Shift up a gear, Creek. Shift up a gear. 1 more gear. 2 laps to go, Creek. Come on. There's that Sunny King Mustang coming around. Once again, our Velobit riders off the front. Eric and Heath gonna get the bell lap. Looks like it's Alabama versus Mississippi here. Bell lap, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Those riders gonna duke it out for the sprint. Alabama versus Mississippi. Bragging rights all the way home. As Isaac comes in, our 15-year-old phenom. 1 more lap to go, 1 to go. You got another lap? Put your hands on the bars. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Heather, I think he was posting up because he attacked you. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. 1 lap to go. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Carson, 1 lap to go. Representing Jacksonville High. Carson, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Kane and Anna, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Anybody else checking out Kane's glasses he's got going on? They're semi like he's a welder. I don't really understand. They threw me off for a minute. RoboCop. He's all business now. He was making Anna do lap after lap of work. Now look at him attacking her through turn 1. Complete focus. There's that Sunny King Mustang coming around. Let's clear the walkway there. Creek doesn't want to get past. We're going to go ahead and send Creek around again. We'll send Creek around again. Creek, you got 1 to go. Creek, 1 to go. Creek, 1 to go, 1 to go. Stand up. 1 to go, Creek. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. And here's the sprint for the finish here. No sprint. No sprint. Rider 384, Eric Nelson, beating Heath Morrison. Heath was doing all the work, and then if you watch, Eric attacked him out of turn 4 to take the win in our NEBA Fat Tire mountain bike race, old guys division. We signed those guys up for crit racing during the day. As we got Isaac coming in here, our 15-year-old phenom, Isaac Francis, representing Jacksonville High School out of Jacksonville, Alabama. Nice job, Isaac. Rounding out our podium. Nice job, Isaac. Heather coming in, sprint for the finish. Nice job, Heather. We'll pop a little wheelie or something for the crowd. What do you got? That's it. Heather's going to work on her wheelie skills. Up the hill. See who we got here. Oh, Kane coming through. I told you, laser focus with those glasses. Nice job. Nice job. Nice job, Carson. Carson rolling in across the line. Kane with the laser focus. Mom and Dad, Eye of the Tiger. Anna coming up the hill here. Let's give her a big round of applause from Jacksonville High School. Anna Harris rolling in. Great work, Anna. Great work. Nice job, Anna. And there's Creek from Chiaha. Good job, Creek. Oh, look at that. Throwing out the W's. Playing to the crowd. Good job, Anna from Chiaha as well. Nice work, everybody. All right. Next up on tap is going to be our kids race.
Tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Can't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Riding on a tractor, lean all in my bladder. Cheated on my baby. You can go and ask her. My life is a movie, but riding in boobies. Cowboy hat from Gucci, Wrangler on my booty. Can't nobody tell me nothing.
All right, we got our kids coming out for staging now. It's a pre-K, so I guess that's pre-kindergarten. I know I saw some kids out on Strider bikes, training wheels. See how far this microphone will work. Walking down, our VIP is bumping. How you guys feeling over there? VIP? Nothing? Nothing? Beers are in the back, wine, I think. Let's get it. Pro race is coming up. I'm gonna need you guys on another level.
New guitar. Baby's got a habit, diamond rings and Fendi sports bras. Riding down Rodeo in my Maserati sports car. Got no stress, I've been through all that. I'm like a Marlboro man, so I keep going back. Wish I could roll on back.
Once again, that's our kids races. It's staging at the bottom here. Getting some final instructions.
Till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't.
Don't know if I can get that close. See what we got and scope out the competition. Got Jackson down there in staging of our kids race. Jackson, whenever you're ready, you're gonna give me the wave. I think we're going to stage these kids in waves. One thing, if I don't know if you parents and spectators have noticed, our kids, we have staged them so they race straight uphill. No speed from a straight hill start.
I thought you want this for my life, for my life. Said you wanted to see me thrive. You lied, just say to me what you want.
This is a mad dash for the finish line in our kids race. They're staging them by ages.
For me. Hey, Panini, don't you be a meanie. Thought you
we got some pro racers out on course. Guys, we are staging our kids race. So, course is not open, per se. You want to pedal on through and clear the course. You go ahead and warm up on the back side, but don't come around to the front side again, please. These kids are going to be coming at you pretty fast up there, Sherry. I would back up for those medals a little farther back when they come at you. Based on my conversations yesterday at Wiggins Community, Miss Price has them dialed in. They were getting race tips, asking about gearing, nutrition. They're going to go match you pretty with some speed, I've been told. See how we're doing here on the start. Whenever you're ready, you wave. We got a couple minutes. We're at a 5:45 start time on our kids race.
My mama doesn't trust him. He's only here for one thing, but
Kids are getting the last few minute instructions, checking their helmets, making sure everything's tight. A couple of them are on geared bikes, a couple of them are not.
Don't like the car, she ain't gonna end up buying her new beam. That girl know what she wants, she make me take it off if she see me. She say I make her wet.
They're serious down there.
I had to say no disrespect, gotta do it safer, you can keep it. Pop star, I'm fresh about the trap and I'm going Bieber. She know I'm a call away, she can drop a pin and I come meet her. Stand next to me, you gon' end up catching a fever. I'm hot.
We're about 1 minute to start, Jackson. 1 minute to start. Whenever you're ready, Jackson, you can. Okay. I'll count you down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, they're all coming. Oh, nope, some are coming, some are not. Some are through. They're just go. Full gas. Through the middle. Come on, come on, come on, shift. Cross the line. There you go. Stand up and go. You got it. You got it. Look at this one right here. Give her a big round of applause. Come on, you got it. Nice work, nice work, nice work. Give you a little boost. Give you a little boost.
Okay. You don't call me anymore.
Training wheels. This one's coming in hot.
You don't call anymore.
Shift, shift.
Called you.
See if I can help this one out a little bit. Speed you up to speed here.
Gotta tell me what's on your mind.
Give all our racers a big round of applause there. Come on, fans up there, give them some cheers, cheers, cheers. Got an issue. You're gonna have to run that one in. It's not going back. You're gonna have to run it in. Had a mechanical all the way to the finish line. Dad, we're gonna need some work on that bike, Dad. You got it. Come on, all the way. Sit down. Let me give you a boost. I want you to hit that horn beat up there, okay? Hit the horn. Got the Minnie Mouse helmet on. She's gonna give us a little horn across that finish line, hopefully. Just checking it out. Boom. Nice work, nice work. It's our YMCA kids race. So 6:20, our pro women will be going. We got a little bit of time here. I suggest you hit up a few of our vendors in the middle. Take all their beer, as many as you can. Fill your pockets. See what we can do in this. Oh, these guys are going a full lap. Nice work. Coming in across the line for the win. Had the early lead. Boom. Ryder 233. He's going another lap. I don't know. Coming in. Nice. Representing Atlanta United. There we go. This is one of Mrs. Price's students. Oh, hands off the bars as well. Go, 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 go. Nice, nice, nice. Come on. You can do it. Right here. Go, go, go. He's not paying attention. Get him on the line. Get him on the line. With the bike throw. Ryder 325. Come on, you got him. She's got, oh, fading, fading. Oh, right at the line. Come on. Oh, almost a touch of wheels. Comes in. Work. I'll have to find Ms. Price and see if she can give us a little info on our YMCA Kids Club. Ms. Price, if you're around, come near the start-finish line. Nice work, nice work.
Hypothetical, working out of something that I'm proud of. Out of the box, an epoxy to the world and the vision we've lost. I'm an apostrophe. I'm just a symbol to remind you that there's more to see. I'm just a product of the system of catastrophe, and yet a masterpiece, and yet I'm half diseased. And when I am deceased, at least I go down to the grave and die happily, and leave the body of my soul to be a part of me. I do what it takes, whatever it takes. 'Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes. 'Cause I love how it feels when I break.
All right, our next race is going to be our women's pro race.
Takes.
I said, I'll go take the mic from him.
My mama called, see you on TV, sunset done changed. Ever since we was on, I dreamed it all. Ever since I was young, they said I won't be nothing. Now they always say congratulations. Worked so hard, forgot how to vacation. They ain't never had the dedication. People hating, say we changing, look, we made it. Yeah, we made it. That was never friendly, yeah. Now I'm jumping out of Bentley, yeah. And I know I sound dramatic, yeah. But I know I had to have it, yeah. For the money, I'm a savage, yeah. I be itching like I had it, yeah. I'm surrounded 20 bags, yeah. But they didn't know me last year, yeah. Everyone wanna act like they important, but all that mean nothing when I saw my door, yeah. Everyone counting on me, drop the ball, yeah. Everything custom like I'm at the bottom, yeah, yeah. If you win it, put your lighters to the sky. How could I make sense when I got millions on my mind? Coming with it, I just put it to the side. Bought a sense of baby, they could see it in my eyes. My mama called, see you on TV, sunset done changed. Ever since we was on, I dreamed it all. Ever since I was young, they said I won't be nothing. Now they always say congratulations. Worked so hard, forgot how
how to vacation. They ain't never had the dedication. People hating, say we changing, look, we made it. Yeah, we made it.
I was patient, yeah. Oh, I was patient. Now I can scream that we made it. Now everywhere I go, they say congratulations. Young graduation. I pick up the rock and I ball, baby. I'm looking for someone to call, baby. But right now I got a situation. Never old Ben Franklin. Big rings, champagne. My life is like a ball game. But instead I'm in the trap though. Pot so big, call it Super Bowl. Super Bowl, caught up, get in the rolls. Top flow lifestyle, Huncho and Post, Malone. I got a play on my phone. You know what I'm on. Huncho Houdini is gone.
My mama called, see you on TV. Sunset done changed. Ever since we was on, I dreamed it all. Ever since I was young, they said I won't be nothing. Now they always say congratulations. Work so hard, forgot how to vacation. They ain't never had the dedication. People hating, say we changing, look, we made it. Yeah, we made it.
I feel you crumble in my arms down to your heart of stone. You bled me dry just like the tears you never show. Why don't you take what you want from me? Take what you need from me. Take what you want to go. Why don't you take what you want from me? Take what you need from me. Take what you want to go.
I never needed anything from you. And all I ever asked was for the truth. You showed your tongue and it was forked in two. Your venom was lethal, I almost believed you. Yeah, you prayed on my every mistake, waited on me to break. Held me under hoping I would drown like a plague. I was racing away, trying to find my way out, find my way out. And then finally came the day I stopped giving my heart away. For heaven's sake, my bones will break, but you never own my soul. No, I feel you crumble in my arms down to your heart of stone. You bled me dry just like the tears you never show. Why don't you tell you what you want from me? Tell you what you need from me. Tell you what you want to go. Why don't you tell you what you want from me? Tell you what you need from me. Tell you what you want to go.
I took them stones you threw, made chains for the crew. I brought up 10 of this coupe, only made for 2. They all ran through it, and ain't nothing left to do. I need some more reasons to live out this evening. I've been sipping forever, reaching, taking whatever, hoping, thinking whenever you be back on road. Let's go our ways, whichever you say, how is however long, 'cause you know I'll never be alone. Blood off it, shawty gon' back, need it on sight, crack it out back, give it that pain, all of my gang, shawty went back.
I feel you crumble in my arms down to your heart of stone. You bled me dry just like the tears you never show. Why don't you take what you want from me? Take what you need from me. Take what you want to go. Why don't you
For All Riders, course is open. All Riders course is open. Coming up now on about 10 minutes out to our first call to staging. 10 minutes to our first call to staging as we get ready for our pro women coming up at 6:20 p.m. 1 hour of race time. as our pro women are right now in final preparations, getting ready for their race to see who's going to be crowned the winner of the 2021 Sunny King Criterium. So 10 minutes to staging, 10 minutes to staging as we get ready to start off our highlight events of the pro women and pro men.
Just a young gun with a quick fuse. I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder. Thunder, 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 feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, 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 thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds. Thunder, 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 feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, 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 feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, 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 feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, 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 feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, 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 feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, thunder.
I love coming to run down this trail just because I love thinking when I'm running, and it's so beautiful just running through and all the trees and the flowers on the side. It's just a great place to think and relax and just to see how beautiful Alabama really is.
It's well maintained. They seem to take a lot of pride in keeping it trimmed and keeping it safe for the riders. Whenever there's a place in the road that needs to be repaired, well, they'll mark it and fix it pretty soon. I think the maintenance on it's been great.
I try to walk every day, and I enjoy walking on the trail because it's got a good surface. It's got shaded areas, sunny areas, so when it's too hot, you still got some shady areas, and when it's cooler days, you still got some sun.
We love to walk up here. We walk 6 miles as many days a week as we can, and we love the nature, and it's just a cool place to walk.
I meet people from several different states riding. I rode with a man last year. He was from Pennsylvania, and he came down here just to ride the trail.
There's stuff to do for everybody. It's beautiful out here. I like to bring my nephew and my niece to play. Yeah, they love the swings and the slides and how there's different kinds of slides. They climb up and down them. It's good for parties out here, and then the nature out here is beautiful. It's real clean and everything, so I think it's a good place to bring your kids and your family.
Well, it's so pretty outside, especially during the spring and the summer, and it's super convenient, and it's fun to just go hang out with your friends. We can ride bikes, we can take our dogs, we can have picnics.
My dog, she loves the water. She loves to play in the park and get to run around. So I try to bring her out here every chance I get.
It lets them get out all their energy and they can run around and play on the different little things they have to do.
There's water too, so it's very convenient.
Most running trails like this don't have much shade, while this one has a lot of shade. I like the animals and birds too.
We are in our cross-country trip. We go between Southeast Florida and the Pacific Northwest every year.
We've been on rails to trails all over the country. This trail in particular compares very, very well, so we're delighted.
It's very clean, it's very clear. It goes from here in Anniston all the way to the Georgia border. It's about 33 miles. And then those of us that have road bikes, we can come out here on the trail, speed pretty quickly, get some really good exercise. In fact, the UCI will be having their time trial for the Chia Challenge, and it's going to be here, right here on the trail.
The draw of Alabama to me is, the natural wonder that you have in this area is phenomenal. People will come in from the northern tier states, late fall, through the winter, into springtime because they can't ride where they are. And you guys basically have year-round riding here. We've seen economies completely revitalized and towns revitalized by a bicycle economy. And the trail assets are a big part of that, from the mountain biking trails like Coldwater Mountain to the rail trails like the Chief Ladiga Trail. That combination is what we've seen be really successful in communities. And what you guys have here in this area is absolutely world class.
Welcome to beautiful Anniston, Alabama, home of the world's largest office chair, home of Fort McClellan, and home of the Sunny King Criterium, part of the Alabama Cycling Classic, celebrating the Noble Street Festival here on Noble Street in beautiful downtown Anniston as we get ready to move to our final events of the evening after a full day of amateur racing community events. It's finally time to bring the pros out to the course as we get ready for the pro women, followed by the pro men out there tonight on what is turning into a beautiful night here in Alabama, as there was some weather in the forecast earlier, looking like there might be some rain coming down on Noble Street for the premier events tonight, but it has turned out perfect. Just a light breeze blowing across the street. Just a few clouds in the sky. We're floating right around 80 degrees out there right now, and it doesn't get much better than this. Perfect conditions for one of the best bike races in America. They call this the king of all crits for a reason. Brad Soner here, being joined by former winner 2017, Lauren Hall, who knows this course well, knows this city well, and knows the sport well. Lauren, welcome back to Anniston in a different capacity this year. We are so pumped to have you on the broadcast team in 2021.
Well, thanks, Brad. It's always good to be here. It feels a bit like a homecoming to me. I had a chance to visit with the VeloVit team, originally from Mississippi myself, and those guys are from Mississippi. And, you know, the South, we all kind of gather together, have some sweet tea, and just welcome in everybody and hopefully have a great race tonight.
Well, we have felt incredibly welcomed here in Anniston. The hospitality of this city has been incredible, welcoming cyclists from all over the country and all over the world for the Alabama Cycling Classic. We got into town just a few days ago and feels like we're locals already. I know you're already a celebrity here in Anniston, so no surprise, but nice to see that they're welcoming the riders and the rest of the crew out there as well. We are wrapping up a full day of amateur racing as you're seeing pro women warming up out on course right now. This is going to be an exciting one out there tonight, and again, should be super fast, perfect conditions. I want to talk about the racing earlier today and celebrate some of our amateur riders because they work just as hard as the pros out here, and we got to give them a little bit of credit today. We saw some really, really good finishes today.
Yeah, they're on the same course doing the same amount of work that any of the pros are doing, and what better way to learn what the pros are going to do by being out here and racing this exact course.
We had a little bit of a competition in the amateur series for the best post-up, and I think they got better as the day went on. The early riders were having a little bit of trouble. Uphill finish, it was windy, it was bumpy, tough conditions, but we eventually started to see some pro-level post-ups as we got a little bit later, and this was Jamie Carney winning his race earlier in the day. A little bit of celebration there, but Wasani Castro, I think, put on maybe the best post-up of the day out there.
No doubt, and we talked to some of these guys and talked about how rough this finish line is, so it's a bit hard to take your hands off the bars, but Wasani definitely didn't have a problem doing that, did he?
You can see the brick right before the finish line as well. There's basically right under the start-finish arch. This is the Castro sprint that we were talking about earlier, winning out of a breakaway. Saw a lot of successful breakaways out there today as well, so that might be an indicator of things to come later tonight because we saw multiple races won either solo off the front or a small group of somewhere between 3 to 5 riders had really good days out there today. So we'll see if that plays into this one. And then this 2-up sprint to the line was awesome to watch as well.
Yeah, McCabe had quite the race today, didn't he? 19 years old. Didn't do too much work, but yeah, it was really good to see him come through with a win like that.
Well, as the amateurs wrap up their events, let's move to start talking about the pro race tonight. Before we get to the riders in the race, I want to talk about the course here in Anniston because while it looks like a normal course on paper, 4 corners, semi-flat, I guess, for a part of it, it's this finish stretch that does it for me.
Yeah, no doubt. The coming out of corner 4, it's basically a drag race to the finish, and it has a bit of a dip right before the finish line, and that's what's kind of making it a bit rough. And then you go across the finish line, it's still uphill, left-hand turn, first corner, and it's a bit tight through there. It tightens up through corners 1 and 2, opens back up on the backside, downhill. You don't want to be a solo rider down there. Tight again into turn 3. Fast through turn 4, and there you are, right back to the start finish again.
The other thing we've been talking about on this course is the road conditions. It's smooth for part of it, but there are some crucial parts of this course that are pretty bumpy, and that's really affecting the racing.
Yeah, again, we were talking to riders after the race, and they were talking about corner 3 leading up into it. There's a manhole cover. The pavement is a little bit messed up, so it just messes up how you set up your turn right before into turn 3. So we'll see if that's a factor for the pros.
Yeah, it's going to be certainly important. You can see some of the bumps in the pavement. We talked about slow pavement in a lot of these courses. I think this would qualify as slow pavement out there. It's not super smooth, and if you can avoid the bumps, you can find the line. In fact, you talked about sort of previewing some of the corners.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably what a lot of these pro racers are going to do, and a lot of the amateur races did, is go out there, ride a lap of the course, kind of cover the entire course on these warm-up laps, look at the course, look at the concrete, look at the asphalt, how it connects, where it connects, and then just really check out all the lines and all the corners, because we saw one of the riders basically coming up on the yellow line, and he slips his back wheel a little bit. So, you know, that every little bit counts, every 1 little percent. So it's very important to know the lines of this course.
All right, let's talk about the type of rider that this will favor, because looking back at the winners of the last 5 years, there's really no clear favorite. There's some pure sprinters, there's some good breakaway riders, there's someone who's won Ghent Bevelgem, so you got classics riders in there, and World Tour riders like Hannah Barnes. So it really kind of shows anyone can win here in Anniston. There is no specific type of rider that'll win here tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Again, like we were talking about some of the amateur races today, in a breakaway, solo, it's kind of an attrition course because it's so long and drawn out on the straightaways.
Summer Moak in 2019 had just one teammate in Erica Aller, now Erica Carney for the rally cycling team. Lily Williams back in 2018. So, yeah, good mix of riders. Summer won out of a sprint, out of a small group. We've seen that a lot in these pro races. So it's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out there tonight. Let's go back and talk about last year with Summer Moak's win. Well, I say last year, but I mean the last time we were here in Anniston. I've still not gotten used to this year off that we've had from bike racing. Back in 2019, the last time we were racing here in Anniston at the Sunny King Criterium. Summer Mocha doing a great job with Rally, and really, you don't need the numbers here in Anniston if you race smart, and Rally proved that last year.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, just as long as you're covering and you've got a teammate to help you out, you know, like we've seen all day today, just those breakaways and just these smaller groups, that's what it's come down to.
We also saw incredibly aggressive racing in this race in 2019. The Fast Chance cycling team in the purple jerseys here, and Hagens Berman doing incredible work on the front. But in the end, you see the 2 Rally jerseys, the only 2 orange jerseys in the group, just sitting back, relaxing, didn't really have to do much. And then when it came time to get to the front, Summer Moak was there. Very smart bike racer.
Yeah, these bike racers that win races know how to get to the front when it counts. Obviously, that's why they win bike races. But it's something about being a sprinter and a finish line that you can smell the finish.
So a couple big moves from Fast Chance late in the race, but nothing able to get away. Moak just marked every single move perfectly. And then the other thing that we talk about a lot is the setup into the final turn, where you want to be going into the sprint, because a lot of riders will start too early on this uphill finish, and it's really just about timing it on the way to the line.
Yeah, we saw Wasani today basically take it out of the last corner, and that's such a long sprint, but he was able to hold it off. My preference is a little bit later, almost to the crosswalk, but you know, hey, when you commit, you're fully committed, so you might as well just go.
This break came at 8 laps to go last year before eventually being reeled back in, and then a few desperate late race attacks from riders that didn't want to sprint in this race as the sun started to set on our pro women's field. If you're not a sprinter and you're not an uphill sprinter, this is not the course to try to finish with the group. So we saw a lot of riders inside the last 10 or so laps taking their last-ditch efforts to try to get away.
And that's just what it is, the last-ditch effort. You know, by that point, everybody's going to mark everything, so it's a failed attempt.
Well, we saw CWA Racing presented by Trek trying to get up there along with some Hagens Berman riders, but the field just would not let them go. There was just too much interest in the field, too many good riders trying to go up the road, and so eventually it was this group of like 7 that was able to get away with pretty much every major team represented in there, so that let the field set up this field sprint where Summer Moak sprints right up the middle. She started sprinting about halfway up that climb, and then pretty long way out, I would say maybe 150 meters out from the line for Summer Moak, but she's got the legs to do it. Paid off in 2019 for Rally Cycling.
First one across wins, that's all that matters, even with a little bit of a bike throw.
And then, of course, the champagne celebration on the podium. I know we talked about the podium prizes for you. You still have your giant check from your win in 2017.
If somebody gives you a large, oversized check with your name on it, you keep it. It's definitely going on the wall. A little motivation just to stay fit and then, you know, have those memories. I'm not getting rid of it.
Laura Jorgensen got up there for Fast Chance in 2019 for a second. Daniele Garcia for the CWA Racing presented by Trek Squad. And then Lily Williams ending at 4th place, another former winner, along with Christina Goki-Smith inside the top 5. Emily Ehrlich back again this year from CWA Racing. Whitney Allison for the Hagens Berman team in 7th, followed by Janelle Cole in 8th. Faith Montrell in 9th. And Harriet Owen back on the American circuit, rounding out the top 10. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we got live racing from Anniston, Alabama.
While you may not be a pediatric surgeon volunteering your topiary talents at a children's hospital, your life is just as unique. Your Raymond James financial advisor gets to know you, your passions, and the way you give back, so you can live your life. That's life well planned.
From sunup to sundown, Sparklight provides you with gig speeds over our fast and reliable fiber-rich network, powering all your family's devices throughout the day. And with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi coverage guaranteed, even from home, you can live life at gig speed.
Sunny King Automotive Group is celebrating 100 years in Anniston. Please join us in marking our centennial anniversary in our hometown. From all of us at Sunny King Ford, Sunny King Honda, and Sunny King Toyota, we thank you for 100 years and we look forward to many, many more. Sunny King Automotive Group, serving Greater Calhoun County since 1922.
Welcome back. Front row being called up to the line here as we get ready for our pro women's race here at the Sunny King Criterium. Just about 3 minutes out from our race start. We'll talk about some of the big names here in just a bit. CW Racing with Emily Ehrlich and Madison Kelly in there. There's Paige Kostanecki for the Butcher Box Pro Cycling Team. Tina Pick, another rider with a lot of experience racing here. And then the New Zealand champ, Olivia Ray from Rally Cycling, flying what would normally be the orange flag, but she's wearing the New Zealand National Champions kit out there in the white and black. So a lot of talent in this field tonight, Laura.
You know, I was actually, when we're looking at the recap from 2019 and looking at CWA, I feel like this might be their race to lose tonight. They've got the numbers, they've got the experience. They had Daniele get third in that year, so I'm looking to them tonight to cover and kill or get up the road to make this race dynamic, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the story tonight, the dynamic racing, just waiting for that break to go, seeing if it's going to go, and watching the field try to roll up as well and cover those moves. So a lot of talented riders in this field. We talked earlier to Aisha McGowan. She's going to be on the front a lot tonight. I think her last stop here in the United States before she heads over to Europe as the first professional African-American female road racer. So cool to have this stop on her journey.
And I felt like she was super comfortable today talking to us. Usually she's really nervous and, you know, you can feel the anxiety and nerves on her. So I feel like today she was super calm, and this is her home race. She drove in today with Will and Emoji, so I'm so excited to see her race tonight.
I'm glad we got an update on Emoji the dog. That's an important part of Aisha's journey. She's been driving the Ford Bronco around with Emoji in the back. So it looks like we are just about ready to get started with our race. So now we'll pause for our national anthem.
If everybody would please take a moment, I would like to be able to welcome a member of cast out of Anniston from Mumford to sing our national anthem, Chelsea Duke.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Chelsea Duke with our national anthem, and that means it's time to go racing. We are back in Anniston, Alabama, and man, it feels good to say that. It's been too long since we had a nice long run of American bike racing, and this is American bike racing to its core. This is as good as it gets. This is what we're about here in the United States. Good old-fashioned fast criterium racing.
And I feel like it's ramped up from Tulsa, from Toad, from Nationals into now. It just feels like we are just back into the groove of bike racing. Absolutely wonderful.
Well, safe to say, I think crit racing is in a pretty good place right now here in the United States. So they are getting the final countdown right now. And we're underway in racing at the 2021 Sunny King Criterium Pro Women out on course. And look at this, Olivia Ray not messing around early on.
Set the tone, set the pace. That was something Erica Aller always did. We talked a little bit about her earlier, seeing Jamie out here, and she was always known to just kind of go from the gun and just go ahead and get that pace ramped right up.
And she has successfully strung this field out single file, sending a message early on that This is not going to be an easy night in Anniston. Emily Ehrlich back up to the front now, going to take her CWA Racing Trek teammate Madison Kelly with her. And then that'll put Ray into third with Paige Kostanecki sitting in fourth there, the red jersey of Butcher Box Pro Cycling Team. These riders doing an hour of racing. We're going to be counting up on time on the clock that you see in the upper left corner. And then once the officials here on stage figure out an average lap time, we'll start counting down on laps. So working up on time. Is this a weird way to race, Lauren? I know it kind of throws a lot of spectators off when it's like we're counting up on time and then switching to laps. I mean, you pretty much just look at this as an hour effort.
Yeah, for sure. You know, a lot of times I would think spectators are more just looking at the race go by, which is all right. But yeah, I don't really know that they look so much at the laps until we start talking about the laps, right? But no, for me, it was always, it's just an hour of racing, no matter what the lap counter says or what the timer says.
It's always interesting to me when you talk to riders about how much they ride, or it's never how far they rode. It's always in time. Like, what was your ride like today? You don't say I rode 100 miles. You said I rode 5 hours.
Right, because you could be doing 45 miles up a mountain, or you could be doing 45 miles straight. So it was always based off of time, never off of mileage.
Looks like Brown moving up a little bit here. CWA Racing seems like they might have a little bit of a plan here early. Try and control, try and get to the front, try and keep their riders out of trouble.
Yep.
And looks like a few riders might be trying to come over the top of that one.
Well, they also want to say, you know what, we know how to race the front too and take control. And it's going to be Harriet Owen right there, just going to, she had a great week at Toad.
Oh, man. She lit it up with one teammate, Rachel Langdon. They did have Nairi Barraclough join in later on in the week, but those two up at the front were awesome. Harriet ended up second place overall to Matilda Reynolds, winning the yellow jersey up there, but put on a show. We had the addition of Skylar Schneider later in the week. That definitely affected the GC a little bit because Schneider went 5 for 6, I think. She took a third place on her first night and then won every single day after that through the end of Toad. So that took up some of the points in the GC battle. Schneider not here tonight, so we'll see if Harriet Owen can get a win.
Well, and her teammate Rachel Long did so well also. I mean, she was nothing to just right off the back, right? I mean, she had great results helping Harriet as well.
Langdon was up there every single day taking pulls. All right, they're ringing a $300 cash preem here on the line. So winner of this lap is going to take home $300 cash. I see Aisha McGowan starting to make her way up second wheel. We talked a little bit about her plan. She didn't want to give away too much, but $300 goes a long way your first time in Europe, that's for sure.
No doubt. And, you know, I think Aisha, it's been so great to see her more and more up at the front, gaining more confidence. And like I said, she just seems so comfortable tonight and in her zone and in her element. So I'm just really excited to see how she's going to pull this off. And I'll be honest, Brad, a preem this early in the race as a sprinter, I was not very happy with this. No. But, hey, I'd let somebody else have the money, and then I would just enjoy the ride.
Well, that's part of the fun, is mixing things up out there a little bit. Olivia Ray popping out to the side, taking a look. And look, everyone looking over the shoulder. If you're on the front right now, you're starting to realize you're in a bad spot. So you're like, I need to get out of here because I'm about to get swarmed here.
Yep, see Rachel Langdon sitting 4th, 5th right there. Insta fun. Aisha on her wheel. Corners 3 and 4.
So this is the final corner. Ray rounds the left-hander, and she's going to open it up from a long way out. Nothing else you can do in this situation, right?
You know the saying, when in doubt, lead it out.
Oh, man, and it's going to pay off here. She dropped the wheel behind her. CWA Racing not able to close the gap, and I think Ray is going to pick this one up $300 richer for the New Zealand champ.
Yeah, I think CWA, will just start to sew this back together. Try not to chase anything down too crazy or split the field. Like we said, we think they're going to try to be in control of this race tonight.
Well, that gets a lot more difficult when Olivia Ray rolls off the front. You can see the shape of this field changing drastically, going single file. Now, again, the back side is downhill. It's an uphill stretch on the front side. You give it all back between turns 2 and 3, and then basically flat in between turns 1 and 2 and turns 3 and 4, the short parts of the rectangle. But the long parts are uphill on the start-finish stretch and a nice, long, fast downhill on the back stretch.
And you can see Olivia just looking around like, hey, all right, I'm here. Yeah. Come get me now. I'm not really pedaling hard. And then CWA back there is like, you know what, neither are we.
Yeah, kind of sending the message of like, hey, look, I'm not here for a breakaway. I just wanted the preem.
Yep.
If you guys want to come up and join, be more than happy to do that. So I think another big story is no big rosters. You know, no 4, 5, 6 rider deep rosters. A lot of strong teams, a lot of strong riders, but a lot of them only have 1, maybe 2 teammates out there.
Yeah, minus CWA. Again, they've got the numbers out of anybody here. So, you know, you're probably going to have the 1s and 2s right now. I think this is Morgan Patton right now. Morgan Brown off the front. And you'll have CWA cover, kill, or start sewing it back together. They'll get together and just man the front of this peloton.
Morgan Brown. I think it's Morgan Brown.
And you can separate through the start-finish on this uphill, through turn 1, through turn 2. Then you hit that downhill on the back stretch, and it's not any fun by yourself. So that's where you're looking around, hoping for some help. And yeah, it looks like there's some folks come up and meet her and see if they can't get something rolling.
Yeah, Morgan Brown going to bring at least one with her, Emily Ehrlich. She had one rider tucked behind her and couldn't see.
I bet that's Debbie Milne. Can't miss her. She was at Nationals. She was off the front at Nationals with Veronica Ewers, and I talked to her earlier at registration, talking to Debbie, and she said, you know what, Lauren, I was right on my limit. If I pulled through, I was going to get dropped, but the Veronica kept throwing the elbow, and Debbie's ego, she just couldn't let it go. She had to pull through, and she said, you know, maybe I shouldn't have done that. But, you know, that's racing, and here she is now back in the break, so it's good to see Debbie up the road.
And that's going to cause a little split here. We'll call this 6 clear on the way up. And InstaFun going to try and keep this one rolling. Saying if we can get rid of some riders out of the group, we might as well right now. That's pretty good looking. Rachel Langdon on the front.
Colleen Gullick just right there off the back, shaking her head a little bit because probably Rachel's up there. If I know Rachel, I've raced against her. She is a tough cookie, and she's definitely going to set the tone and want this break to stay away.
You're really going to be looking for who's not in this move of what is now 6 riders. I think that's probably the biggest story of who misses it, what sprinters aren't in there. I guess Olivia Ray would be noticeable. With no other rally riders in the field, Ray's going to be the only rider that'll have a shot at this.
Tina Pick missed it, and her teammate.
Yeah. Now CWA trying to get one more up there, I think. That's Ehrlich already in, and I think Madison Kelly is the next one trying to come across. Yeah, that's Kelly going in. And then comes Automatic Women's Racing.
Had a chance to talk to Tish Kelly this morning, the team owner of CWA, and based out of Naples, Florida, and that's her daughter right there, Madison. And do you know that Madison's in med school and then races bikes?
Well, that is an unfortunate reality for a lot of riders in this field. The salaries just aren't there, and I would say most of these riders, if not all of them, are working somewhere outside of their bike racing career. They're ringing up $150 premium on the line here as they roll through. But I can't say it's a surprise to see a doctor in the women's field. We see a lot of higher educated riders in the pro women's peloton.
I raced with a veterinarian. I raced with an anesthesiologist, a lawyer. So I think I was the least qualified out of all of them, and I have a master's degree.
But you're proving the point right here. All I have is a measly bachelor's degree. All right, so $150 on the line. Langdon going to take a little look. It's going to be Harriet Owen. Langdon trying to do a little bit of blocking back at the front of the field, maybe. I think Rachel Langdon changed sunglasses because I was picking out Owen at Tour of America's Dairyland based on her like giant white glasses. And now Rachel Langdon has the same glasses. So
the sponsorship finally came through, or they finally changed these around, yeah.
So that's Langdon's second wheel ahead, or just behind Paige Kostanecki from the Butcher Box Pro Cycling Team. They were also up at Tour of America's Dairyland. Seems like that's a pretty good place to build some form. I mean, if you're trying to do a nice midsummer block, can't beat 10 days of back-to-back racing.
Yeah, every day, wake up, race your bike.
Yeah.
Try and win.
For better or worse.
Yeah, well, yeah, and if it works, it does. And if it doesn't, hey, guess what? You get to do it again tomorrow. What an opportunity.
Lucky you. Harriet Owen picking up a nice, easy $150, or at least she made it look easy.
Yeah. They have a great hashtag on Instagram. I'm not going to say what it is on air, but go check out the Insta Fund or Harriet or Rachel's Instagram. It was pretty comical. I think they're having a good time traveling together.
And now we'll see if Owen wants to try and roll this one. She wasn't afraid to get into breaks to Tour of America's Dairyland. We'll see if anyone wants to join her. Like a couple just inching off the front here.
Again, CWA, they're just going to cover, kill, represent. They've got the numbers until they don't. So race forward and keep representing the team.
And actually, Harriet Owen, in order to get into the United States to race, actually had to go spend 2 weeks in Mexico, quarantining in Mexico before she was able to come over into the U.S. to be able to do the first races at the Armed Forces Classic.
Starting to rail these corners. She's definitely into this move.
Since then, she's been racing all across the country, including going to Tulsa Tough, going to Armed Forces in Washington, D.C., going to Tour of America's Dairyland in Wisconsin. She's been extremely active.
Owen, probably towards the end of a block of racing, I have to imagine. Did Tulsa, did Armed Forces, did Dairyland, now here in Alabama. I mean, how big is a block, Lauren? What does a race block look like usually?
Well, that's what I was going to say. Isn't Boise next weekend?
Yeah, and then Salt Lake.
So the crazy thing is,
a couple riders down here. We'll see if we can figure out what happened. And man, you hate to see this. That is Morgan Brown on the left-hand side of the picture. I'm going to wait to identify the rider on the right until I know for sure and can get a number. It was at the back of the group. That's Brown. Oh, Brown wearing 30. And number
Brown's
20
just a victim of.
Just came right into her. Faith Powell, the Nashville local cycling team. Not sure if she got hung up on fence or what the issue was.
You know, she might have hooked bars with somebody and pulled away, and that leads to a jerk across the peloton like that you can't see. It's good to see her walking.
Yeah. Oh, they're going to get her to medical immediately. This is another unfortunate scenario where you really hope that we have good concussion protocols for these riders and we make sure that they're not getting back into races that they shouldn't be getting back into. I know this has been a problem for multiple races, but the Anniston Fire Department here is going to make sure that she gets taken care of what she needs.
A longtime sponsor of the Sunny King Criterium. Sunny King Automotive Group been around since 19.
So they did clear the course, no neutralization.
We still got Morgan down, but hopefully that's a wide enough space so we can keep racing.
Relatively still, Daniela Garcia from
Now Garcia going to try and go across the gap here.
Unfortunately, that's the type of thing that's good for Harriet. I mean, something like that just messes up the mix a bit in the peloton. People pause, kind of check on your teammates, see what's going on, account for everybody that you have here, and that can just increase the gap for Harriet to her advantage. And we see CWA trying to close us down and bridge across, and Debbie Milne also just towing the field up to CWA.
So the rider in second position there, Daniela Garcia.
It looks like they're going to attack this back, as they should. I mean, Harriet Owen, a solo rider, 15 minutes into a 60-minute race. Unless she got help, I don't think Owen wanted to be out there solo any more than the field wanted.
Nah, for sure. I think Harriet's more of a sprinter anyway, so she's probably like, okay, thanks for bringing me back. Hey, Rachel, guess what? It's your turn now.
Got what I needed. Thank you very much.
And Daniela will definitely know how to race this race, being third 2 years ago. So it's interesting that she was the one that brought her back. But hey, you know what? You're at the front sometimes, and you're the one. So you just do it. You're there.
A lot of looking back.
Debbie almost crossing wheels right there with Harriet looking back.
And here goes Ehrlich again up the right side for CWA Racing. Man, beautifully set up there by CWA. Really sensed it, and right when things started to calm down a little bit, Ehrlich launches up the right side, and now Owen's still going to chase her.
I think that's Rachel Langdon, and she was coming from like the back of the peloton to do a counterattack to Harriet. But she was so far back, she just now got to catch up to the CWA rider.
Ehrlich out of Michigan. Been with the CWA team for a few years now. Good long-range rider. Got a lot of distance riding in her. Actually coached by Frankie Andrade, believe it or not, up in Michigan.
I had to ask if you were serious about that.
Local connection.
Yeah.
Well, so what happened was Emily was so good as an amateur rider coming up through the ranks. It was kind of like, we've got to get this rider some coaching. We've got to get her to the next level. And so she got hooked up with Frankie and rode her way onto the CWA Racing, presented by Trek Team, and now riding at the front of the Sunny King Crit.
I'd say if anybody's got some experience at bike racing, it'd be Frankie. So I'm sure she probably had some good insight on talking to him.
What was your first coaching experience? I mean, when did you, does it come from a team? Does it come from you? Do you go seek out a coach? How does that process work, and when do you decide it's time to get a coach?
I would say actually my first coaching experience came from the guys that I bought the bike from at the bike shop. They were the ones to tell me how to shift gears, go back all the way to the basics of how to change a tire. What a field sprint looks like for the city limit sign, and from there they're like, hey, we do this thing called bike racing. So I'd say those guys for sure, they raised me up, and I think that's why I have such an affinity for the VeloVit guys.
Looks like Madison Kelly getting pushed back into the race here. Not sure if she went down in that crash or it was just a mechanical.
Yeah, sometimes if you get touched or, chain, anything like that from that crash, you can definitely go to the pit, get it looked at.
A very good inline skater coming out of Michigan.
So we'll keep an eye on the gap here, up on the front.
Coming over her first year on the team. A very active bike racer, also doing over 75 races in 2019.
Ehrlich doing most of the work here so far. In fact, you can even see Langdon tucking in a little bit there on the way down.
Yeah, on that downhill for sure, leading into this corner 3 right here, trying to take every advantage possible.
We saw this in one of the earlier amateur races. I think it was the 3-4s where we had 2 riders away, 1 rider pulling for 4 laps until the second rider was able to recover and then start helping out a little bit.
Are we saying it was recovering? Is that what we're going with?
That's yeah.
Is that what you
need,
Brad?
That's what I'm going with.
Okay.
Our Sunny King forward come through. Rest of the riders are coming through.
Gap just a few seconds.
Debbie trying to give it a shot to come across right there. If she can make it, that's a good break. But I just don't know if anybody's going to let her up the road as well.
The Sunny King Criterium title up for grabs as Debbie Mill now trying to be able to get up to our 2 race leaders.
And that's the thing for Emily and Rachel is they should give it an honest try for a good 5 laps.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going full gas, and then you kind of assess the situation. If Peloton's pretty close, you sit up, you call it. But if they're not, you keep rolling it out and see if you can't get into a groove. But looks like that attack by Debbie is basically bringing the Peloton.
Yeah, a lot of riders showing some interest up on the front of the field, as you should. I mean, these are 2 really strong breakaway riders. If you could get across this move clean, if you can get across without bringing anyone with you, that is your best case scenario tonight if you don't like your chances in the sprint.
Exactly.
And Milne looking pretty good here. Just about halfway across the gap at 21 minutes in. She's going to want to close this ASAP, though.
Looks like it's her daughter, Caitlin, just taking a pull from Mom, page out of Mom's book, and having the counterattack.
And they're bringing up a $100 premium here on the line as well. We'll see if that's enough to get any riders out of the field to maybe shut it down for $100.
Oh man, if she could just make contact, and she should have made it already before this downhill.
Now remember, a lot of this money comes from CWA Racing, presented by Trek. We talked about Tish Kelly, the team owner and manager earlier, crowdfunding all these preems, and came up to $3,000 that's going out to the field tonight.
Sign me up.
Yeah.
Can I go pin a number?
Yeah, sure. It's never too late to get back on the bike.
It's not. You know, I probably couldn't even hang with these ladies anymore. They are giving it right now. I mean, you can tell. You can look at Emily's face. I mean, they're not just riding around.
I'm sure you'd be fine. For those of you at home, I can confirm that the last, I think, 3 weeks that I've seen Lauren, she's gotten up at like 5 a.m. to go trail running every morning. So.
Yeah, but that's different. That's running. This is cycling.
She's still got the aerobics. She's still got the. That's true. Do you ride much? I know a lot of riders kind of hang it up after you race for a living. It kind of changes your perspective on racing. What's your relationship with bike right now?
I still absolutely love it. That's why I'm sitting here today. As a matter of fact, somebody just asked me if I miss racing, being at the race. No, I don't miss racing, but I absolutely love riding my bike. But now I can just race or ride any bike I want, my mountain bike, my gravel bike, my road bike, and guess what? I don't have to ride in the rain or the cold.
You can leave when you want, you can end when you want, ride on your own terms. So no sprint for that preem that time through. They are more interested in making this work, more interested in trying to roll this breakaway. Not sure if they cut a deal. A lot of times we'll see riders just decide to split the preem money, but Ehrlich just rolled right through on the front of that group of 3.
Yeah, and Olivia Ray was like, you know what, it's time for you guys to come back.
Yeah. So that's going to shut it down. A little bit of coasting in the group.
Olivia probably saw the danger of a CWA rider being up there and said, you know what, this could be gone, so let's bring it back.
And here goes CWA again. This is going to be Garcia. Just when things might get a little bit easier after bringing back the Emily Ehrlich attack. Here goes CWA again. It might be actually Anna Teresa Casab. Get confirmation on the number.
And then you see Harriet. I mean, they're such crafty racers, Harriet and Rachel. Like, there's Harriet just covering it right there. They know how to race their bikes.
As they slow and fans. Oh, there's the counter right there. Instafund with the counter.
Nice counter from Instafund on the way up. CWA covering it.
Some 1-2 punches come up here, Frankie, for a little while now.
Man, CWA and Instafund have really been the two aggressors out there tonight, haven't they?
Yeah.
Now they're throwing out another 200 cash to the winner of the next lap.
Got Aisha right there in the gap trying to come across with Olivia.
Kind of surprised to see it. How many riders have made the junction.
And McGowan in good position there, fifth wheel around the turn.
This is just going to be punch after punch after punch, Brad.
Well, CWA brought the numbers. 6 riders on the roster, the deepest roster here tonight at the Sunny King Criterium.
And here's the deal, if you're a CWA rider and you're not feeling it, you just brought something back, sometimes just that fake attack, you try an attack, it breaks up the field enough, and then boom, your next teammate goes, and that's the break. So you just never know. So it's always worth, even if you're not feeling it, even if you guys have been going hard for 25 minutes, you put in that one attack. It may not be much, but it could be enough to get your teammate off the front.
Yep. It's all about the setup. Mill going to lead it into the corner here.
Aisha's going to let Olivia close that down for her.
Why not?
Smart.
Into the last turn. McGowan might be a little far back here. We'll see if she tries to open up the sprint. Ray's going to go. Aisha's going to stay on the wheel. Ray gets up, gaps McGowan off.
Ray's totally just going for the money.
Yep. Look over the shoulder for Olivia Ray. Make sure she's got this $200 in her pocket.
Here comes
Gonna get a little challenge on the line.
I thought it was going to be a counterattack, but she was. It is a counterattack. She keeps going.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, Sarah Tussey Rains from the Colavita HelloFresh Women's Pro Cycling Team. They bring 4 tonight with Tina Pick, Christina Goki-Smith, Allie LaCroix, and Tussey Rains.
I can't cover all this. I don't know if you saw that between turn 1 and turn 2.
Solo move off the front.
Christina Goki-Smith on the radio right there. Wonder what she's telling her. Keep going.
Let's let this one go. So Sarah Tussey Rains finds herself in the solo position off the front. 27 minutes in, just about halfway through.
There's a handful of riders in this field. We talked about Emily.
And still working off the clock here on the line. We'll let you know when the officials switch over to laps.
CWA forced to the front.
CWA's Garcia covering again, been doing a lot of work tonight to cover these moves. I think that is her role for the blue and white squad tonight.
And Harriet, you know, when Garcia Ray pulls off, and Harriet's like, you know what, you've got the numbers. Keep going, please. Thank you.
After allowing her to sit in, she's been tailgating all night. She's been sitting on the back. Sit in, be able to rest the legs, right? Save everything for the sprint. Every team has a different tactic and a different strategy. Some want to be able to save certain riders for the sprint. Others want to attack and make it as hard as possible.
We haven't really seen a big gap yet tonight, so if this goes over like 15 seconds, that'll be the biggest break of the evening so far. But looks like she's going to let this one come back, and sure enough, CWA Racing going to counter it.
Emily goes for it again.
Yeah, that's a good point. The field is starting to get strung out, starting to get in one long line. If they continue to keep racing like this, I think another 10 minutes, we're going to have a breakaway that's actually going to establish and it's going to form. So the riders really need to pay attention.
It really seems like it's just a matter of time before one of these moves goes. I mean, they've tried to light the fuse multiple times, and we're just waiting for the big boom here.
Yeah, it's just like Rachel Langdon going again. This is the time. That's what I'm saying. Like, everybody's a bit tired right now. But this is the time where you need somebody to just take one for the team, go for it. What do you got to lose? Sorry, this is Harriet. My apologies.
It's the glasses, I'm telling you.
Could you guys wear something different?
Well, field not looking as worried about this one. You can see them all spread out. Olivia Ray taking on some energy off to the left-hand side of the picture, right-hand side of the field.
Just kind of hoping somebody else would close this down right now so she could take that
I did
gel.
my part. Time for you guys to do your part. And you can't fault CWA. They've done their part for sure.
And this is where, you know, if CWA doesn't want to try and jump across and cover, just monitor the gap.
Yeah.
You got one rider up there.
Well, monitor they are, sending one more up to the front. I think this is Madison Kelly trying to go now to shut down Harriet Owen. Group still together. Haven't seen many riders come off the back. Still a good-looking field here. You can usually start to see riders kind of start to dangle off the back at this point in the race. 30 minutes in, you start to see the riders in trouble.
You start to see these gaps open up in the peloton that people think, I can close that down. But you know what? Then it starts taking those 2 or 3 pedal strokes that just get harder and harder.
Riders in the chase trying to get a little organized here. Just saw Milne with a little hand wave, I think, to Colleen Gulick back there, saying, come on, come on, come on.
Let me show you how to do this, guys. Get up here.
Yeah.
This is the pace.
Exactly.
All right, now pull through, please.
And Owen going to try and roll this one. Out of the saddle, solo. That tells me she's pretty well committed to this move.
Especially when you stand up out of the corner. Or she wants to roll over at least the top solo. So if she gets caught through corners 1 and 2, she can roll the backside and sit in.
Harriet Owen stays off the front like that. Rachel Langdon can just sit in. She doesn't have to do any work. She can just kind of get a free ride. Second time Harriet Owen's gone up the road.
It looks like CWA is going to bring her back.
Another attempt and another breakaway reel back in here. Not for lack of trying by Harriet Owen, that's for sure. But I think Owen is just having trouble recruiting the right riders to come up with her. Just haven't had the right match of riders up in the breakaway. And now a lot of looking around again, saying who's next?
Attrition's starting to set in, that's for sure.
Olivia Ray moving back a little bit, a little closer to the back of the field. So Paige Bauer, number 4, tacked on the back for Automatic Racing. Hey, look, CWA, even when they're on the front, always looking around, always keeping an eye on things. That's good, smart bike racing, good tactical bike racing from the CWA Racing presented by Trek Team.
Sometimes if you slow down too much as a sprinter, it hurts when somebody attacks like that. So she'll just be up there to roll it a bit and just keep the pace up. And it also deters others from attacking, especially on that downhill. Well, you shouldn't be attacking on a downhill, but
30 minutes into this race, so that means 30 minutes still to go on the 1 hour pro women's race. This hill is going to start taking its toll.
Taylor Kirk-White starting to move up the outside as well for the Philly Bike Expo team. Taylor was talking earlier today on Instagram about the Philly Bike Expo team and how difficult it is for this team to travel around the country with trans athletes on the team. It was something that I'd never really thought about, the effort and work that goes into making sure that a place that they're coming to race is safe and that they're going to be welcome and comfortable to race for her teammates. I thought it was something that a lot of riders take for granted. I know certainly something that I've never had to deal with in my life, but that's what this is about, is making sure that we understand what these riders are going through and making sure that everybody's comfortable on the bike, because everyone deserves to race where they want to race. Everyone deserves to race in the races that they belong in, and unfortunately there are some less welcoming places than others here in the country, and so as we continue to try to make that more comfortable for more riders and welcome more riders into these cities and into these races, I think we should say thank you to the Philly Bike Expo team, because they've had been spreading that message across the country with trans riders on the team. I know it's a often uncomfortable conversation and uncomfortable journey, but the Philly Bike Expo team has been leading that charge, and so I really appreciate what they've done with that program.
yeah, and we're glad that she's here. So I would say that tonight in this place is a safe environment for her to be racing, and we're glad to be here as well.
Just rally the white jerseys, the black helmet. She's already won 2 of the preems. Maybe she's thinking about getting preem number 3. She's in a good position.
A little bit of a split happening up here. We'll call this 6 clear.
Have to be careful to not let this scoop off the road. Easily after this sprint, a breakaway good form because many riders are tired from the constant.
Seeing the Colavita HelloFresh riders kind of sitting on the back. I think they might be starting to get smart with everything going on here. $250 preem on the line. Olivia Ray is going to hit the ATM again. She's going to fly private home from this one.
Going for it again. Why not?
It's always fun when you land at the international airport, but you take off from the regional airport.
I mean, she's got such a good kick. She separates so easy from the group. I'm just wondering, like, you know, is it worth saving your legs now for the finish? You know. But hey, take home the cash.
Yeah. There are so many races, and I love this about Criterium Racing, where you can make more money preem hunting than you do for winning the race. Up at Tour of America's Dairyland, they have a stop in a little city called Janesville, Wisconsin. It's maybe an hour and a half outside of Milwaukee. They had $30,000 in preems for one night of racing. They committed to $35,000 next year. So that's like a year's paycheck for a lot of riders that you can go pick up in one night of racing.
Hands down.
Amazing. But that's the cool part of crit racing, man.
I'd also like to say that the rally team, some of the team is over in Italy right now, racing the Giro Donne.
Yep.
Also like to be able to thank Calhoun County Commission, and the city of Anniston.
I've seen a lot more American women getting the chance to race over in Europe as teams like Rally have kind of been expanding their programs out into Europe a little more. I hate to see the riders go. I hate to lose them from the American scene here, but it is the natural progression for a lot of these riders. And many of them, you know, the goal, just because I love Criterium Racing, that's not the goal for everybody. And so I think many of them are finally getting to realize some opportunities that they've been hunting for a long time. Riders like Aisha McGowan. I'm going to hate to see Aisha go. I'm bummed that we're not going to see her on the next stops on the crit circuit, but I'm so glad that she's going to be over in Europe.
I am too. That's going to be a great experience for her. It's going to be super tough. It's definitely not easy making that jump over to Europe, but hey, you got to do it.
Yeah. Have you talked to Aisha about the transition to European racing? I mean, I know she's a little nervous. She knows it's going to be tough, but would you give any advice to Aisha for, you know, her first long stint racing in Europe?
You know, I definitely don't have to give her any advice. She's on such a great team with Liv. She's got some great athletes on that team over there to help her, and she's already done a team camp with them. So I know she's well taken care of and well looked after. So yeah, she's going to be fine without my help for sure.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say about a rider like Aisha McGowan, who has been through so much, who has achieved so much, who has conquered so much? Europe's going to be a cakewalk for Aisha. It's like,
I don't know about a cakewalk.
Well,
I can tell you.
but you know, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier with the trans riders. The experience of being an African-American woman racing in the United States is something that I'll never be able to understand truly, but you know, we can always work to try to better understand it.
I mean, how many doors has she opened up with her grant, the Abundance Grant? I mean, that's so cool to see to come to fruition. I remember sitting on the bus with her talking about it, and just she's sitting there talking about having this idea. What do you think? And well, she wasn't asking my opinion, but she's like, this is what I'm going to do.
She's telling you she was going to do it, yeah.
And I'm just like, wow, this is really great. This is so awesome and such a great experience for new athletes.
And I have a feeling we'll see a lot of those riders back. They had a great experience at Tour of America's Dairyland. It's another really good place to kind of learn how to race, kind of get your race legs under you the first time. Welcoming environment. They have a novice-only field for first-time riders. It's kind of a bummer when you get mixed in with the threes, or you have to, you know, you get blown out the back in your first race, and you're like, well, I'm not coming back. This was not fun at all.
Right.
And so they offer a novice-only category up there at Tour of America's Dairyland, which is really cool to get new riders into the sport.
Straight to the front to do the work.
All right, so Claire Windsor leading the way now for the Supra Functional Food Bars team. That is the squad of the mother-daughter duo of Kate and Debbie Milne.
Again, we were at registration and talking to Claire and talking to Debbie, and do they use radios or not? And I was like, what better place to learn how to race a bike than here at this Criterium? And I said, go on the offensive. What do you got to lose? How else do you learn how to race your bike than just going on the offensive? So it's great to see her up here in the break.
Well, I can answer the question about radios because I've seen their acting director, Andy Crater, shuttling back and forth from the backside to the front side with a radio in his hand, trying to give some info to the riders up in the breakaway.
Trying to break away, trying to get away with Anna Teresa Costas from CWA Racing.
Is there much that a director can tell you in a situation like this? I mean, I have to imagine you pretty much know the plan. Like, if you're on the breakaway, roll the breakaway. If you're not in the breakaway, chase the breakaway. Is that the kind of stuff that a director's giving you in your ear in a situation like this?
It's more of affirmation of, we're going to race plan right now. This is going according to plan, or this is how are you feeling? That was also said and asked in my ear a lot. Just, give yourself a little check. Also, the break, the gap. How far are you, who's chasing to sit on? That's something you can't always just look back and see, especially now that the sun's setting a little bit.
It's been a very fast race. Riders seeing 11 laps to go. That means 10 more times up the hill.
All right, so moving to laps now on the counter, seeing 11 to go as they roll through. Sun's starting to set. It's getting in our eyes here on the stage. It's getting pretty intense. Luckily, it's going to be at the riders' back as they come towards the line. But on that downhill section, they're going to be staring right into a low-setting sun here. So,
and where it's most interesting is corner 3. Because, again, we've talked about the rough pavement, the manhole cover. There's actually a crack that runs the length of the course. You'll see them cross over it, and the sun just sets right at the perfect time. Then you start to second guess yourself going into that turn just a little bit.
But obviously they have a game plan, which is every time they get caught, it's a counterattack and trying to.
So then the question, do you use clear lenses knowing that it's going to be a finish in the dark, or do you
just going to ask,
or do you use regular sunglasses? And I think I always just would use regular sunglasses, and you can ditch them the last couple of laps. You can throw them to your team director, like you said, who's standing on the side of the barriers.
Yep.
And these glasses are meant to be bounced around, so you'll get them back and they'll be okay. But yeah, I always raced with sunglasses because I didn't want that sun in my eyes to be a problem.
a lot of riders will tuck it on the back of the jersey too if you don't have someone to toss it to.
Or put it on your helmet.
I can never do that. I don't know how the pros do it. They flip it upside down. It's always like, it's in cross lopsided, it's in the wrong vent. They make it look so easy on TV, and I can never do it when I'm out riding.
It's okay, Brad. That's why you're sitting here and you're professional
that
here.
Is 100% why I'm sitting here. All right, another little move going. As has been the story, just about every lap or every other lap tonight, no lack of aggression in this pro women's race here at Sunny King. So this is going to be another one of the Colavita Hello Fresh riders.
Looks like Sarah Tussey again.
Yep.
As we see the Colavita Hello Fresh rider off the front there with the small gap.
Garcia to cover for CWA.
Looks like Tussey.
And she's got a teammate third wheel back in the group. That's Tina Pick. We'll see if Tina's going to do anything to try to set this move up a little bit.
So one thing I learned earlier is that Frankie has a pocket full of cash. That pocket full of
Tina
cash
Pick left a pair of sunglasses at my house when I was like 10 years old. We were host housing. I still have them, and I still wear them. Rudy Projects.
Aw, you should get her to autograph them for you.
I have so many autographed Tina Pick things. We have like water bottles, jerseys. It's all from the autotrader.com team. If you go
That's
way
before
back.
my time.
Yeah, the way back machine. Oldest rider in the field, 55 years old for Tina Pick. Still riding in front of this group. Incredible.
$250 winner the next lap. Who's going to want $250 in their pocket? Winner the next lap.
Frankie, Sarah Tussey burned a hole in you when you rang that bell. She looked over at you like, why? Why?
Big thank you, Hayden, for being our bell ringer.
Tina's always been known to kind of mash a big gear. Tonight is no different.
Look at this, Milne giving direct instructions now. I'm not sure who she's talking to, but She pointed directly at a wheel in front of her and was like, you need to be right here. And here goes CWA. Again, up the left side. I think this is Madison Kelly grinding her teeth a little bit.
Harriet Owen on her wheel. Olivia Ray coming up.
Ray making it back up to the front, probably because there's 250 on the line. Can't say I'm shocked. Kirk White making her way up here as well, up the left side. So this is what I was talking about earlier. Look at Milne right there on the right-hand side of the screen. I think saying you need to get up there and do some work.
Huh.
As we ring that bell for this $250 free.
You never know.
Back to the front. Ray and Kirk White going to go at it here. Ray leads it out. Kirk White on the wheel, out of the saddle. Ray looking back.
Head down. She wants the money.
Man, looks like she's going to have this one locked up, but Taylor Kirk White giving it a go for the Philly Bike Expo team tonight.
I wonder if she'll counter that. And if Olivia can stick that wheel again, another good break. They work together.
This is awesome. Kirk White, Ray cooperating really well. Flick the elbow immediately. Ray's going to get to work, even exchanging a few words here as she gets up to the front. I see Kirk White is riding on a different front and rear wheel. I'm not sure if she's already been into the pit, but you'll see she's got a deeper front wheel.
And you know what's amazing is we really haven't even seen Olivia stand up for a sprint.
Yep. Well, she just makes these long breaks and kind of tries to break the will of the riders behind her. It's worked so far.
I mean, I know she's a track racer and all.
They're trying to get the speed up higher. That's super on the front, though. They put Claire Windsor on the front.
Ray's getting tired. Starting to look like she's paying for the effort tonight, and it looks like they're going to pull the plug on this breakaway. Kirk White taking on some water. Look over the shoulder.
I wonder if Olivia said, hey, I have no interest in being out here. I'm just going for the money. But I know she's definitely doing the rally team proud.
If you have 2 or 3 riders on your team, you can sacrifice one of them to do the work for you. Well, they were able to get Claire Windsor to do the work, which they right away on the catch. CWA with the counter, come up the home stretch right here in front of their VIP. Hey, VIP, let's hear
Looks like Daniele on the attack.
Yeah, Garcia going to lead it through here as they see 7 to go on the counter.
Definitely put a hole in the peloton with that attack.
From Automatic Racing in that orange jersey. A couple laps ago, she was dangling. She was almost off the back, but she managed to stick with it and latch on to the back of the group. So she's still in the race, and so that's fantastic to see.
You can see the faces on the ladies is definitely starting to show a little bit of fatigue.
Coach Adam Meyerson sending me a message letting me know that Taylor is on a neutral bike. Her bike broke right before the start, so she is on a loaner bike out there tonight.
Good for her. That's good bike skills.
Takes a strong rider to be able to ride on any bike. A lot of riders like to blame it on the equipment and say, oh, the fit wasn't right. I felt weird. I didn't have my race wheels, whatever. Good rider can win on any bike, including one from Volvo Neutral Support. And again, we talked about the stress of getting to these races for a team with trans athletes like the Philly Bike Expo team. That makes it look easy when you have a bike break before the start. I mean, these women can handle anything.
Yeah, it throws you off because everything's different. Your seat height's not just right. The saddles are completely different. The bars are different, and so even turning and going through the corners, you're tight. You're right beside somebody else, so it just is a little bit different. So good on her for making it work and being right here at the pointy end of the race.
Preem bell ringing for 600 cash on the line here, so continues to get more interesting. Just as the break was starting to roll off the front, and 5 riders got a little bit of space, back to 2 chasers. And now is where you start to think, okay, I can see the pattern. This number keeps getting bigger every time they ring the bell. Do I start to hold out? Do I start to think about what these next 6 laps are going to hold before the finish? Because again, if you're here for a payday, preem hunting might be the way to go.
Yeah, let's see if Olivia comes up. Just had a nice tweet from Ben Sharp saying that this is her first race back after breaking her leg in Spain. So what an impressive result thus far.
Well, I think she's weighed down by all the cash that she's won already, unable to come across the gap here.
You never know. I don't know. She's right there.
McGowan brought the chase up. And you see a little bit of conversation between the Colavita HelloFresh riders.
Watch out. Here comes Olivia.
And right on cue, Olivia Ray makes it up. About 7 wheels back now.
And Teresa Costa's coming around. Out of the saddle, $600 on the line. Who wants it?
And here we go. 1 and 2 going to get swamped coming up to the line. That'll go 3, 4, 5 next in line. And here goes Ray right up the left side. Oh, man. Well, safe to say Olivia Ray is back.
On the tops, Brad. She's racing on the tops. She's not even in the drops. Wow.
Oh, I love bike racing.
I know it.
Man.
And what we saw there was Debbie kind of came out of the corner sprinting, and then she kind of sat up a little bit, kind of hesitated. And I don't, she's done a lot of work tonight, so maybe you don't want to spend the effort to try and, go for the cash. So good on Olivia for seeing that and continuing on with the sprint.
The white jersey is going straight backwards right now. Her legs full of lactic acid, her heart rate hitting 200. She has to try to recover before she can do
And now we're going to start to get to the point where this could really snap some elastic out there with these sprints, because riders are starting to get tired. You got riders up there that have been sprinting for multiple preems. This is like right on the cusp of where a winning breakaway might form.
And you see some frustration, and that kind of comes out with fatigue. You see Debbie up there, wanting everybody to work together, and it's just not happening. She's just shaking her head there. So, yeah, the fatigue's setting in. We're down at 5 laps to go.
And then Ehrlich going to take over on the front again. I actually kind of like the smaller teams here. It's really changing the racing, isn't it? We talked about this earlier in the day a little bit, but not having dominant teams, not to go back to the UHC days of the Blue Train, but it certainly changed the racing. Very similar to the conversation about race radios or power meters on the bike. I mean, there's no denying that it affects the racing. Whether it's for better or for worse, that's up for debate, but it's definitely different racing without big 5, 6, 7 deep rider squads.
It is. I think it is a more dynamic race. With the big teams, it gets very controlled. But that's bike racing. That's the beauty of it too. Is if they want to come to this race with 6 people, and that's what they want to do. So you kind of got to honor both of these situations, like having the 1s and 2s like we have here today, or having a full team. I came from UHC, so I'm gonna tell you, I like the full team.
250 on the line. Garcia digging deep. Kostanecki behind her. Then comes Langdon, third wheel as we go. Look at Olivia Ray at the very back taking on water. Mouth agape. She is cooked, but I'm sure she'll still find her way back up to the front here.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
I bet she's probably not going to go for the 250 preem, but I wonder now if she's going to just cash it in for the finish line.
How many more of these can she have left in her?
We're about to find out.
I guess that goes back to the old saying, how much money is enough? Just a little more. How many sprints are enough? Just one more. Garcia taking a page out of the Olivia Ray playbook here. It's going to be Kostanecki going with her across the gap. All the credit in the world to this rider tonight. Garcia's been awesome for CWA.
Yeah, no doubt. And I would think Daniela would just probably try and keep rolling this. Because now all CWA can sit back and just follow and say, hey, this is on you guys to cover.
Yep.
Sarah Tussey going for a cover right now. Colavita kind of lining up there at the front now.
Man, this would be a great course for Tina Pick. She's a big gear sprinter. She likes to push that low rotation, big gear sprint. Nice uphill grind for her. This could be a good one. She's gritting her teeth back there, though. Meanwhile, Garcia in this familiar and difficult position, solo off the front, wondering what to do. Nobody's going to join her. That's going to bring the field back together.
Sit up, hopefully nobody attacks, and you can recover and get back to the front.
Yep.
See Rachel Langdon sitting third wheel. I wouldn't be surprised to see her have one last-ditch effort attack.
Olivia Ray having a little conversation with Paige Kostanecki at the back there. Had her hand on the back.
One thing I would be worried about is you got to get rid of Olivia Ray.
Not sure what she was talking about. Maybe trying to recruit some help. No teammates. Trying to say, hey, you've been strong today. What do you say we try and pull something off here?
Hey, how about you lead me out and I'll give you some of this
there
cash.
You go. Hey, I got a pocket full of cash, and I would love a lead out in about 3 laps from now. McGowan moving up as well. She wants to be there tonight.
No doubt. This is definitely, again, we talked about this. It's kind of her hometown race. She said she saw a lot of her compatriots that she trains with here. So I know she's got a good cheering squad.
And look at how many riders moving up the left side here. All the Colavita Hello Fresh riders linking up together. Instafun back up there. I think safe to say this one's going to come down to a field sprint tonight.
The first race of the day, actually, to come to a field sprint. So this is exciting.
Well, I think the preems had a lot to do with it. I think that was a big part of sort of dictating the moves off the front, dictating where these riders wanted to put effort.
Will anybody take a flyer? Is anybody willing to risk losing in order to win?
And we'll see if Olivia Ray can move up one more time. She's at the back again in the white and black New Zealand National Champions jersey. As has been the story, just about every lap that she's not sprinting, she's back recovering, saving her energy, sitting in the draft, and then when she needs to get there, she's fresh, and she's kind of been dominating in the sprints coming to the line.
And she's very comfortable being towards the back, which I find interesting. But, I mean, obviously she's got it. She can cover some ground really fast just sitting. So, yeah, she's looking good. Oh, there was a crash.
Hate to see it. Saw a bike in the air, and looks like just one down. It's going to be one of the Robinson Forensic riders.
Right here, home stretch. I want to hear some bang on the boards.
Let's see if we can figure out where that was. It was towards the back of the group. Oh, a little bit of a chain reaction. She saw it happening, like 4 wheels in front of her, and then just grabbed a little too much brake.
I think she just caught the back wheel of that rider in front of her.
All right, down to the final lap of racing here as they're getting the bell for 1 to go. All together, CWA Racing dominant on the front all night. They got 4 up here. Instafun going to be sprinting with Harriet Owen and Rachel Langdon. Colavita looking for maybe Tina Pick.
And again, going back to seeing how comfortable Olivia was at the back, and that's a good reason to not be back there. And you see her moving up now towards the CWA train.
Yep. McGowan looking for a wheel to follow. She jumped right on Tina Pick's wheel and looked like that was the wheel she wanted. She was looking for it, found it, and got on it. She's going to take that escort up to the front. Here comes Ray moving up as well, up the left side for Rally Pro Cycling. McGowan moving up the far right side of the picture. Colleen Gulick, mouth open, trying to get up there as well. Here comes Langdon taking over. She's going to try and lead Harriet Owen out. Taylor Kirk-White moving up the right side of the group as well. Into turn 3. This will be into the final turn. CWA trying to move riders up the outside. Here comes Ehrlich. Oh man, Instafun in great position here into the final turn. Langdon going to lead out Harriet Owen. If anyone can sprint from this far out, it's got to be Owen here. And now they open it up, 150 meters to the line.
Olivia a bit boxed in back there.
Owen going to lead it out early. And she'll hold on, making it look easy for Instafun La Prima by 2 bike lengths. And you see Rachel Langdon celebrating as well. The perfect setup for InstaFund. I mean, with just one teammate.
What a great lead out by
Harriet
Rachel.
Owen executed it perfectly. Rachel Langdon not only escorted Harriet Owen up to the front, but literally in turn 2 got back up in front of her, used her last match to get Harriet into the right position out of that final turn, and then Owen seals the deal for the InstaFund La Prima team.
By bike links. She had that win.
And first thing you do, congratulate the teammates.
Exactly. That was a great sprint by Harriet. Great lead out by Rachel. The perfect race.
Yep. The perfect race. It really was for InstaFund. I'm sure they would have liked to have taken some of those preems from Olivia Ray, but Harriet had a nice payday up at Tour of America's Dairyland. They made some nice cash up there, so maybe the pockets are full.
And again, what way to figure out how to race together. They've been racing together, the two of them, all week at Toad, and then they come here. So they definitely knew the program and knew what they had to do.
And then the debrief after the race. This is my favorite part of the race. The cool down lap after, just watching the riders and how they sort of talk about it. And, well, keep talking about the bike race, I guess, is the most interesting thing. Just a little debrief.
Yeah, it's so fresh in your brain, so you're sitting there saying, hey, you remember when you did right here at this time in the race? And you can just bring it up super fast, and for good or for bad.
Rachel spraying Harriet down. They'll have a chance to do that on the podium later tonight. We'll have our pro women's and pro men's podiums together following the conclusion of our pro men's race under the lights here in downtown Anniston. You can see the Noble Street Festival in full swing as well, just across the street from us here. Well, let's go back and take a look. An hour ago, just over an hour ago, they left the start line under very different lighting conditions. Nice and bright for the start. The sun has since set, and we're almost completely in the shadows on this course. But the early attacks from Morgan Brown there from the Novo Nordisk team. But then we saw some unfortunate crashes as Brown was caught up in that one on the back, along with Faith Powell of the Nashville local cycling team. That caused a little bit of confusion in the group, but I think the biggest story tonight were the multiple breakaway attempts. None of them stuck, but not for lack of effort. And I think CWA Racing gets the most aggressive award out there tonight.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely put in some quality attacks, and we had Rachel and Harriet covering and killing, and then here's Rachel bringing it down to the line for Harriet. I mean, what a lead out.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better teammate in Rachel Langdon, and then couldn't ask for a better finisher in Harriet Owen from a long way out. A lot of riders would have lost steam before, and then Owen's been crafting the post up over the last few weeks racing here in the U.S.
I mean, who doesn't love a little chicken wing?
Yeah. And then the high five from Langdon as InstaFund La Prima gets it done tonight. Winners of the 2021 Sunny King Criterium. So there you go. Emily Ehrlich ends up second place on the night. Rachel Langdon in third. How cool is that? InstaFund going to get to celebrate on the podium together as Rachel holds on for the bronze medal spot. Christina Koki-Smith in fourth. Olivia Ray picking up fifth place for Rally Cycling. Alexi Costa in sixth, followed by Colleen Gulick in seventh place. Taylor Kirk-White from the Philly Bike Expo, presented by Velo John team in eighth. And then Debbie Milne saw her at the front a lot tonight in ninth. And Madison Kelly, another CWA Racing, presented by Truck Rider, inside the top 10. They got three inside the top 10. Not bad out there tonight. But we have been thrilled to bring you the live images throughout the night, all night tonight. Our live stream is presented by Sparklight and Alabama Power. Big part of being able to bring this live stream is the ability to, well, have the internet connection that we need. And so our friends at Sparklight were out here early yesterday hooking up the internet, making sure we had a nice fast connection so that we could provide our live stream to viewers around the world all night. And Alabama Power keeping our TV truck and set powered up throughout the evening. So a big thanks to Sparklight and Alabama Power for helping make the live stream happen tonight at the Sunny King Crit. We're getting ready for the Pro Men. Coming up next, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, more racing from Anniston.
While you may not be a pediatric surgeon volunteering your topiary talents at a children's hospital, your life is just as unique. Your Raymond James financial advisor gets to know you, your passions, and the way you give back, so you can live your life. That's life well planned.
From sunup to sundown, Sparklight provides you with gig speeds over our fast and reliable fiber-rich network, powering all your family's devices throughout the day. And with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi coverage guaranteed, even from home, you can live life at gig speed.
Sunny King Automotive Group is celebrating 100 years in Anniston. Please join us in marking our centennial anniversary in our hometown. From all of us at Sunny King Ford, Sunny King Honda, and Sunny King Toyota, we thank you for 100 years, and we look forward to many, many more. Sunny King Automotive Group, serving Greater Calhoun County since 1922.
Welcome back downtown Anniston, Alabama, as we just wrapped up an incredibly exciting pro women's race here for the 2021 edition of the Sunny King Criterium. Now time for the pro men. They are bringing up the front row to the line right now. Just saw Thomas Gibbons get his call up on the very left-hand side of the screen for automatic racing. Another rider who came up to the Tour of America's Dairyland, joined us up there, got his legs underneath him and said, I gotta come race down in Alabama. So he is flying coming into this one. I expect to see some good things from Thomas Gibbons out there tonight. Michael Hernandez up next for the Best Buddies Racing Team. This is another powerhouse squad, including a new signing, Danny Summerhill, joining the team for, well, at least this race. Then comes Frank Travieso for the Excel City Bikes team out of Athens, Georgia, a Criterium legend. In fact, a rider that's had some pretty major impact here at the Alabama Cycling Classic. So don't be surprised to see more of Frank the Tank up on the front out there tonight.
Professional national Criterium champion. He's also a previous winner of this race, the Sunny King. Please welcome, he rides for Legion of Los Angeles out of Athens, Georgia.
Tanner Ward up next for the First Internet Bank cycling team. Another strong Criterium squad. And then I think they'll bring Ty Magner up next, another former winner here at the Sunny King Criterium, now riding for maybe the most exciting team in Criterium racing right now, the Legion of Los Angeles pro cycling team. Ty riding out of Athens, Georgia for the LA-based squad.
Just won a stage of the Tour of America. Years old, John Heinlein.
And we'll talk a lot about the teams tonight, but Ty Magner racing solo for the Legion of Los Angeles team, so it's going to be really interesting to see if this works out the same as it has in the past few races for the Legion of Los Angeles team. John Heinlein up next for the Project Echelon racing team. Watch out for this guy in a breakaway. Watched him solo away multiple times over the last few weeks. He is a diesel engine on the front for the Project Echelon racing team. They had a really good ride up at Tour of America's Dairyland as well, winning Downer Avenue. In fact, I think the last 3 days in a row they were able to win the stage, and so would not be surprised to see Project Echelon back up there as well. And then I love the Gateway jerseys this year. What an update. One of the coolest kits in the field, and they still have the very cool checkerboard sleeves, I guess. That's kind of a throwback for Gateway, but I really like this look. Very cool.
The peloton roll up to the start line as we get ready to kick off 60 laps of intensity and fast racing, as right now we are 1 minute out.
All right, riders getting their final instructions on the line as we are inside of 1 minute to race start. And Lauren, this is all the stuff that we talked about earlier. Very easy to ignore where the pit is, when free laps expire, how long we're racing for tonight. But you really got to make sure you're dialed in on this stuff.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, we saw, unfortunately, a couple of crashes earlier in the women's race. And you got to know where the pit is because you got to stay calm, cool, and collective as a racer because you can't just burn those mental matches either. This is a long race. It's a hard race. I was just talking to Rachel, and hopefully we're going to get her up here in a minute and talk to her. And she's talking about it. It's just not easy, even though it looks like it is on TV.
Yeah, they make it look so easy, don't they? You made it look easy.
Thanks.
And then I get out and finally get on the bike, and it's like, this is not easy at all.
Pace car is ready.
All right, final checks underway. Pace car is rolling here on the line. So that means it's time to go racing. Final race of the evening here at the Sonny King Criterium Pro Men. As the sun sets on Noble Street in downtown Anniston, we are back to racing.
As our Sonny King Criterium for the Pro Men are underway.
Now these guys, because it's the final event of the night, they race 60 laps. We don't work on time for the last event of the day because we don't have any more races to fit in afterwards. These riders start from 60 laps to go and roll straight down from there.
Well, I guess you know what you're dealing with, and then don't you?
Yeah. All right, so very similar. They're going to try and get the early breaks going.
Looking on the bike racks to make the call-up list. He wasn't listed on the bike racks list to be able for me to know that he was going to be here. So you just mentioned very fast runner, made a ton of money at Tour of America's Dairyland.
And we'll watch the early breaks, try to establish here.
We will point him out.
Not much you can do early on here other than just try and stay out of trouble a little bit. Try and make sure that you don't get caught out, don't have any situations early on that might affect your race. But other than that, I think you're doing maybe 10 laps of just kind of chilling before you get into the real work. Not that you can chill in a professional race like this. We're being joined by Rachel Langdon in the booth. Rachel, first of all, congratulations. 1 in 3 out there tonight. The lead out, the win, doesn't get much better than that.
It doesn't get much better than that. We're so excited to represent the team that way.
It's been an awesome few weeks for you guys coming from Tour of America's Dairyland. Did you road trip down here after Dairyland?
Oh yeah, I have done 8,500 miles in the team van in a month.
Both of you driving? Or?
No, just me.
Really?
Yep.
Talk to me about the race out there tonight. A lot of breakaways. Seemed like CWA was trying to get things started all night. Did you ever get worried that a group might roll, or were you guys thinking it was going to be a field sprint tonight?
No. You know, with CWA having numbers up, we anticipated them launching the attacks, and we just wanted to be anything more than 3. We definitely wanted to be represented. It was a tough race and full gas, so we just stayed present and covered everything that we could.
Talk to me about dropping off Harriet into that last corner. It looked like at turn 2 you made one last surge to get up in front of her, get her where she wanted to be, and then held on for third. Did you realize that you might have a shot at the last podium spot even after you dropped her off, which seemed like basically out of the last corner?
Yeah, you know, normally as a lead out, like, you go until you blow. And I came out of the last turn, and at that point, usually I'm so used to wheels coming around. And Harriet came around with a gap. I was like, oh man, she's winning the bike race. And then someone was sprinting me to the line, so I had to go all the way through and held on.
Talk to me a little bit about the lead-in into corner 3, because we were talking about Toad and using that as like daily practice of trying to perfect the lead-out and the numbers that CWA had.
Yeah, especially on a course that's this fast. At Toad, I was going a little bit too early and not quite making it fast enough for Harriet, so we wanted to be a little more patient tonight and jump into turn 3 and 4 and drop her off out of the turn, and it came together perfectly today.
Is there anything to the chicken wing? Or can you tell us?
So, she's gonna kill me for saying this, but when she's working, she wears these glasses, and we call her Chicken Little. So I was like, man, if you do the chicken dance, if you win. That win was actually for my stepdad, who's having heart surgery on Wednesday. So it was really awesome and special to pull that off for him since I can't be home.
Wow. Chicken Little. We won't tell her that you told us. I hope she doesn't watch the replay of this.
I really hope she doesn't.
I'm sure you
watch
guys will, back at the team house. But talk to me about what your season has been like overall. I mean, it doesn't get much better than what this summer has been like for you two.
I mean, the whole season, I'm so grateful for the team and the opportunities that we've had. I started the season in February in Turkey. We got to race in Belgium and Spain. And then, you know, the Canadians haven't been able to come into the US, so they dropped the team ban off for us and let the Brits have at the crits. So Brits on tour have been going pretty wild on the crits team.
I love it. Brits and crits.
Yep.
Doesn't get much better than that. That's a hashtag right there if I've ever heard one. As long as it doesn't overtake Chicken Little, because I think that one could catch on as
Chicken
well.
Little first, Brits on tour second.
And we can't say what the third one is.
No, we can't.
No, but we'll save
Not
that
for
for
the
another show, another time. Rachel, congratulations on not only a great win tonight with Harriet, a great rod for you in third, but an amazing season so far here in the U.S. It's been a real pleasure watching you race
guys.
around
Thank
the country.
you so much.
What's next for you, Boise, Salt Lake?
We will be driving the team
Yep.
van to Boise, Idaho.
All right. Well, you better get driving. It's a long way to Boise from Anniston,
I know.
Alabama. So
Podium first,
Yep.
champagne.
Yep.
Yeah.
And by the way, make sure Harriet keeps her giant check because Lauren, 2017 winner, still has hers, and that's like her favorite thing. So
I told her, I was like, oh my gosh, you win a crown. And she was like, a real crown? I was like, yes, a crown.
And all the best to your stepdad, too.
I know. Thank you so much. Thanks.
congratulations, Rachel. We'll see you on the podium in just a bit.
Thanks, guys.
Congrats. All right, I also saw Olivia Ray up here hitting the ATM for Rally. I'm going to see if we can grab a word with her, although she's got a handful of envelopes that she just picked up from Frankie Andrea. Those are going to be her preem winnings. Meanwhile, pro men still all together, coming up on 6 minutes in. Starting to get faster up on the front, but still no splits out there. And no preems on the line yet either, so we'll see if that starts to change the racing a little bit. All right, being joined now by the preem hunter herself, Olivia Ray. Can I borrow $100?
Yeah.
You can borrow 1,600 if
Can
you
you
want.
borrow? Can I borrow $1,600? Your total winnings out there tonight. First of all, huge ride for you. Was that the plan tonight? I mean, did you know that you were going preem hunting in Anniston, or did it just kind of happen as the numbers got bigger and bigger?
No, so about 8 weeks ago today I broke my ankle, so even getting on the bike today was like pretty impressive. I don't know, I really wanted to win today, but I mean, I wasn't expecting anything, so I thought if I could go for the sprints, go for it, because that's what I can do, so here we go.
It worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
Tell me about the injury, the comeback from that. I mean, that's really tough to decide when it's time to come back to racing, but how did that decision come about?
So the doctor was like, okay, 3 months you'll be back racing, and I was like, no. So the first 2 weeks are pretty bad. Like I couldn't really walk, I couldn't do anything. And then about 3 weeks into it I could spin, which was really lame. And then 4 weeks I was getting a little bit more harder and harder, and a couple more weeks later and here I am, doing sprints, all the workouts, and I can walk on it, everything's perfectly fine. So
wow.
Super fast healing, which was really good.
And what we were seeing from your preem hunting sprints is like you didn't even have to get out of the saddle. You were still on the tops. So I mean, were you giving it 100% or was it?
For the $600 one for sure, and the last the final sprint got a little stuck in a little mix of girls, so that one didn't work out. But just happens.
We saw you at the back of the peloton, recovering and maybe having a conversation. Did you ask for any help at any point in time, or were you just chit-chatting back there? Or?
I mean, it was like I chatted to Paige from Butcher Bucks. I was like, just close the gap because you're getting tired trying to tail gun the time during it. So I was like, just get in there, and it was just a nice time to see everyone again, basically.
Right.
It's been weird getting back to racing. I mean, I guess you had a longer break than everyone else, adding a little extra time off the bike, but does it feel good to get back to racing? I would say it feels pretty good with $1,600 in your pocket.
Oh, it does, yeah. I mean, it's weird coming from back in April, being in Spain and Belgium, doing a little bit of road racing, to now hour races. It's a lot. it's easier in terms of fitness. You don't need as much, which has worked in my favor. But yeah, it was weird. I wasn't sure how to feel today.
And that's where you want to get back to, is back to Europe, back to the racing. And
yeah, so I've got a few more months to get back to that. I think next year is probably the aim, like January, February.
And have you talked to the girls over doing the Giro by any chance? I mean,
a little bit. They're all serious in the zone right now, but they're doing really well. Clara got 12th, stage 2, so that's pretty awesome. And they're all moving up in the GC, so that's really awesome. Yeah.
I'll send them a picture of your money, make them jealous, and invite them to the Alabama Cycling Classic next year. I know.
Oh yeah.
We'll probably be back at the Giro, but maybe you'll be at the Giro next year as well.
Well, fingers crossed. I mean, after the Olympics, we'll have Lily and Emma joining us for the crit squad, so even more results probably.
Talk about a powerhouse squad. Hey, how about the jersey? Wearing the national champs jersey. That's got to be cool, representing here in the United States. You've raced a lot here, so this is kind of a crit home for you.
Yeah, it was really cool having been in the States for about 2 years and then coming back home to New Zealand and then racing it, doing it. Oh, I was really stressed out though the day before. I was like, if I don't win this, like, well, the last few years have been wasted. But no, it's really cool getting to wear it, and all of them were pretty happy that it could be represented over here because it's so big. So it's really cool.
Was that a goal for you? I mean, racing so many criteriums here in the U.S., did it become more and more of a goal as you started to become more and more of a crit racer?
Oh, for sure. I mean, back in 2017, I had no idea what I was doing, and
nobody did.
Yeah, like, I mean, I was like, oh, okay, I'll just go to university in America, see what happens, and here we are doing bigger and better things, and couldn't be happier. Yeah, everything's going really well, besides injury. But
besides the whole ankle thing. Was it a broken ankle? How did it happen?
So it was a sprint stage at a 4-day race in Valencia, and just on a flat tailwind, there was a train of Canyon Tram, Bike Exchange, and Movistar, and just some Spanish girls smashed into the front, and we all go down, about 35 of us, and sadly I was the only one with a broken bone. It's okay. I mean, it was a good learning experience, so can only go forward from here.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, we're glad you're back, and one heck of a recovery. Sounds like you got through it pretty quickly, so welcome back to the bike, welcome back to racing, and congratulations on a great race tonight.
Thanks.
All right, Olivia Ray, your preem winner, I guess we'll call it, the highest paid rider in that women's field tonight, that's for sure. Congratulations, Olivia. All right, meanwhile, pro men, nothing doing out there on the front. Saw a couple attacks, saw a couple riders trying to roll away, but still single file up on the front. All the familiar faces up there, the usual suspects, if you will. We were going to try and grab a word with Olivia Ray, but she got whisked away by USADA before we could get to her.
Yeah, Harriet had such a good sprint there at the finish.
Harriet, Olivia.
I get where you're coming from. But yeah, it was, hey, you know what? When it's time to go handle your business, you got to do that.
Got to do it. We'll grab a word with her before the podium after the conclusion of this race, as she'll be back on the top step. Meanwhile, a little split happening here with what I think is Ruben Campagnoni taking a look around for the Best Buddies squad. And now it's starting to get a little dicey up on the front. Now they're starting to get into it here. Project Echelon has one up there. Gateway has one. Hot Tubes has one. And Best Buddies trying to get two. There's Magner from Legion. CS Velo at the front of the field.
It's like Eric Marcotte trying to come across.
Magner there as well, just keeping an eye on things. Yeah, that is Marcotte, the last neon jersey. Then comes Davey Dawson at the front for Automatic Racing.
And Best Buddies has added a rider. I feel like that's kind of the story of the men's peloton here in Anniston. I saw all these guys, all the Best Buddies over at Volvo earlier today, just getting a check-in. And here's this guy. I'm like, who are you? Turn around, it's Danny Summerhill.
You look familiar.
He said, hey man, how's it feel be back racing? And he says it's weird, it's odd. I think he's been on the bike maybe 3 weeks, it's been 3 weeks in the making of trying to get him back on the squad, I guess. So interesting ad.
Artem Schmidt taking a look on the front here for the Hot Tubes cycling team. This is another powerhouse squad. We talk about Legion being a powerhouse pro crit team. Hot Tubes is a powerhouse Devo team. I mean, how many national champions have we seen come through this program?
And the kids that come through this program, they have been around for years, and it's good to see them out here tonight representing.
Schmidt going to come back into the group here as Project Echelon's Stephen Vogel, I think, up on the front shuts it down. Saw Stephen take a win at the Armed Forces Cycling Classic a few weeks ago. Did it solo off the front. Held an 18-second gap for the last 10 laps. It didn't change. I mean, normally that like steadily goes down. Even posted up a lap early and didn't lose any time. Had a
that
early
usually
celebration.
doesn't happen. If you post up, that's game
that's usually
over.
it, but still held on. Super strong solo rider. He's also a doctor, telemedicine doctor. So like hours after winning, he was back in the white coat taking calls and making people feel better. Michael Hernandez is not making anybody feel good in this group as he attacks off the front here for Best Buddies Racing. Best Buddies, another team racing with a mission, working with the Best Buddies organization. I know they bring a lot of the buddies to the events. They get a chance to kind of meet the riders, come out, and they work with the local Best Buddies chapters in all the cities that they visit.
That's great.
Best Buddies working with developmentally disabled individuals. And I even saw Michael Hernandez give his national championship medal to one of the buddies after winning one down in Florida.
Hey, that's special right there. Like Will Harden from Project Echelon trying to come across as well.
Riding on under 23 development team for a couple years with a Volo, then aged himself out. Living in Florida, they started up the Best Buddies team. They do a fantastic work with the Best Buddies organization as they travel around the country.
Michael Hernandez always has a smile on his face when you see him. He just seems to be like such a happy guy doing what he loves, racing bikes. Now he's probably pretty happy being off the front right now.
Hernandez now on the attack. He's got one thing on his mind. He is focused on trying to be able to break away. He's looking for some help. See if 5 other riders or 4 other riders can get up to him. But right now, it's a one-man mission as Hernandez is going up the road.
Hernandez committed to this one in a semi-aero tuck here. And then that's going to be Will Harden, as you said, trying to go across the gap here for Project Echelon, stringing this one out single file. Hernandez definitely wants to split this one.
Yeah, and Todd Magner also recognizing what's happening and coming across to Will.
Well, Magner, one of the former winners in this field from the Sonny King Criterium. Again, as we go a little further back, we see a lot of familiar names. Eric Young in 2019, John Murphy with you in 2017, Travis McCabe back in 2016, and then Ty Magner, our 2015 winner.
Had a good chat with Ty and his mom and dad. They're here also. A short drive for them. So again,
man, this is just like your setup in 2017. Parents are close by, easy drive.
Big checks.
Yep.
Yeah, when Michael came through the start-finish line, I saw him give a look back. You know, not a I'm going to sit up, but the look back of I'm going to keep rolling.
Yeah. What's the
know?
gap?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or can they? Can Michael Hernandez keep going?
Well, I hope he gets some help here, because this would be a powerful engine to have with you in the group. The problem is, I think a lot of these guys are redlined already, just trying to stay at the front. Like Nashville local cycling, maybe. Yeah, Jeremiah Stoller, number 133, trying to do the chase here.
Peter Olenichek sitting on his wheel.
Project Echelon, happy to see somebody else doing the work.
And Hernandez is doing this perfectly. I mean, steady, staying on the gas, keeping an eye on what's coming over his shoulder. At what point do you decide to wait for a rider coming up? I mean, what's the criteria to say, I'm going to slow up a little bit and let a bridge come? Do they have to have a gap already? Does it depend on the rider that's coming up? Are you looking for a group?
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely looking for 1s and 2s coming across and how I'm feeling, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, he keeps coming through the start-finish line head down. giving a look. He definitely wants somebody to come to him. He doesn't want to sit up and wait for anybody because that just closes the gap back down and just takes away from everything he's been trying to do for these last couple of laps. So he'll just stay on, and it's up to these guys to come to him.
So Gateway, I see a Rockland Velo cycling jersey up there as well. Now this was another new team to me until I saw Clever Martinez over the last like 3 weeks of racing. Venezuelan rider based out of New York with this Rockland Velo cycling squad. Won the overall at Tour of America's Dairyland. Super strong in Tulsa. Had a great ride in DC. I gotta be honest, had never heard of this guy until this year, but that's a name that you're gonna want to know. If you're a Criterium racing fan, Clever Martinez, and I think he's got a shot tonight as well. And there he is. I'm not sure if that's Martinez or maybe his teammate, Will Goulian. And Hernandez already hitting the gels, 20 minutes in. I would think that was early, but I would say Michael Hernandez knows a thing or two more about bike racing than me. Talk to me about the nutrition. I mean, couldn't he have hit this gel before the start, or is it just trying to time it out perfectly?
Maybe just timing it out. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Hey, this is the good point. He's kind of put in quite the effort these last couple of laps. Take on a gel. Maybe this is the only one he's got. Make you feel a little bit better. Know that you're just going to keep rolling this out, or try to anyway.
So that is Clever Martinez up on the front. And we'll see if he tries to roll this one. Now, Martinez is a good sprinter. He can absolutely win out of a field sprint, so I'm not sure that he's super motivated for a breakaway as he watches this breakaway roll around him. I don't think Martinez wants a break tonight. I think he wants to sprint this out of the field because he's been on fire sprinting out of the group recently.
But it doesn't hurt to test your legs also.
Artem Schmidt is now on his third test of the day off the front here for Hot Tubes. He's got Johnny Purvis with him for the First Internet Bank cycling team. 4 riders for First Internet Bank here. There are multiple teams with somewhere between 4 and 5 riders. Project Echelon brings 6. Nashville Local Cycling brings 6. Gateway brings 5. First Internet Bank brings 4. And Best Buddies with 4 as well.
Artem is 17 years old.
That means junior gears.
Wow. And junior possibilities. Man, this kid's good.
Well, that's probably why this kid is on Hot Tubes.
Exactly.
I would say rides like this are...
Yep.
There are a lot of people out there that are watching this that are not surprised at all to see this kid off the front.
And you see these cracks right here in the
guys,
turn
it
3.
looks like they're even trying to lift the front wheel up a little bit.
A little bit of bunny hop just to save face and get over it. You know, you definitely don't want to pinch flat or anything through there right now.
Explain a pinch flat. What is that?
Yeah, so, you know, if you don't have enough air in your tires, these guys are running probably tubulars. They glue the tires on the wheel. And, you know, you run as much little tire pressure as possible, but as much tire pressure as possible to be a very good rolling tire. You want the least amount of resistance. And so some of these potholes, if you hit it just right with the wheel, you can also destroy a wheel. I mean, these are carbon fiber wheels, and these guys are big guys. And so they're going to try and be as gentle as possible on these super nice, super light aerodynamic wheels as possible. So, yeah, you kind of want to avoid all the cracks and potholes as you can. But right there in turn 3, it's just not a great spot. It's like Danny Summerhill on the front. I wonder if he remembers it feeling like this when he used to race.
He's like, man, this got a lot harder.
Exactly. Let's see if Artem kind of rolls this out just like Michael Hernandez did, and if it just eventually run out of steam and nobody connects to you and it comes back. 45 laps to go.
Schmidt on a solo time trial here off the front. I mean, what else can you do? He's committed to the move. Gateway on the front of the field, followed by Best Buddies, then Rockland Velo. We'll start putting a clock on this and get some splits for these guys.
Artem Schmidt, only 17
It's 8 seconds right now, so that'll be our baseline. We'll see if that one grows or shrinks.
Artem's not even looking back at all.
No.
Fully committed. That's great. That first internet bank coming across on top. Trying to get that first line into the corner.
Schmidt based out of Georgia, so pretty close to home here. It's from Cumming, Georgia. I don't know where that is in Georgia.
I mean, I'm from the South, but I just don't know.
If only there was some sort of
something to show you what it is.
international repository of location data they could somehow find.
If only.
We talked about the riders using the borrowed bikes on Taylor Kirk White starting on a spare bike. There's a rider in this field riding on a cross bike in the yellow kit in here. You'll see Eric Thompson. He is about 15 wheels back maybe. He's up here. He's got the two-tone specialized bike. He's in 11th place right there.
I mean, cross is coming, Brad. You never know.
You never know. You know what? On this course with the bumps here, you might want a little bit of extra clearance. You might want to put some 32s on there. These guys spreading out across the road.
The gang's all together again.
Youngster chasing youngster.
These guys are going to use the opportunity for a little relaxation here, a little chill. See a lot of coasting back in the group, and you have to take those zeros on the power meter when you can get them. A good crit race, unless you're Artem Schmidt, I guess, on the front, should have a lot of dips down to zero in the power meter.
Yeah, it's always a race of who can just coast the most and then just have that one big effort. That's how you win a race. The least amount of watts possible for an hour.
It's not always the strongest rider.
No.
A lot of times it's the smartest rider. So they're going to be looking at 42 to go on the counter. A little conversation here between Hernandez and Marcotte. They got a plan here, and they're about to execute it. Hernandez going to go with this one. There was a very brief head nod saying, "I got it." Received $200 preem on the line this time through. That's Thomas Gibbons, who came to Wisconsin preem hunting. So I would expect to see Gibbons go for a little bit of cash here for automatic racing.
Was he successful in the hunt?
He was, yeah. He had a few. Also tried to get up there in the sprints, but seemed like he was mostly after the big preems.
I've enjoyed watching some of their YouTubes, kind of how the race played out. He usually has a GoPro on his bike and does a play-by-play. And even, you know, if it doesn't work out, I just appreciate them showing that content. Check it out.
I love the GoPro videos. It's amazing how good they've gotten. The stabilization has finally gotten to the point where it's a little more watchable. There were some GoPro videos from like the early 2000s that were like really shaky and bumpy and kind of hard to watch, but the editing has been getting better. I mean, it's awesome. It's so good to see so many of these riders creating content and sort of sharing their stories.
And getting the inside look of a peloton, of seeing how twitchy it is, how scary it is. It's tight. These guys are racing tight, and what we can't see from far away from this angle. But
and here we go, $200 on the line. I think that's going to be Martinez trying to lead it out up the middle. And then that might be Andy Crater from the Supra Functional Bars team. Not quite going to catch Artem Schmidt, though.
Wow. Guess he recovered pretty quickly from his solo move.
Guess he's doing all right. Well, the organizers here are frantically scrambling to find some sparkling cider to give to Artem Schmidt should he win out there tonight.
Artem, you can spray the beer, but you can't drink it.
Yeah.
Project Echelon on the front.
Vogel back on the front here, diving into the corners. Now this would be the guy that you want to go into a breakaway with, and I think Hernandez knows it. In fact, I wonder if that was the conversation between Hernandez and Marcotte. Like, hey, see this guy up here in the Project Echelon jersey? We want to go with him.
Yeah, stick his wheel.
Yep. And here goes Gateway. Oh, a nice cover from Project Echelon. Had one in the pocket here and used it perfectly with Brandon Feary.
And I wonder if you had Peter Vogel basically kind of setting a high pace specifically for knowing that there's going to be a counterattack and sending one of your riders, because they were sitting 4th, 5th wheel. Perfect spot to cover. Smart bike racing.
Yep. I think that's Campagnoni up there for Best Buddies now. Andy Crater starting to show his suffer face a little bit after going off for that preem. And a little rest on the downhill.
An assessment, the look around. Are we in a break? Or what's going on? What's everybody looking like?
Gibbons just keeping an eye on things up at the front. We talked about riders making it difficult for the commentators. Thomas Gibbons had a full beard when I last saw him like 4 days ago, and now he's freshly shaven. So,
well, you know, we've talked to Sam Boardman. He's not allowed to shave his mustache.
No.
It's a keeper. Unfortunately, nobody's here except Ty Magner for Legion tonight. But I think he can definitely hold his own.
Yeah.
Tanner Ward of First Internet Bank trying to break away.
Little Rock, Arkansas. He can time trial. Tanner Ward gets up the road. He can time trial. He's a dangerous rider. Very good rider. He's a strong rider. Looks like a rider possibly going into a pit. Having a brake problem. Hutton Nash going into the pit right
Ty Magner trying to come across now.
I think that's a First Internet Bank jersey. Rolling off the front.
Tomorrow is more bike racing. We're going to Piedmont for the Piedmont Criterium. Today in Anniston, Alabama for the Sunny King Criterium. That's high. Come on, William!
All right, so these guys got a nice thing going up the road, and Martinez starting to realize it now as he's going to try and go across the gap. If this goes to 4, that is going to be a real problem for the guys back in the field. Tanner Ward and Ty Magner up there right now, and more riders coming to join them. So let's see who this is. Project Echelon and Best Buddies. And then comes Martinez, then Davey Dawson from Automatic Racing.
It's like Hernandez from Best Buddies.
Best Buddies.
And pretty soon this elastic's going to snap. Nashville Local Cycling might be the last ones with a chance at a train ticket here. Martinez needs to get a clean break going here. Actually, Dawson might be able to do it. That's going to be a big group, though, if they make it. 2, 4, 6, might be 7. There's Martinez. He's going to get up to this duo of 2, and then Dawson's going to have trouble getting away from the field behind him. So I think Clever Martinez is going to be the last stop on the train here.
Tanner Ward, Ty Magner, then we see the chase by Hernandez, Stephen Bogle, and Clever Martinez. Those 5 riders, they connect and they go the road. This is lights out. Gateway Devo chasing hard.
Yeah, he's in danger alongside Jimmy.
All right, so 2, 3, and then 2 more coming up. And as they get their break established, we're being joined in the booth by a man who helped make much of tonight possible, Jackson Hodges from Main Street Anniston, the new director of the Noble Street Festival and a big part of the changing face of downtown Anniston, Alabama. Jackson, welcome to the show. It's good to have you here on stage for the first time.
Hey, it's great to be here. Every day above ground's a good one.
That's right.
I have to say, first off, we have a great team. On the festival side of things, we had Carla Eden, our Main Street event coordinator, who came through planning the festival. And then Marilyn is an extremely talented professional when it comes to bringing together this many moving pieces. We're super thankful for her. I think this has been a great festival, extremely good turnout, and we appreciate you guys for manning the booth, so thank you so much.
Just turned the street lights on here in downtown Anniston,
Yes.
so good job on that, Jackson.
Thank you, absolutely, yes. I have the power over the street lights and other municipal resources here in town. But no, we put a lot of hard work went into this year's festival. We took it the extra mile over the course of the last week. We were pressure washing the streets, coming out here during the workday, Monday through Friday, when we had the extra time to clean the streets out and take pride in our hometown. So we know over time, together, teamwork will make the dream work, and it's going to be events like these bringing people down here that make the difference.
We talked about the Anniston Changers. You guys literally power washed downtown, making it more beautiful. And then we also are going to talk a lot tonight about the Noble Street Festival. I know this is a big part of the bike race tonight. It's really a festival that hosts a bike race instead of a bike race that hosts a festival. We had games, we had rides. I saw a tank down there at one point. There you go.
Exactly.
I mean, doesn't get much better than this. Talk to me about the Noble Street Festival. This is the biggest that we've ever seen it.
We appreciate it. We really did put a lot of effort. This is the 19th year of the festival, so we're looking forward to the 20th next year. But we had great allies out there in the vendor field. We had Combat Park supporting Wounded Warriors, an in-kind sponsor who came out with their tanks and their paintball. We had Mr. Dan's Plumbing, who created cooling stations because we knew it was going to be hot, and we had to help keep people cool. So we appreciate our community partners, and the list goes on and on, from the amount of amusement rides we had to the number of vendors. I think we had 65, which shattered our records before. So again, there are many people that make this happen throughout the city and with Maryland's team as well. So we're thankful, and I really think we drew in a great crowd, showed everyone what Anniston can do, and you know, the festival and the race, they go hand in hand. And as I said, one of my favorite phrases, teamwork makes the dream work. And so I really thought we were in sync today, and it showed.
In bike racing and in city planning. Talk to me about Main Street Anniston. I've seen some signs around some new developments here downtown. What is Main Street Anniston all about? What are you guys trying to do here?
Absolutely. So Main Street Anniston, I'm tasked with the development of the area. And then my partner, Carla Eden, she handles the events. And it's through the combination of those two things that we're going to bring revitalization to this area. We've made a lot of good maneuvers here in the last couple of months, really getting out here and doing the hard work of cleaning it up. But we've started a 5-year strategic plan just for downtown. I think this is a tremendous resource we have, whether it be the buildings or the architecture. And so we're putting plans in place to make sure that we have facade grants and assistance, but that we're out here, we're visible, we're easily to communicate with and get information from to help business owners start their companies. And so, you know, as I always tell people when I go live for the city of Anniston, my name is Jackson Hodges. My number is 256-846-2044. And please contact me anytime with any questions you may have about our Main Street.
Well, we got about 50,000 of our friends listening right now, so I hope that your phone starts blowing up here.
Oh, please do. The citizens of Anniston love calling that number, and I will be happy to help you. But yes, we're just thrilled. This is so so exciting. So much has gone into this. We were here at 5:30 this morning. I know everyone was working really hard, and I just appreciate it again. It certainly shouldn't be about me. It should certainly be about everyone who helped us do this, because it was a total team effort, and I couldn't be more thankful for the team that we do have.
Hey, last question. Talk to me about plans for the future. Are we going back to April, maybe May? Do we plan on staying on July 4th? I know it's been hot out here.
Well, I'm going to have to tell you, next year's the 20th.
Yeah.
Big 2-0.
Okay.
So we're going to have to do something special. I'm not quite sure what that may be yet, but if you enjoyed this year's, next year, we're going to kick it up to 11. If this was a 10, we're going to take it to 11. And I know with Carla and Marilyn's help and everybody, we can make that happen. I'm thinking it may be back in April just based off the race schedule, but we'll see how things unfold. And in between now and then, we're going to be working hard on our strategic plan to get investment and life back down here in downtown. And I think we've already had a lot of wins here recently. So.
I love it. 20 years here in Anniston. I
Right.
feel like a local resident. I'm going to have to start paying taxes if I
come
hang
on
out
down,
here
come
anymore.
on down. I can take you to all the best barbecue places.
We're going to spend a lot of time here in Anniston. We're very lucky to be able to do it. So, Jackson, thank you for being here, and thank you for all you're doing to make this beautiful town even more beautiful, and thanks for hosting us.
Anniston is the best city in the United States of America, Model City, USA, and thank you guys for having us. I hope you have a blessed rest of the night.
Thank you very much, Jackson. So they call it the Model City here in Anniston, Alabama. And you can see why. Really a perfect downtown for a good old-fashioned American bike race like this.
And I meant to tell him thank you for making today's weather absolutely perfect.
Totally perfect.
Couldn't ask for a better day of racing.
Meanwhile, Gateway rolling off the front here with one. That is going to be Hugo Scala, number 121, taking a look off the front here at 33 laps to go on the counter.
Those Gateway development jerseys are throwing me off because of the checker pattern. And on the TV, it almost looks like stars and stripes. And also, I'm used to the Gateway development teams in orange, having that orange, kind of orange and black.
So Scala Jr. going to get some company here from First Internet Bank.
You know, you got to wonder if it's going to be a lot like the women's race. You know, people are trying all these great attacks, and again, what we saw all day was that these small breaks stayed away, and these 1s and 2s were successful, and then not so much in the pro women's peloton. It came back. What are we going to see tonight? I mean, they're trying.
Yeah, I'm worried that this group is too small, that they might need more than 2 to make this work.
Especially with hitters like Project Echelon and Best Buddies back there just kind of manning it.
The deep teams are, I think, what you really start to worry about here. CWA showed us that in the women's race. I mean, if you know how to use those numbers, it can be deadly out there.
One thing about Dave you'll notice when he comes through, he's got that straight 1970s mustache on the front with those white glasses. He's got the mustache clean out.
Project Echelon making a run for this break. Best Buddies on their wheel. He's putting a heck of a digger. Peter Olenichek had a water bottle in his back pocket.
Wow. Came to fight today.
I guess so.
Maybe, would that be like a drink mix? Do you have like is there an energy drink that you put in the bottle?
I can't imagine. I mean, you've got 2 water bottle cages on your bike. I'm not quite sure why you'd have one in your back pocket if it's not that hot out here. So I couldn't explain that one for you, Brad.
Yeah. We'll see if we can figure out what's going on in Peter Olenichek's back pocket. So 4 up the road, 1 trying to go. I know we saw Peter Olenichek in there. I think Tanner Ward is also in the mix for First Internet Bank. Ruben Campagnoni is going to be 3rd wheel here for Best Buddies. And then Hugo Scala Jr. for Gateway. So it was 2, now 4. And now we're starting to get into viable territory for this breakaway.
In there from Project Echelon. It looked like Ferry. I was thinking about Brandon Ferry earlier because he'd been hiding kind of in the back third of the race, but I think he has made this change. Let's see who that rider is.
So Riders coming in from the pit. And meanwhile, one of the Nashville local riders, Jeremiah Stoller, trying to go across the gap. Number 133, trying to add to the breakaway here.
We got a CS Velo on the front, trying to keep the pace up and not wanting this break to grow out anymore.
Yep.
In the breakaway, Ruben Campagnoni is the rider in the bright green jersey. Just behind him was Peter Olacek, a very strong time trial that we had talked about earlier. And then also in that group is Jared Oldham from First Internet Bank. So 3 riders and more riders starting to go across. Critical time right now as riders starting to raise their arms. They're calling for help. The fatigue's starting to set in and their cracks are starting to form.
Close to this break.
Yeah, Stoller might make it up here this lap. Crowd getting behind Jeremiah Stoller, trying to get him into the breakaway.
Look at the peloton, though, all strung out. That means somebody's really giving it for this to come back.
Yep. And it looks like Best Buddies up there. So I guess a breakaway was not in the cards tonight for Ruben Campagnoni.
Well, now it's just this massive one line and these splits all through the peloton.
I'm surprised to see Hernandez on the tackle, moving up the road. And Travieso instantly responded.
Not really quite sure why Hernandez put in such a big dig right there. I mean, he's got a
Yeah.
rider up there. Maybe that's not the break that they want. And
Yeah,
doesn't
they
have the numbers.
must be trying to shut it down. I guess Campagnoni's not going to work here. Maybe he was just trying to go across the gap, and it didn't work out.
I'm going to think maybe they didn't like the numbers.
Yeah.
And here it is, it's back. At least you've gotten everybody close enough for a counterattack. This looks like Marcotte kind of attaching onto Ty Magner back there.
Yeah, call it mission accomplished, because they successfully shut this one down. That's got to be frustrating for those 4 guys, because they had it. I mean, if there was ever a time to roll a breakaway, this would be it. 29 laps to go on the counter.
And Ruben kind of sat up thinking, hey, well, let's keep going. Why are we stopping? And then he realizes the whole peloton was back there, and he's like, this is why.
Yep.
First Internet Bank going again. Tanner Ward. Eric Marcotte on his wheel.
Marcotte on the wheel. Gateway being forced to chase. The Gateway team, First Internet Bank and Best Buddies, been putting Project Echelon on the back foot. It's just kind of surprising when you watch Mid-America's Dairyland what Project Echelon.
We haven't even talked about a lot of these riders halfway back. I mean, I think there are a lot of riders that are just going to sit in and let this one play out tonight. Let it kind of roll through, see what happens, see how things go, and then start to play the cards.
That's the thing, is a lot of these teams kind of look at each other and start attacking each other, like Best Buddies, like Project Echelon, like First Internet Bank. And there's the 1s and 2s back there that are just hiding and hoping that it comes back together. They kind of lose sight of those riders.
Yep.
And if they can have the one ditch attack that stays away, you just never know. So, yeah, we'll see who comes out of the fold.
What everybody's going to do. A very strong rider, but also a very smart rider. Tactically, he's savvy. And Eric Marcotte, the rider sitting in the bright green jersey, has been a professional road race champion and a professional Criterium champion.
Gateway's on the attack again. First Internet Bank is covering that. Looks like Hugo Scala on the attack again.
Gateway Devo rider. Hugo Scala. I'm loving the aggressiveness of this race. I mean, it is just one attack after another, Brad. There's no rest for the wicked.
Yeah, and it seems like we're seeing a lot of the same guys. Hernandez back up there. Project Echelon this time gets Hayden Strong into the mix. Now, I've been calling Hayden Strong a sprinter up until 2 weeks ago at Tour of America's Dairyland. I was calling him the Kiwi Cannonball out of New Zealand. The guy is about as wide as he is tall. He just, when he gets down into this tuck, he's just like super arrow, and he can shoot like right through a group. He just has really good bike handling skills. But he's been riding a lot of breakaways and kind of changing his tune, I guess, changing his position on the trading card. Maybe you go from a sprinter to an all-rounder or a breakaway rider.
Yeah, I never really liked to just be called one discipline, one specialty. I liked kind of being more of an all-arounder because there are different courses that suit you, and maybe he has been the sprinter or just been able to have the legs. But yeah, when somebody can kind of stretch out and gain some more experience and get out there, and you kind of change that dynamic of who you are.
Yep. Davey Dawson getting up to the front now for Automatic Racing, the teammate of Thomas Gibbons, as Hernandez tries to roll it through the line here with a new group of 5.
Flicks the elbow, asks Gateway Devo to come through.
There's no doubt about it. He is a fast finisher in a lot of races, but he wants a small group to sprint from. He does not want to sprint from this field of this hill.
Well, Lauren, you were talking earlier about some of the onboard footage that we've had from the riders. I want to show some video real quick from Wide Angle Podium. This is on board with Thomas Gibbons. They've been hosting some of his breakdowns on their website, on the blog there, and this is a guy that you want to watch because Gibbons is a great bike handler. He goes to a lot of the top races in the country, and it's just really cool to see this onboard footage.
And again, the honesty that he gives of, they've mucked up the lead out, or he's moving through the peloton, and how he uses the flow of moving through the corners. It's just pretty neat to see the inside scoop and how it plays out in his brain, or how he thinks it's playing out. And it's good. It's fun to see. This is what we need to see more of.
Yeah, there are so many insights that we never get from riders, and I guess the addition of the GoPro videos, we're starting to see more stuff that would have never seen before. Even when we started to get more live streams at events, it's always just like, as a stage announcer, I would see him on the start-finish stretch, and then I would have no idea what happened on the backside of the course. So unless you catch the riders afterwards, you talk to them in the hotel, you see them at the restaurant after, whatever it is, you had no idea what was happening. And then we started adding live stream, and now we're getting these awesome onboard videos, and they're learning how to edit and learning how to do this production as well. People like Wide Angle Podium, that crew is helping to sort of give a platform to a lot more riders so that they can get their content out there.
And their sponsors, and the sponsors
That's right.
love that.
That's right.
That's half the battle.
All right, so these guys looking good.
I saw when Hayden was pulling through, he just had a grimace on his face. I mean, so they're not just rolling through easy right here. They're giving it full gas.
Hayden Strong, a former collegiate rider, raced at Marian University. Maybe the most dominant collegiate program in the United States as a whole over the last, 5 years, but I will say we've been seeing a lot more programs come onto the scene, which is good to see.
I was going to say Durango, Colorado has Fort Lewis now.
Yep. You can't discount the Skyhawks.
I can tell you I've tried to ride with those athletes. They were nice enough to wait for me plenty in that 2-hour ride. But, yeah, what great athletes. And what an avenue to race your bike in college, no matter where you go.
Yeah, it goes to show you. I mean, you don't have to give up that collegiate quest if you want to keep racing your bike. And
get an education.
Yep.
This is, like, the biggest break, most established break we've seen all night.
Yeah. Hernandez, Purvis, Slosar, Kilauea.
Like I said, Hayden's really struggling.
Hugo Scala Jr. continues to push the pace.
So we said Slosar. I think that should be Hayden Strong. And then Ty Magner is having to chase this himself at the front of the field. Now, Ty's not afraid to chase. I mean, he's a sprinter. He's a winner for sure. But if he's got a Legion teammate in the race, Ty's not afraid to do the work. But no Legion teammates here. So I guess the plan is this is a good-looking breakaway. I don't want this one to go. Ty's been in plenty of races here in Anniston that have had a group either lap the field or stay away all night. And so he might be having some flashbacks of past years where he may have missed the breakaway.
He's going to control the field. I don't think he can stop himself from doing it. Look at this one, he's like, now, 10 seconds? Nah,
He's definitely strung out the field.
Oh, man. Yeah, there are about a half dozen guys that are about to have their race ended on the back of this one.
Just trying to follow Ty.
Yeah. And Magner almost single-handedly tacking this one back. The solo Legion of Los Angeles rider.
If that doesn't give you an idea of how strong their team is, I don't know what does. One man pulling these guys back.
Scala and Ward still up on the front. They're going to try and make the best of this, even though they're being brought back. And these guys are the ones you have to watch at the back. Look at those huge gaps starting to open up. It only takes about 3 seconds off the back, and that's pretty much it for you at these speeds on a night like tonight.
Day over for sure.
Yeah, look at these guys. They're done over here. Good thing that guy's got the GoPro on the front tonight.
He was really hoping that Best Buddies wasn't going to put in another tack quite yet.
There's nothing more confident than putting a rear-facing GoPro on your bike for a race. I mean,
you can edit this out.
Well. And yeah, these guys, I think he's even stopping the Garmin. He's like, how do I get home? Get me out of here. It's going to be Nick Luther wrapping up out there out of Greenville, South Carolina.
Live to fight another day.
And Tanner Ward going again. This guy's been on fire tonight for the First Internet Bank cycling team. Remember, Ward was in that initial breakaway, and this is almost the exact same breakaway forming, just with Ty Magner added in.
Peter Olenichek, second wheel.
Campagnoni is the Best Buddies rider up there.
Is that
Echelon has 2. Clever Martinez wants to go. He's going to make it up to the party. Artem Schmidt is in there. And here goes Schmidt again.
Brian Funston had a little bit of fun as he comes through.
Oh man, this is dangerous right here. Now these are big numbers in the breakaway. They're looking at 23 laps to go when they come through the line here. And these guys got to know it right now. At this point, like this, I would think is the moment where you're like, this might be it.
If these 3 on the back can connect.
Yep.
It's 8 riders together. This could be dangerous.
And now these guys just need to keep working together. Just keep rolling it. Don't start playing any games. Don't get clever here. Well, Clever Martinez, the rider.
And I'm pretty sure, guess who I saw on the front? Ty Magner.
Yeah. How did Magner miss this? He was right there.
Hoping somebody else was going to close it?
And maybe he thought there were too many guys and it was going to shut down. But, man, he single-handedly brought this back on the front for Legion. Yeah. Automatic has missed it. They're on the front of the field with what I think is going to be either Dawson or maybe Gibbons. And you can see it's getting dark out there now.
Once again, big thank you to our pace car, Sunny King Automotive Group, longtime sponsor, Sunny King Ford.
So that's Olenichek pulling off. Martinez up next. That's him with the blue helmet. followed by Campagnoni in the green jersey of Best Buddies Racing. And I think that's still Hugo Scala for Gateway Devo. Well, Gateway. And that's going to take these guys down to 21 to go when they hit the line.
Strung out.
Right here. This is go time. Real hard to Peter Olczyk, but the front. Gibbons is on the front.
Thomas Gibbons on the front.
Oh, all right. Well, that tells you he's getting worried.
When a sprinter goes to the front and kind of exposes himself like that, yeah, you definitely know he wants that back right now.
Brody McDonald from Gateway Development Cycling Team. We talked about Project Echelon.
There you go.
Two riders there are Will Harden and Peter Olczyk. Then we have Frank Travieso, who we talked about, the previous winner of this exact race, and Clever Martinez, Blackwood Cycling, coming off a great race at Tour of America's Dairyland, where he won the overall. Very fast sprinter from Venezuela.
All right, holding on to 10 seconds here for this group of 8. Again, looking at Campagnoni, Schmidt, McDonald up on the front. And there might even be some more on the way up. Yeah, look at this. Guys coming across the gap here. They're going to add 2 more at the back, and that's going to open the door for even more behind them. So now it's 12. Wagner made it up. Last guy in. They just came through the line where we are here. So pretty soon, this is just going to be a split in the field rather than a breakaway.
There's a group of 4 kind of off the front.
This group now might be too big.
Exactly.
Look at that face.
Must be a little bit too big for Gateway Devo for the 1, so they're going to try and bring another across. Unfortunately, it's going to bring a whole slew of people with him.
This race is completely falling apart right now. I guess we'll just call it 3 groups: break, chase, and then the field.
Yep.
Which was 2 groups that have formed into 1. Then you have this chase group getting ready to come up. So in a way, it's almost 3 groups forming into 1 massive breakaway, which really you could say is a split of the peloton. Yeah,
these chasers, I think, are going to get up there. So that's going to make 5 bridging the gap.
2 Project Echelon. That's going to be dangerous.
Yep, that's going to be 4 Project Echelon. 3 Best Buddies will be up there.
CS Bello on the back of that group of 4 or 5.
He's missed out on this entire move once again.
Group of 3 trying to go off the front.
Yeah, these guys are realizing what's happening. And I think that is Frank Travieso up on the front. Yeah, it is. Travieso, Campagnoni, and, Clever Martinez. All right, here we go. 3 really strong guys up the road right now. Splitting out of a group of what was 8, became 12, and now back down to 3 off the front as they split that group that became 12, and I think even went bigger than that. And now Project Echelon going to send 1 up to cover, try and get 4 going here. Shuffle and reshuffle out there tonight.
And actually, he can pace himself because he talked about that time trial that he did at National Championships. A fantastic ride.
See who this is tacking onto the back.
Could he be the last rider to latch onto these guys?
Might be Brandon Theory. We'll see as they come across the line here. And now they start working together. So that's Travieso on the front, the dark jersey there. Then comes Campagnoni in the Neon Best Buddies kit. Followed by Clever Martinez, the dark blue and white. Rockland Velo.
Well, that's what I was about to say. If you get caught on the back foot and you have to weld and weld, you are going to get
You're right on Brandon Fury.
Yep, so that's going to be 102, Ruben Campagnoni. 113, Frank Travieso.
Then poor Gateway is on the front again.
Yep.
The backtrack because they missed it.
Brandon Fury wearing number 136. And then Campagnoni for the Best Buddies team wearing number 102. Is that water?
That may have been smart.
Wow.
We got Artem Schmidt on the front. Jason trying to weld this thing back together.
These guys all kind of looking at each other, saying, "Hey, what, you know, we're gonna roll this out. How you looking?
How you feeling?"
Yeah.
No, how you feeling?
After all of that, these last couple of laps, that was intense. See if it settles down a bit, or if it just keeps rolling out like this.
So many vendors, so many artists, the food trucks, the beer trucks, everybody was out here all over North.
All right, so Campagnoni, Travieso, Fiery, Martinez, your 4 here. I like this break. I've liked every break that's gone, though, so who am I to talk? What do I know? I just like breakaways. I just like bike racing. I'm just happy that we're all here together.
Well, Artem doesn't like it, so he's going to go for it and try and come across. Ty Magner on his wheel.
Yeah. What a ride tonight for Schmidt. Some early strength, showing a solo move off the front.
Making it look easy. He's just turning the pedals over. High RPM.
And Schmidt might be responsible for bringing back a pretty significant chunk of time up to these guys.
Holding just at about 5 seconds. So feel free, take out your stopwatches, take out
This
your
one
phone time.
not growing and not shrinking. Here's Hernandez trying to come across the gap now. Second Best Buddies rider, trying to give some reinforcements to Ruben Campagnoni. Got away here. He got the riders off his wheel. Ty Magner is there, and then Magner's going to bring one of the Project Echelon riders with him as Clever Martinez hits the front.
Best Buddies definitely wants to stack the break, which is going to be hard to do.
Hernandez trying to be able to go across, trying to be able to have numbers. Ruben Campagnoni and Michael Hernandez there. Ty Magner starting to be able to come across. Looks like a national local. No, I'm not sure who's Project Echelon rider on the wheel there.
So there you go. Hernandez made it in.
Martinez and Travieso against Ruben. That could be, and then also Project Echelon.
So call it 5. Magner would be 6.
Ty's definitely feeling the urgency to get across to this, especially if Best Buddies get to the front.
Oh, look at this. Travieso grinding his teeth on the front. Big pull here from Frank the Tank. Oh.
You see, it's not even, it's almost like not breakaways happening. It's just going so hard that people are just splitting the peloton.
He had a big dig, and he was on the back of the field as they came through the start line with giant gaps in front of him.
Well, Thomas Stevens gradually is getting a little bit bigger. When I was talking to him about 2020, he actually took a couple times during the year 3 months off. He actually didn't start training for 2021 until March. So he got a very late start to training, and then so he's gradually building himself back up and trying to be able to get fit.
I saw him, he was in Greenville.
Martinez looking over the shoulder here. Look, I think he's looking for a reset now. He's like, all right, guys, let's just sit up a little bit here and talk about what's going on.
I think when Best Buddies is trying to stack the break like that, nobody's going to want them to do that. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, Martinez knows he's going to get worked over by Best Buddies or Project Echelon all night. I mean, here's a good setup, though. If you can get them isolated, you're in a good spot.
Well, and this is the only Pro Road Tour trip on the ground in the Southeast. That's Hernandez on the move. This group has grown. National Local Cycling made a connection.
You know, the other thing, not a lot of preems in this men's race yet. They really stacked the women's field heavy. I like that. Glad we got the cash out to the women's field.
I wonder if it'd be a different race if there was a lot of preems. But, you know, hey, these guys have just been on the attack all night.
Yeah. I think this field's thinking about packing up and going home. Magner a little bit further back there. Now let's see which Best Buddies rider this is. That's going to be Michael Hernandez again. Now remember, we saw Hernandez do this like 30 minutes ago. And now at 15 laps of racing remaining, Hernandez going to try and solo this one off the front.
Yeah, and it almost seems like he's going the same effort, the same amount of power, and it's like everybody else has gotten more tired and they're going slower. Because Hernandez does not look like he's going any slower. He's flying out there right now. Trying to be able to stay
And if I
away
gotta
from
look right, that looked like that was Tanner Ward kind of in no man's land right there.
I think you're right. Now again, this is the age-old question. Do you wait? How long do you wait? How much do you wait?
Hernandez, 14 laps to go. Lap cars are up. 14 laps to go. 14 laps to go. Time gap sitting
Now
right
showing
above.
14 to go. Boy, this might be the move of the night from Michael Hernandez if this works out. And Tanner Ward also realizing that he's in a pretty good spot here.
Tanner's not looking near as good as Hernandez, to be honest with you.
Yeah. This is all in for Michael Hernandez.
Exactly.
He's got one card to play tonight, and he's playing it in this move right here. I got to think the same for Tanner Ward. I don't know if you come back from an effort like this.
Virtual racing was very, very popular. A lot of people doing virtual racing. They also had a world championship, the UCI Virtual World Championship. Tanner Ward won the qualifying race.
Hernandez dumping out a little bit of water there as well.
Full commitment.
Yep. So it looks like he's waiting up just a little bit for Tanner Ward. So we'll make this two. Hernandez and Ward, now your two leaders off the front here, holding on to a roughly 8-second gap. We'll see if that changes.
And Michael will give Tanner just a second to sit back there, and then he's going to flick an elbow and say, hey, you're here, come on. To see the effort that Hernandez is putting out, his head shaking, his shoulders are shaking. He's fully committed to this. Normally, when you're in control, you're keeping your upper body as still as possible. That means he is just all in.
Whoever sees the danger that's going on, 13 laps to go. Tanner Ward, Michael Hernandez, rotating, working well together. Trevor Martinez trying to come across.
All right, so straight to work for these two. I wonder if Ward gets a pass here to maybe sit up a little bit. I think Tanner Ward's going to be pretty much expected to do work here.
Yeah, and he's pulled through already and doing his fair share. I mean, Michael didn't even have to give an elbow. He knew when to come through. So Hernandez may be doing a little bit more work, but
for 4 or 5 laps to be able to bring back Hernandez and Tanner Ward. So for best buddies and Project Echelon, this is looking like a great ride.
Yeah, the only teams that really can chase this back to this point are going to be Project Echelon or Gateway Devo.
Yeah, the big teams are going to have to get organized here. I think that's the only way that this one comes back. If we see a concerted effort on the front from some of these bigger squads, but that is not what we're seeing here at all. Look at these gaps.
especially 12 laps to go. I mean, we're at the end of the race here. I'm going to guess that's, yep, Project Echelon at the front.
They got Artem Schmidt helping them out, an honorary Project Echelon rider for the next 12 laps, because they both got the same goal of trying to bring these two guys back. Well, did these guys pull off the greatest break upset of the day here at the Sunny King Crit?
Well, they definitely have given it an honest try for this entire race, just constant attacking from these teams. So this is the one that sticks. I wouldn't be surprised.
So this corner right here, you see these two guys leading through. They got to be really careful here on the front. I know you remember 2019, we had that wipeout from Danny Summerhill. He overcooked that corner when he was on the front trying to go across, and it almost just happened again right there. I hope I'm not jinxing these guys, but it can happen. You just kind of lose your attention a little bit. You lose that Just a little bit of a span.
That was a heck of a save from Hernandez right there. I mean, you could have said that at a more perfect time, or he couldn't have done that at a more perfect time. What a save.
Let's go back and watch the 2019 crash as they roll through the line here. Again, Danny Summerhill was trying to go across the gap, and this is what happened. Watch this. Diving into the corner, and then we cut right when he went down, whoop, into the fence. He was all right, just a little bit disappointed. But you got to be careful out there, that's for sure.
I'm sure he would like to forget that one.
And here we go. Ward taking on a gel here. You're going to need this at 11 laps to go. And this was last lap. Look at the way Ward leads into it. Oh, Hernandez, great save. Lost the rear wheel. What do you do? I mean, is there a strategy there? Do you want to keep pedaling through? How do you deal with that?
So what he did is he kind of clipped his pedal so it almost takes your weight off the wheel. So that's why it slid out. And so you kind of want to keep that weight off still and almost stand up and kind of, I don't know how you do this in like split seconds, but you almost kind of counter steer it a bit, just a second, just to get your weight back on top of that wheel. And yeah, you can save it. It happens a lot in the rain as well. You don't see it near as much, or it's a smaller movement, but as a good rider, it definitely happens
Sort
to
of
us.
let the wheel settle beneath you and then
Exactly.
let it go where it wants to go.
You kind of just stand on the pedals just a little bit. It's hard to explain.
Yeah. Well, it's even harder to do.
Yeah, let's just not do it. How about that?
I like that. Let's leave it up to these guys.
Yeah.
All right, we are down to 10 laps to go on the counter here as they roll through the line.
The gap is went up to 19 seconds.
And gap at 19 seconds here as they roll through. That is a great gap for two guys to have here at 10 laps to go. Let's see which Project Echelon rider this is trying to go across. Schmidt going to go with him. Travieso wants a piece of the action as well. Not over yet.
And you know who we haven't seen these last couple laps towards the front of the race that we did see when all these brakes were closed back down? Ty Magner.
Yeah. Yep.
I wonder. I wonder.
They're going to have three. Travieso and Schmidt look back at the same time. Man, Michael Hernandez looks good, doesn't he? He looks like he's still got some left in the tank, the way that he's riding here.
It looks like he just doesn't have any quit, that's for sure.
Yeah. This man is driven by 20% leg and 80% effort out there right now.
That is a significant gap, Brad. I mean, they're around the corner, and the peloton hasn't even come through the start-finish. Just now.
Yeah, that gap's going up. That's trending the wrong direction if you're in the field.
Okay, I did see Ty back in the field. I guess he's like, you know what? I'm not bringing these back anymore.
Yep.
Time gap being reported at 19 seconds. 19 seconds, and yeah. Frank Travieso, so it is. It's a lot of individuals. Arthur Schmidt here by himself. Frank Travieso here by himself. Ty Magner here by himself.
And they're saying 19 seconds, the new time gap here on the line.
But many of these riders here, they don't have a lot of help. And so right now, they're all waiting. They're kind of gambling, waiting to see if somebody else is going to sacrifice themselves. Will somebody else do the work so they can stay rested for the final sprint? But it doesn't look like it's playing out into anybody's hands.
Brad, I'm going to call this one gone.
I'm with you.
Yeah. I mean,
As the chief jinxer of breakaways tonight at the Alabama Cycling Classic, I'm willing to say that this break is gone for good.
The fight in the peloton, you just don't see it like we did these last couple of laps.
I wish I could ride my bike half as hard as Michael Hernandez is tonight. I can barely get myself out of bed before 7 a.m. And now Hernandez starting to look for a little bit of help. He doesn't need it. Field is moving noticeably slower than those guys as they roll through the line. I mean, we can visibly see that that brake is moving at a higher speed.
And that's Stephen Bogle on the front, so I mean, if anybody can bring these guys back, it'd be him.
Gap up to 25 this time.
And not that it's all on him to do it, but Best Buddy's sitting on his wheel, definitely going to discourage anything from pulling through and helping him.
Evan Bosbacher, Brody McDonald, Hugo Scala Jr., and Keelan Ontiveros. And so these are riders that can actually ride on the front, but starting to run out of time, aren't they? I mean, they're starting to not have enough laps to be able to bring back our leaders.
Well, yeah, and you've got, like you mentioned before, you had Danny Summerhill on the front there.
You can really see how wide open this backstretch is. It seems to get longer and longer every time as you come through. And same thing on the start-finish stretch. That hill, I have to imagine you start feeling it right now.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking about this corner that Hernandez slipped his wheel, and if that gives him any pause going into the finish. I mean, because these guys are going to be going faster and faster.
Yep.
Especially that corner. I mean, when it counts, it's in the back of your mind, even though he's rolled through it so many more times now. But it's there. It's still fresh. But, yeah, I hope he can put it past him.
All right, we're going to bring the bell. $200 bring to the field. $200 bring to the field. $200 bring to the field.
Yeah, they're ringing up a field cream here for 200 cash for the field. Breakaway not eligible here, but I gotta think this field is more concerned with what's going on up the road.
Oh, for sure.
You're not gonna throw Project Echelon off the scent here for 200 bucks. And look at Ruben Campagnoni right up there. Actually, that might have been Marcotte, maybe?
It seems like Project Echelon is leaving one guy in the pocket, so hoping that they can bring it back and he can have fresh legs for the sprint if it comes back. Which is hard to do as that person sitting back there and watching those guys do that work. It's tough because you want to be up there, you want to bring it back for the team and know that you're going to be there for the sprint, and you can't do everything. So when you're on patrol, that's what you do, and when you're the sprinter, you sit in.
It's like watching our Sparklight live stream crew out running around, plugging in cables, and all day, early in the morning. You just want to get out there and help them, but I have no idea how any of that stuff works. So I just carry the heavy stuff when I can. Try and do what I can to help out.
I would tear something up, so I'm going to stay out of the way. See Ty Magner kind of moving back up to the front. We were wondering about him earlier.
Yep. Well, he's still there. Little throw from Eric Marcotte, looking for the 200 cash. I think he got it.
Best Buddies is just covering the front now.
Yeah.
That'll definitely deter Project Echelon and take the wind out of their sails a bit, especially when Marcotte kind of does a bike throw for the preem as well.
Gap up to 22 for these two riders at 6 laps to go. And the gap hardly changing with the preem on that last lap. Michael Hernandez coming off a good run here for Best Buddies. Took a pair of 13ths at Tulsa Tough, followed by a 5th. Ended up 6th place overall in the Omnium. Then went down to Florida. He did race in Knoxville, but came up with 2 DNFs there. Took a bronze medal in the Amateur Road Championships. This has certainly been a difficult few months for Michael Hernandez, losing his mother back in June of this year, just about a month ago. So I'm sure he's been riding with her memory over the last few weeks, and this, I think, would be a nice tribute to Mike's mom. Oh, man. These guys, we're going to have to go pick up the towels that they're throwing in on the course here. Gap up to 27, they're saying this time through. And these guys didn't get the memo. They're still going full gas. They have no idea that this field is starting to let up behind them.
And Project Echelon is definitely going to continue to ride this race and at the front and represent and proudly be at the front.
Yeah.
So they're not going to give up.
Tanner Ward also racing Tulsa into Knoxville. That was his lead up to this one. Ended up 26th first day at Tulsa, 11th day 2. And doesn't look like he raced on the third day. He ended up 23rd in the Omnium. And then picked up a top 20 in the crit in Knoxville and ended up 32nd in the road race down there. That was a tough one just to hang in. So he's had some good training in his legs, but this will be the first time that he's raced since June 20th in Knoxville.
28 years old out of Little Rock, Arkansas. And then here's our field right now, 22 seconds.
31 the new gap.
It's like we got a last-ditch effort to try and bring
remember,
it back.
There's still one podium spot available.
Exactly.
That looks like Marcotte getting up there into the mix.
Best Buddy's just going to cover and kill and deter.
But Martinez up there as well. Todd Magner in the mix. But the story tonight all about Ward and Hernandez.
Every year. Interesting.
These guys can afford to start playing games at like 2 to go. I mean, they got a gap big enough. But I gotta think they'll just sprint it out of that last corner. I mean, what else can you do?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, they should roll it all the way to 1 to go. And
yeah. You got a green jersey and then a white and black jersey. Who thinks the white and the green jersey is going to win tonight?
All right, Frankie Andre is doing the crowd poll here.
Black jersey's going to win tonight.
And I think Hernandez got a little more pull. Uh-oh, here we go. Ward trying to get rid of Hernandez early and putting Hernandez in a little trouble. Hernandez had to get out of the saddle to cover this one. He is not comfortable right now, that's for sure. Look at Ward all over the road, going right to left, back to the right side of the road now. This guy's trying to shake Hernandez like a bad habit, and it's not working.
Again, Hernandez has so much fight. It's going to be hard to shake him.
Man, I love that move from Tanner Ward. It's like, you know what, Michael? Bring it on. Let's go. And that could have very well worked. For all Tanner Ward knows, Michael Hernandez is holding on to his last thread of energy in this breakaway. And so he's just testing it. Just a little poke, little body blow, little jab.
That's a heck of a test.
So watch this. He does it right out of the corner. And Hernandez responded immediately. You talk about heads-up riding. But, man, he had to put in an effort to get there. And they're back together now as we bring them through the line.
The quickest way to get me to stop working with you, attack me.
Yeah, I mean, well, I would say this friendship is over at this point.
Yeah, no doubt. But they still have to roll it out. They still have 2 laps to go.
I don't want to sprint against Mike Hernandez. I'm certainly not going to take him to the line. And I think that might be what Tanner Ward is thinking right now. The problem is he showed his cards now, right?
Exactly. You still got Hernandez on the tops, not even in the drops yet.
Hernandez got to be feeling good. He's like, oh, you're in trouble, huh? You don't want to sprint against me?
Yeah, and the reason I talk about that so much is you have so much more power and control down in the drops than you do on the tops.
Yep.
You should never see a true sprinter sprinting on the tops. It's always in the drops. Unless it's a climb.
Unless it's a climb.
But not tonight.
Marcotte's still up on the front. These guys are out of sight on the backside of the course. They go into turn 4. Well, that's going to be turn 3 into turn 4. And Field still not even around turn 2 behind him. So out of sight, out of mind in crit racing. Aside from the time checks that field is getting on the line, they have no idea what these two are doing up the road. And it doesn't matter because the gap is now insurmountable. This will be 1 and 2 tonight. The question is, what order do they stand on the podium? Ward in the white, Hernandez in the green. And this is going to take us down to 1 lap to go as they'll get the bell for the final lap of racing here.
Hernandez just got serious. He's down in the drop.
All right, go time. And look at Hernandez. This is like a match sprint on the track.
Yeah.
Please tell me you did not just flick itself.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's like, yeah, you got to try.
There goes Tanner Ward again. Oh man, beautifully covered by Hernandez.
Now
they let up.
Hernandez just needs to sit and play the game.
Yep.
He's now got Tanner in front of him, probably where he wants him.
He's got him flustered. He's got him. He already showed his cards. Ward knows he's in position number 2 right now.
Kind of doing a look real quick back to see what the break is, to know how much games they can play.
I mean, I guess Ward's only hope is maybe he can let up enough here that the field comes and gets him. It's not going to happen. It doesn't matter either way. You might as well just focus on Michael Hernandez right now.
Here comes that's turn 3 right there.
Yep. That was where Summerhill took it to the curb last year. He's going to tighten up the shoes. Here we go. Go time, baby. Into turn 4. Ward going to lead it out. Hernandez right on the wheel. Waiting. Looking right. Looking left. Hernandez looks like a track sprinter stalking Tanner Ward right now. And here he goes. Right at the bottom of the hill. Right where it kicks up. Hernandez going to try and go around Ward. They're going to stay wheel to wheel for at least 50 meters to the line. And Ward got him. Tanner Ward outpowers Michael Hernandez on the line. Your winner in Anniston. What a ride for Tanner Ward.
Wow, I did not see that.
Man.
And I've been teasing Gibbons how he's not a field sprinter.
He waited and had Hernandez behind him, toying with him. And Ward pulls it off on the climb, holds him off.
Wow.
That is the kind of sprint that dreams are made of.
What an incredible ride.
It seems like Thomas Gibbons got that 3rd spot.
Holy moly. I would have bet good money on Michael Hernandez in that situation.
No doubt.
And that's not because Tanner Ward is a bad bike rider. It's just the way that that breakaway played out.
Yep.
I mean, Ward launched his attack. He gave it a go. He had the number 1 position out of the last turn. That is textbook perfect setup for Michael Hernandez, but Ward held him off. Awesome.
The bell has struck. The race has finished. It has been crowned.
It must have been all those efforts. I mean, how many breaks was Hernandez in tonight? And how many laps was he out there solo tonight?
Well, I'll bet he's wishing he could get a couple of those breaks back tonight, because he could have used those watts on this final run up to the line. Absolutely incredible.
What a great race by Tanner. It's good to see everybody all smiles.
Congratulations all around for the guys. Well, the sun was up and shining when we started about a little over an hour ago as Todd Magner let him out off the line. But as things started to set, we saw Artem Schmidt take the real first big pull of the night. This was the guy that got the party started for the Hot Tubes team.
17 years old, out there multiple times tonight. Great to see him representing Hot Tubes and putting it to these guys.
Eventually, he had some riders join him up into the breakaway. That became 4, then 5, then 7, then 9, then 12, then 32, then 60, then, well, pretty much the whole field eventually got up there as these guys were slowly but surely reeled back in despite the best efforts of some of them. Then this new break of 4 went away. You see Clever Martinez leading the way here with Frank Travieso on his wheel. And then this, the eventual winning move of the night, started by Michael Hernandez. Tanner Ward joining on. They both were doing work for a majority of their time away. And then the test attack from Ward at 4 laps to go.
And that was like a telltale sign to me that, okay, Hernandez definitely has this in the bag, but I was wrong.
Hernandez covered those moves so well. And it wasn't just one. Ward threw like 3 or 4 of them at him. And then Hernandez in second position coming out of the turn. Just can't come over the top of Tanner Ward. And First Internet Bank gets the win here in Anniston. The Sunny King Criterium. What a ride for Tanner Ward. Well, there you go. Thomas Gibbons got up there just 5 seconds back. Remember, that was a 32-second gap at one point that Gibbons got down to 5. He'll take third. Ty Magner was up there in fourth for the Legion of Los Angeles team. Clever Martinez gets up into 5th place tonight for the Rockland Cycling Velo Squad with Johnny Purvis in 6th place, followed by Frank Travieso in 7th. Another guy who spent a lot of time up there. He was in the breakaway with Hugo Scala and Hayden Strong from Project Echelon in 9th. And then Jeremiah Stoller from the Nashville local cycling team taking 10th place on the day. What a ride for those two. Ward and Hernandez, a great show off the front. We're getting ready to put those guys up on the podium as we get ready for our pro women's and pro men's podium presentation. Coming up after this at the Sunny King Criterium in downtown Anniston.
While you may not be a pediatric surgeon volunteering your topiary talents at a children's hospital, your life is just as unique. Your Raymond James financial advisor gets to know you, your passions, and the way you give back, so you can live your life. That's life well planned.
From sunup to sundown, Sparklight provides you with gig speeds over our fast and reliable fiber-rich network, powering all your family's devices throughout the day. And with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi coverage guaranteed, even from home, you can live life at gig speed.
Sunny King Automotive Group is celebrating 100 years in Anniston. Please join us in marking our centennial anniversary in our hometown. From all of us at Sunny King Ford, Sunny King Honda, and Sunny King Toyota, we thank you for 100 years, and we look forward to many, many more. Sunny King Automotive Group, serving Greater Calhoun County since 1922.
Welcome back, getting ready for our pro women's and pro men's podiums here at the Sunny King Criterium as we just wrapped up our final race of the evening. An exciting 2-up sprint to the line between Tanner Ward and Michael Hernandez. We could replay that one 99 times, and I think I would get it wrong every time. I mean, just shocked by Tanner Ward's performance tonight.
I mean, just bring out the boxing gloves already. I mean, because that's just what that was. It was just so many attacks over and over, best buddies, Project Echelon. It was just, what a race.
And how about Harriet Owen earlier tonight? The InstaFun squad put on a show for the pro women's field. They go 1-3 with Owen and Rachel Langdon in 3rd place on the night. Played it perfectly. I mean, you like textbook teamwork from Rachel Langdon to get Harriet Owen where she needed to be.
Yeah, that's what Rachel was saying, is they basically used Toad to perfect their lead out. And it took them all that time to figure out that they have to come over the top at the very last minute. And that's exactly what Rachel did. What a heck of a lead out. And then to still get 3rd place, unbelievable.
I'd say it worked out pretty well for the InstaFun La Prima team. And then, of course, we got to give a shout out to Olivia Ray. Preem hunting all night, walked away with what I think was $1,300. Was that the total we ended up with? She was still counting the money when she left the booth with us, but she was getting close. She had passed $1,000.
I don't think she could get it all in the skin suit, but it was impressive. We're probably not going to see her the rest of the night. She's gone. She's having a good time.
Yeah, you have a campaign like that over a few weekends, you start to get into territory where you have to declare the money going back home. You start worrying about maybe wiring some money home or getting someone to carry it for you.
But what a comeback after her break, just a couple of months ago. Like that just tells you a lot about these athletes and what they want to do.
I was amazed how quickly she came back. I mean, it seemed like sort of against the doctor's orders. I know the doctors always give you more time than I think you actually need to get back on the bike.
But what's the best way to get back over an injury than to cycle is what they always say.
Well, there is Rachel Langdon up on the blocks in 3rd. With the congratulations from Emily Ehrlich in second for the CWA Racing presented by Trek Team.
Taking it in a fantastic sprint. Also,
And then the champ from Instafun La Prima, Harriet Owen, getting her very own big check and crown tonight.
Sunny King Criterium.
Again, what a sprint from Harriet. I mean, she had bike links to second place, and that's just a heck of a sprint by her after doing all the work all night to cover brakes and to be in the brakes. Just got her handful.
There you go.
And look, the big check is not light.
No.
Let me tell you.
Here's 1, 2, and 3. Our top riders in our pro women's event. Owen, Erlen, and Langdon.
I don't even know if you can check this thing.
It would be a lot of fun. It wouldn't go in the overhead for sure. That's why Dad had to drive it home.
Yeah.
Hey, but they brought the van, remember? And they're driving to Boise, so
That's right. Yeah.
they can just take it with them. Be good for the screen. For
It's going to
sunscreen.
take up a little bit of space in the van for the rest of the tour. They're going to take it to Boise. They're going to take it to Salt Lake. That check's going to get a tour, and she's got the crown on as well. They call it the king of all crits, but I think we should change it to the queen of all crits here.
We can have both.
At least for Harriet.
Yeah.
Nice flower bouquets, too. Get Rachel Langdon. She's going to need to check that one, too.
Yep. I know Instafun's definitely, hopefully watching the race and very proud of Harriet and Rachel tonight.
Well, they deserve a lot of credit. I mean, for only having 2 riders going up against teams like CWA Racing with 6 in the race tonight, just goes to show you if you can get it right and you can work together, you don't need big numbers all the time.
And thanks to Tish Kelly and CWA for all their sponsors and Preems. I know Olivia is very, very grateful.
Like to be able to call up. In 3rd place, winning the field sprint, coming out of Athens, Georgia, the 32-year-old. This is Thomas Gibbons.
All right, Pro Men's podium up next with Thomas Gibbons. Reminding Frankie that he's only 31 as he came up to the podium. As a 32-year-old myself, I would love to get that year back. So I'm not giving any years away. It is confusing on the start list because a lot of these riders are listed with their racing age. Sometimes you, if you're going to turn a certain age during the racing season, you race with the older age. So on all the start lists, he is listed as 32. Michael Hernandez in second. And then the man of the hour in downtown Anniston tonight. For the First Internet Bank cycling team, Tanner Ward.
Wow, look at his crown. That's great.
I think he was a little bit hesitant to put the crown on, but you win in Anniston, that's part of the territory.
He looks resplendent.
It's like the tattoo for Single Speed Worlds or having to accept the pig at Trobro or whatever European race, they give those away.
Well, didn't you come home with a wheel of cheese?
I did. We gave away like 20-pound wheels of cheese up in Wisconsin at the Tour of America's Dairyland. I was lucky enough to snag one of those unclaimed on the podium. I think Michael Ward is showing Tanner Ward how to open champagne. Hernandez is like, you got to twist.
That's what friends are for, and don't point it at me.
And Gibbons is like, I've seen this before.
Hands up, ready. Bless it.
This is awesome.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh!
Look at that. Thomas Gibbons like, here, man, you should have these flowers. You won the race.
Tanner Ward on the top step of the podium, followed by Michael Hernandez and Thomas Gibbons.
Oh, what a ride for those guys out of the breakaway tonight.
50 riders, nowhere to sit in, everybody attacking the
And this is going to be really interesting heading into Salt Lake and Boise next couple weeks of racing. I think probably all 3 of these guys will be there. I know Gibbons will be there. Hernandez, Best Buddies team, does that USA Crit Series as well. I'm sure Tanner Ward is, if he wasn't already planning on it, you start thinking, maybe I keep this going.
Exactly.
And so as we end the night for the Noble Street Festival, for Sunny King, for all of our sponsors, all of the riders that came out, we say thank you. My name's Frankie and Drew. Hope everybody had a
Well, it doesn't get much better than what we saw tonight in our pro women's and pro men's races between Harriet Owen and Rachel Langdon, putting on an absolute clinic in teamwork out there tonight, and then the two-up battle out of the breakaway for the pro men. Two awesome races to end the day here at the Alabama Cycling Classic.
And lots of smiles on the podium. You know, I mean, you could look at Michael Hernandez and say he's probably pretty disappointed, or Thomas Gibbons getting third, but you know what? They're all smiles on the podium, helping each other out with champagne. That's good sportsmanship.
And dare I say, they even had a good time racing their bikes tonight in Anniston. Well, they are starting to pour beer here on Noble Street. The party continues throughout the night here as they'll be celebrating the winners. But man, what a day of racing it was between our pro women getting after it early on, going after the preems. Big thanks to the crowd, raising a ton of money for them. And then the pro men putting on a show off the front. Doesn't get much better than good old-fashioned American bike racing here in downtown Anniston. So on behalf of everyone here at the Alabama Cycling Classic, the Sunny King Criterium, Lauren Hall with me in the booth. My name is Brad Soner, saying thanks for watching. Happy 4th to everyone. Hope you celebrate safely tomorrow, and we'll see you back here next year at the Sunny King Crit.